Historic Warwickshire, Shakespeare's county.
You mean our county?
From Rugby to Stratford.
And Canoe.
This is our Warwickshire, recognising our history, looking to the future.
That's me.
That's me.
That's me.
That's me.
That's me.
And we are ready.
Are you?
Mike, is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. I'm told the pitch is a new pitch for this game. It is a hybrid pitch, which means it's got little bits of sort of not real grass in it. But it should. In front of us does the Warwickshire skipper, running in bowls, and Clark hammers that one away through the covers, and that's going to be the first boundary of the match for £40.
Nice days, Brit. His Ed Barnard bowls starts over number 3, and the first ball is hit hard off the back foot, tying up his bootlace at third man and waiting for Barnard to run in again away from us. And this is driven expansively through the offside by Clark.
Interestingly, Hannon Dolby's now going to come around the wicket for this free hit. He's in and bowls, and Haynes hammers this one away. Well, he makes the most of it. The ball races away over what is a beautiful outfield here at Hove, and races away for 4 runs at slippers come out. So there are now 4 men saving one on the offside as Hannon Dolby is in bowls, and Tom Haynes glances that nicely.
Bowler team out. Ed Barnard for the 5th over. He's slightly short of a length and stroked through the offside for 4 runs. That was certainly capable of playing well in that form of the game, but such are their stocks. He's driven for 4 runs, and Shake throwing himself, you know, a par score.
No, it is.
Looks like it today.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Haynes drives. That didn't go where he intended. He's going to get runs down to third man.
The rhythm of the game. Bowling right arm round the wicket. We won't be bowling as short as that, and his first ball is hammered through the... Lots of players do that these days, much more than used to.
Hannon Dolby in bowl. Oh, well, he's going to get 4 runs here, is Tom Clark. But that's a moral victory for the bowler.
A good player and a good guy, and he'll do a good job for somebody, I'm sure. There's plenty of his career left.
Thanks, Mike. Hannon Dolby in bowls too. Well, he's got another fortunate boundary.
Take full advantage of it. It's a day for batting, for sure. He's 32 now. As the start of a new oh, Yates is too short again to start a first he's the first ball of it. At the moment there's just 2, still just the 2 out, a wide third man and a deep square leg, and this one is just giving him a little bit of room for driving, and it's seized upon by Haynes,
which didn't last too long.
No, I bet it did.
But in comes Booth. Bowles hits him on the pad. That's a good shout, and he's on his way. Away from us, bowls to Haynes, who sits on the pad. That's a good shout, and he's given.
Yes, bring one's own sustenance is the way now generally. Rhodes bowls. He's driven without perfect time, but it seemed to gather momentum and beat Hannon Dolby's.
In a few weeks' time, when Lancashire will be the visitors, but in comes Michael Booth. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drills that away through the covers. They take 1. They'll think about 2. Oh, they're coming. Oh, there's going to be a run out here. That is ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous.
Because now you've got one batter out there who's been involved in a run out, which would shake the temperament of most people a little bit.
Oh, that's out.
He's caught in front here by Barnard, and he's LBW. He hasn't really to win the competition. So I think a lot of the counties are in that situation. Yes. I mean, Sussex are here today, trying to sort of ride both horses, and I think you can do it. This is an
important innings for some of these younger players. In comes Booth, bowls to Ibrahim, who pulls through the leg side. Short ball, pulled away. And a boundary.
There's always a kid in the stand with his scorebook. That was me.
Booth, and Ibrahim is gone!
Trying to apply his trade in various white ball leagues again, because that's a perfectly noble way to earn a living as a cricketer these days, so good for him.
Totally.
Barnard bowls, and this is levered away by Carson. He's going to get runs wide of mid-wicket. Tazim Ali is giving chase. Down the ground towards us comes Barnard, bowls a short ball, and it's well played by Rogers. The coach is here that he's made of the right stuff.
As Hannon Dolby bowls, I'm sorry, and Eric Ivalis drills the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Brighton and Hove Crescent don't. As in comes Tazim bowls, pulled away by Rogers, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Is Henry Rogers? Tazeem bowls. Well, he works this away, Crocombe. He's very nearly pinned on the back foot. He's run that one down to third man, and he's going to pick up a boundary. And some applause around the ground. Sussex supporters haven't had an awful lot to...
Had 1 wicket in this competition last year in the game that he played, so he's got 1 now this year. So that's 2. Lintott, he's bowling and he likes that. And
just break off as Carvalhos makes his way in again, bowls and pulled away. And is he going to be caught? He is going to be caught at the deep backward square.
the third man and a deep square leg at the moment. Not all that deep on that side. Oh, and to the shot of the innings so far.
Oh, okay.
I think Stu will probably know better than me, but I think that is quite a big deal. This is the start of a new over, the 6th over, and a very clever stroke here by Barnes. Like quite a lot of the Olympic sports, actually. I didn't realise that until yesterday.
2 slips go down. These are the bowls, and that's a full toss. And I'm afraid that was a bit of a help yourself. He's bowled really well here, Eric Carvalhos, but over the wicket, bowls and slammed away. And that's going to be a second boundary in the over. Too short this time from Eric Carvalhos, and clubbed away through the covers by Will Rhodes.
Crocombe sets off into his 5th over, and oh, it's scooped in the air, and he's going to be caught here. Hamza Sheikh at mid-on, but if they fill it,
well, that's the thing. Yeah, Lords was full.
Well, there you go.
In comes Carvalhos. Bowls. Oh, there was a 3rd slip. Well, he probably wouldn't have played that shot in all fairness.
Off goes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and Rhodes hammers this off the back foot through.
Carvalhos in bowls and Burgess. Well, it's going to go away for 4 runs. Well, in bowls, short. Burgess pulls away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And it's a good shot by Michael Burgess. There are 2 men.
Not quite as close, but fairly close. This is
that's
dear,
out.
he's in trouble here.
Yeah. Carvalhos in again. Bowls. Benjamin drives down the ground, 4 runs. Nice looking shot by Chris Benjamin. Just lent on that slightly over pitch.
Accurate, and just the natural variation is a problem. This time he just drifts to middle and leg, and Rhodes clumps it down the ground for 4 runs. The rest are all round the offside. Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, a bit of width, and it's driven. Oh, and he's found a gap between 2 fielders. A super shot from Will Rhodes.
It's going to be Eric Carvalhos who's going to bowl out his 10 overs here, so he's in and bowled to Benjamin, who drives down the ground 4 more. Over pitch by Carvalhos, and Benjamin.
3 of their 4 home games will be at Rugby School.
In comes Carvalhos, that's wide, and it's carved away, and that's going to be a boundary, and that was a loose delivery from Eric Carvalhos. Carvalhos in bowls to Benjamin, he's bowled him! 5th wicket goes down.
He's a lower order player, gives it a bit of a thump, and has made some good runs, made some rapid runs in a championship game last year. This first ball of a new over from Finn Hudson Prentice looking for that spot where he's caused. Oh, and he finds it again, and Rhodes plays a slightly involuntary stroke. Sometimes he's making a late decision, and that one was a very late one. He jabs the ball down into the ground.
Even worse trouble, so a bit of a dilemma. Carlson in bowls, well, it's exactly what he does. But this time he said he's had enough and hammers the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Well, Jack Carlson tossed it up.
Had 100 on tour for England under 19s a couple of years ago in Australia. This is just drifting onto the leg stump, and Rhodes is going to become the first player in this match to score a half-century by turning it wide of mid-wicket. Carson did indeed do a good job rushing around to field that. He walked in at exactly that moment at 20 to 12. Ibrahim bowls, and Smith swings down the leg side, and there's 4 something.
Carson in bowls, and Smith, there we are, straight down the ground, and I would have had someone out there. I think that's the 2nd time that 111 for 5. Carson in, he's at it again, and he's pulled away, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Yes, pulled away into the little terrace in front of the pavilion. Carson in to Smith, there you go, pulls the ball away onto the leg side, and that's gone all the way for a boundary.
And now Smith pulls, and he gets that in the air, and it's going away for 4.
Warwickshire wanted, let him in again, bowls, hammered away, and this is going to be 4 runs, and all of a sudden Smith is
still 100 balls to go, and they only need 30, and they go 32, and they're going to need less than that now because the game is most likely going to end well inside the distance.
Oh, that's tight.
And the first ball in his LBW haven't been exposed to for a while. Certainly not in white ball cricket. And oh, he beats. He's at.
In comes Crocombe. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's well played by Tazeem. He's going to pick up runs down the ground. They're chasing hard towards that right run away for 4 runs. In comes Archie Lenham, bowls to Jake Lintott, who drives firmly through the covers. There's runs here, there could well be 4 runs. The ball is racing towards the boundary. Ibrahim is charging around and it's gone for 4 runs. That's a terrific shot by Jake Lintott.
Lenham bowls from the Cromwell Road end, and Hannon Dorby he plays an awkward defensive stroke, and it's run off the face for 1 run. Oh, and a misfield. Oh dear. The field has tumbled over and they're back for 2 runs, and it's all over. Warwickshire have won.
Edgbaston is on its feet to salute the hero of the hour, because it's been a magnificent night for the Bears.
What a way to finish! What a way to finish! There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. What a way to finish. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. What an extraordinary performance. What a turnaround.
This should be a cracking game of cricket. I always love this fixture. Alongside the derby, this is the one that I look out for. So, yeah, expect some fireworks in the second city.
And it's another 6 for Jacob Bethel. And Edgbaston is on its feet to salute the hero of the hour. 56 not out of 16 balls. Jacob.
Please welcome our umpires Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan.
Well, welcome to Rugby School for the second of 3 50-over Metrobat one-day cup matches being played on this out ground. And the Yorkshire players walk out to the middle, onto the field I should say, because they are fielding first, having won the toss.
And please welcome the opening bat from Warwickshire, wearing number 17 Rob Yates and number 30 Ed Farmer.
The news is that Warwickshire are unchanged. From the team that played for 18 overs against Glamorgan. Before that match was abandoned, I'm Clive Eakin, John Dorwich here for Yorkshire. I'll give you the Yorkshire news.
Yeah, 3 changes for the Yorkies. James Wharton turned his ankle fielding a ball on the boundary rope at Scarborough the other day and misses out, and Yash Vagadia gets his first try in this 50-over competition. Probably going at the top of the order with Harry Duke, we shall see. Finlay Bean has been listed at number 4. New captain today, or a returning captain in Johnny Tadasol, his first match of the competition. Shan Masood off on Pakistan duties for the next month, so Johnny comes in both to bat and to skipper the side, and also Ben Code back in, having been rested the other day, and he replaces Dom Leach.
So yeah, so he's bowling the first over. I'm short of information here.
Ben Code, do you want me to?
Ben Code, thank you. No, that's fine, I'll carry on. Code comes into bowl, and that's defended by Yates, and there's no run.
Yeah, Ben's had a really good competition so far, bar missing out the other day. Just had a few niggles, and they thought a couple of days rest would be the order of the day. So very much Yorkshire's leading wicket taker. 12 is taken, Clive, at 11.33 and going at just 2.89 and over. So it's almost like having an extra, or taking 5 overs off the opposition's allotted 50, something like that, if you want to view it that way.
He's bowled well against Warwickshire before. That one is defended to mid-off, there's no run. Sun shining, decent crowd in again. It is a sellout officially. I have to qualify that slightly because being the one-day cup, members of course are entitled to admission. They had to get themselves a ticket, but didn't have to pay. They would argue they've already paid for it, but they didn't have to pay any extra for it. As Yates leans back and scores the first runs of the Warwickshire innings. That's a lovely shot from Rob Yates. Will it be pulled in? It will. 2 runs for Rob Yates. It's being cricket, of course, both teams are pretty much in the same colours. I think slightly defeats the object of coloured clothing. However,
it does, and it's one of those weird things. You'd kind of, I've mentioned this on commentary before, it'd be lovely to have one kit manufacturer for the white ball stuff, and everybody has a different version of it.
Yates plays that one to the offside, there's no run.
You know, a bit like 92 World Cup style, where the same design, just different colours. It'd be good, that. But, of course, they've all got their own deals, haven't they, with separate kit manufacturers.
Yeah. Both in sort of varying shades of blue and black trousers. Slight differences at Warwickshire have yellow numbers and names, whereas Yorkshire's have got white. It's about the only way you can differentiate them, as Yates defends that next one and there's no run.
Tough task ahead for Yorkshire, you would think, coming into this, given that batting has been a struggle. And the two players who got the most runs for them in the competition, Shan Masood 235 and James Lawton 231, are not present.
And in comes Code to bowl, and Yates again defends that. So tidy enough start from Ben Code, but comfortably enough play by Rob Yates. 2 without loss from the first over, Warwickshire.
Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan, the two men standing. Lungley is going to be at whatever end we call the end to our left. Is that the school end or something like that?
Well, you would have thought, I mean, I think it should be the Webb Ellis end myself, but I think they do tend to call it the school end, yes.
And this end is the other end.
Do you know, it was only about 10 days ago that I was here, and I can't remember now what they called it.
The end where the cars are.
Let's go do an update in about 6 seconds' time. Oh no, it's 4 minutes past, not 3 minutes past. So carry on. I've forgotten. On Sundays it's slightly different.
I'll just shut up when you get your cue. It's Ben Cliff then from the school end.
Well, you don't have to wait for the cue, because I know exactly when I start talking. It's exactly 4 minutes past.
Okay.
Whether they cue me
Keep
or
the eye on
not.
your clock then. So Ben Cliff, right arm over the wicket. He's had a pretty good competition so far, and he's in bowling here to Ed Barnard, who's happy to watch that first one go by. Harry Duke keeping wicket for Yorkshire, as he has done throughout the comp. 2 slips in place. George Hill and Finlay Bean. Luxton at backward point. Tattersall's put himself in the covers. Bess at mid-off. Bagadia mid-on. Revis mid-wicket. And we've got a long leg Ben Code just around the corner, and you've got 8 seconds to go.
I have. This is Clive Eakin at Rugby School. We've got the second of the 3 Metrobank one-day cup matches being played here. The first was something of a thriller with over 600 runs scored, 18 wickets taken, all the 100 overs bowled, and the match decided off the final ball with a home win. Warwickshire are in bat, Yorkshire having won the toss, so 2 without loss in the second over, an unchanged Warwickshire side. Another good crowd here enjoying the sunshine at Rugby School with Warwickshire 2 without loss in the second over.
So Cliff continuing left to right as we look at it, and driven up to mid-off along the deck, and fielded there by the ever-tumbling Dom Bess, who batted superbly the other day but still couldn't quite manage to get his side over the line. 50s in successive innings, down at number 8, so that gives you just that indicator that it's been tough for most of the lads higher up the order. I mentioned Masood 235 and Wharton 231. Next best 154 is Dom Bess with the bat, as Barnard drops this latest delivery out to Will Luxton. Gully, no run. So Bess, averaging 30.80 with 154 runs against his name, and Revis 38.25 with 1 run fewer against his. He also got a nice 50, his first of this year's competition the other day. Beautiful day. Pleased to say that we are in shade here, which is a little bit on the slightly chilly side, but I think it'll be pretty hard work as a spectator out there, with temperatures forecast to be very hot today. That's a flick into the leg side by Barnard, full delivery by Cliff, and nicely fielded by Matthew Revis. Tattersall getting involved. He's probably already done more running in this first 3 overs than we might see from Shan, who will regularly field on the drive. Shan Masood back on Pakistan duties for the next month or so, so misses the last 2 of this competition and the next 2 championship games. Cliff in, lovely drive by Barnard, and whether he's running or not, Johnny Tattersall couldn't get down for that ball in the covers. May have got something on it. It's come to rest just inside the rope. Bess cleans up, and Barnard gets back for 3 to complete the second over at 5 without loss.
You mentioned the scoreboard there with that bush.
Just managed, yeah.
Well done. Yeah, it was good weather last time. For those unfamiliar to it, Rugby School, this would be the 6th county fixture, although only the 5th actual match where there was play. They had 3 years at Rugby School. I think it was around 2013 to 15, if memory serves me correctly. First match was a T20 match against Glamorgan. That was a good day, though Warwickshire unfortunately batted particularly badly that day. As Code comes into bowl, and that's played out to the offside, there's no run and loss. And then they had a 50 over fixture against Kent, which unfortunately was completely washed out. That was the following year. And then they had 2015, I think it was, a game against Sussex, where Sussex didn't bat particularly well. That was quite a low scoring game. And then that was it for Rugby School for a while. I think partly because the One Day Cup got moved to the start of the season, as this one was pushed out to point. There's no run. Barnard the batter and Code the bowler. And so there is a relatively small window of opportunity to play games here. That's to be during the school holidays. So Warwickshire didn't play at an out ground for some 9 years or so, but delighted that they've committed this year to 3 matches here. So Surrey in the first game of this competition was the most recent match, and by far the highest scoring. That was a cracking match. That's played to the onside. There's no run. Just to give you an idea, we are using the same pitch. It's hybrid pitch. Warwickshire made 311 for 9, losing their 9th wicket with the run out of the final ball. Surrey, it was Dom Sibley getting the honour of being the first county player to score a century on this ground. Got very close, but they needed 6 off the last ball to win. I think I'm right saying 4 would have been a tie as well, so they actually needed 5. I didn't get them, so all went to the final ball. So good stuff. We hope for something similar here again today. There's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. We are a tree surrounded ground. There's a gap over to our left. That is where William Webb Ellis is said to have picked up the ball and run with it. So all your rugby league teams, Rugby School to blame. In comes Code to bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, lovely setting, and he's got a lot to answer for, hasn't he?
Yeah.
WWE.
Well, I suggested that Rugby School is probably the parent of Rugby Union and the grandparent of Rugby League. Yeah.
Probably fair enough.
Yeah. So it was over there in that field, just to our left, where the catering vans are. So there's a bit of space there for people to sort of wander around, stretch their legs. There's a couple of public gazebos being put up so people can get some shade and sit down and eat. And there's a lot of trees providing shade around the ground as well. As Code comes into bowl, it's pushed back and there's no run.
Any of the Warwickshire players schooled here?
Well, the only one that was isn't, because he's playing in the 100, is Jacob Bethel, who came here. A big Warwickshire connection, of course, is the cricket master here is Michael Powell, the former Warwickshire captain, championship winning captain. He'll be here somewhere, I would imagine. He did tell me this was his back garden for a while. There's Code bowls, and that's played back to him because he's a housemaster, and he was originally a housemaster for a building that overlooked this field. He's actually moved houses now, so it's not quite his back garden anymore. End of the over, so that was a maiden over from Ben Code, who's conceded just 2 runs from his first 2 overs. Warwickshire are 5 without loss.
And one of the ground staff enjoying himself in a little jeep, whizzing by. Tidy start once again from Ben Code. who, as I say, going at 2.89 in this sort of cricket when you bowled 47 overs in the competition is a remarkable effort, and he's averaging bang on half of any other Yorkshire bowler. And his economy rate is probably about not so far short of half everybody else's as well. Here's Ben Cliff, nicely driven. That's a lovely shot by Rob Yates. Just got a bit of width to work with clearly. We're down at ground level, so we're not over the top of it, but just the way he played the shot, leant into it and placed it superbly in the gap between Luxton, who's in front of us at point, and Revis, who is pretty central in the covers. So 9 without loss. Glorious day. Lovely setting, looking forward to it. Yorkshire, I think, clearly with the batting issues, or potential for batting issues, as this is run down to third man for Code to field and 1 run. You would think, yeah, win the toss, use pitch, stick them in, see if we can blast them out for a cheap score, and then do our best to cope with what remains pitch-wise and get across the line. But they have been absolutely inconsistent yet again in this competition. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss so far. So if you're going to follow patterns, then I guess there might be a W in the column, but I think it's, looking at the league table, tough job at hand here as Barnard turns this latest Cliff delivery to Vergadia at mid-on, and there is no run. Yash Vergadia, substitute, fielded for James Wharton for a spell the other day at Scarborough and took an absolutely belting catch. A skyer that he had to make some ground and dive and take. 20 years of age, Northumberland born, has been playing in the twos. Here's Cliff, flicked off the legs this time, and Code is bang on in the right position at long leg, just to our right to do the fielding. Could almost come on commentary for.
I was going to say, I quite like Code to field here. I feel safer, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like a short boundary, doesn't it, from the stumps at this end to us?
Very near the end of the game where the ball did get hit into this part of the ground. Went to this gazebo. Surrey needed, I think, was it 20 of the final over, and they did get close.
Cliff in again, punched to George Hill, who's come in at a short extra cover really on the wicket ends. No run. Yash Vergadia, just to give you a little bit more recent idea, has been playing second team T20 cricket really, so whether it does give you an idea or not, different matter. But 54, 9, 1, 27 and 46 his last few scores in that. He has played some first team cricket in pre-season warm-up matches. Bowls a bit of off spin, bats right-handed. He's the debutant here, as the last ball of the over is an attempted pull backward of square by Rob Yates, and he misses out. So we're 4 overs in, no early alarms for the hosts, and they're 11 without loss.
Yeah, a fairly cautious start. So this pitch is the same one that was used against Surrey. I mean, they've had a bit of time to work on it because it was about 11 days ago. Warwickshire did play one home match at Edge. Well, I say they played one home match at Edge, which unfortunately, it's a good job that one wasn't actually scheduled for Rugby School because it rained. One of only 2 matches this season in the One Day Cup that have been no results. Got 18 overs against Glamorgan, but no more than that. That's played to mid-off. There's no run by Ed Barnard, who's... Actually, I haven't double-checked whether it's still the case. The last time I looked, he was the top run scorer in this competition. He might have been surpassed since. He was top run scorer last season. He has been passed actually by a few players, so he's no longer. So he needs a few runs this game, Ed, if he wants to get back to the top of the charts. Oh, wow, it comes down the pitch here. Barnard, goodness me, he's given that a hammer. It's 1 bounce for 4, but he came charging down the pitch, launched out over the top. Of course, we're in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary, and one of those is at third. Where's the other one? Can't see the other boundary. He wasn't where Ed Barnard hit it. Hit it over the top, one bounce through for 4. Where's your other boundary rider? I can't see him.
No, he's mingled in with the crowd somewhere, presumably. Yes. Oh, down.
That's wraps him on the pads as an appeal for Ben Code. It's not out. Oh, yeah, one long leg. So no, because I was watching you point there, I didn't see where the umpire signalled leg by. You see, he clearly didn't. If that's gone on the scoreboard, then he didn't, because there are no extras. I must have got a bit of bat on that Ed Barnard. One reason why it wasn't out. We can't judge LBWs here, which is a blessing, really. Although I suppose we can watch them on the stream, can't we? But we're not in a position to call LBWs at all, because we're down at sort of extra cover boundary. In comes Curl on the leg side now as Yates bats, and Yates is a lovely square cut there for 4. Very good shot. Yates, who may be playing his last game of the competition, because he's had a call up to the England Lions, which is terrific news, but it does mean that Warwickshire will miss him for the last group game, and by my reckoning, if they have to play a quarter-final, they would miss him for that. If they go straight into the semi-final, he may be available. The same applies to Hamza Sheikh, because the England Lions game, I think, finishes the day before the semi-finals of this competition. Yates plays back to the bowler. There's no run.
You'd have been up at Stoke, would you? Yesterday?
I was at Stoke yesterday, yeah.
What was the final score?
I glossed too much on that one.
What was it, final score?
It was 1-0 to Stoke.
Oh, okay.
Disappointing.
Just popped up on the X feed on this day in 1974, the infamous punch-up between Johnny Giles, Kevin Keegan, Billy Bremner and Keegan both sent off in the Charity Shield.
Yeah, took their shirts off, didn't they? Players didn't get sent off so much in those days. That's driven into the ground and to mid-off where it's well fielded. There's no run. End of the over, 20 without loss after 5 overs.
Good job he didn't let go. I don't think you were backing up there, Clive. You were just about bang on in line. Yeah, so just starting to get going here, the Bears. Ben Cliff going to continue.
Even though they've won all their games, apart from the 1-0 result, they still have work to do if they want to get straight into the semi-finals. Because Yorkshire have also, that was why they're particularly disappointing the game was rained off the other day, because Yorkshire also won all their games apart from that 1-0 result against Warwickshire, and they have a better net run rate at the moment.
I think you may mean Glamorgan.
Glamorgan, who did I say?
Yorkshire.
Oh, sorry.
I think if only the Yorkshire listening supporters are saying, as that's pushed into the offside and Tattersall fields. Yeah, and we're off on a trip down to Cardiff on Tuesday for a Wednesday match. So top 2 sides in the last 2 matches when you're already struggling for any consistency.
Help Warwickshire if get a win in that game, potentially.
Here's Cliff again to the right-handed Barnard, who's flicking bat onto pad, runs away down towards us. Revis does the fielding. 1 run. Yeah, they did go down. I've said this a few times now, as you might expect, during this competition, but for the first time to you, 3 years ago, when Richard Pyra was coaching the side for this competition, they sort of outperformed expectations, really, I guess, and got to the quarter-final by winning at Cardiff in the last match against the odds, and then went to Chelmsford and lost in the quarter-final to Essex. I think expectations were raised at what they might do in this comp the last couple of years, and they haven't managed to make it through since. It's not looking like they will at this point in time either, as Yates turns that to Bess at mid-on. There's no run. Bess, curiously, has bowled just the 1 over in the last 2 matches in this competition, and he did the interview with me the other day, and I asked him, how come you've not bowled more than 1 over in the last 2 matches? And he said, dunno. And I left it open, and he paused and then said, but just dunno, and left it at that. So there you go. In comes Cliff, and Yates punches up to mid-off where Bagadia feels no run. There's obviously been Dom is in the last of his 4 years of his contract as well. The will he, won't he stay? Will there be a deal on the table for him?
He is theoretically a former Warwickshire player. I rocked up at Chelmsford for the county championship match and was slightly confused to see Don Besser's team in the Warwickshire name in the Warwickshire team.
Cliff to Yates, drops it into the leg side. You're thinking about taking on Tattersall. Ooh, now then, Barnard was a fair way down, backing up. Yates sent him back. Unfortunately, Tattersall couldn't get a clean hold on the ball he was trying to field. He stopped it, but couldn't grasp it, and it would have been a fairly short throw for a direct hit.
I think pretty much given up there, Barnard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where were we? Oh yes, so he signed as an emergency loan for one match at Chelmsford against Essex, which were expecting a turning pitch, and got one.
Cliff in, turned around the corner by Yates, down to long leg, going to pick up one. Moriarty doing the fielding. Completion then of a half dozen overs with the score on. Is it one of these where it goes on immediately? No, it's a few seconds. 22 now without loss. Yates on 12 and Barnard 10.
Yeah, so I seem to remember he took a few wickets, scored a few runs. Just a one-off signing, and that was it. Warwickshire had Danny Briggs was missing through injury. They actually played Jake Lintott as well. I think it was the first time they played Lintott in a championship match. And Don Bess, there we are.
Lintott generally seems to do well in matches against the Vikings.
We'll see how he fares later on. Code in again. That's a fourth over. Around the wicket he bowls. It's solidly defended by Yates. First 3 overs, just the 11 runs. Barnard just attacking him for one boundary. But he's been pretty tidy. Warwickshire did do this against Surrey. They built steadily, kept wickets in hand. And it was the latter part of the innings where they really piled on the runs. So it looks like they're sort of looking at the same method again. Around the breeze is picking up. Right, this gazebo as well. Well placed. Anyway, that's played onto the onside for no run. It was quite windy, the Surrey game as well, but I'm not sure it's quite as windy as this.
Yeah, a bit parky, as we say, back up in Yorkshire. Goosebumps. It's not yet through the excitement of the cricket, or indeed, well, it could be from sitting next to you, Clive, of course.
That comment doesn't even bear responding to. That's played onto the offside for no run.
Yorkshire supporters who've been in touch on X, that's at Sporting Lives 1, or on email bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. The changes, Tattersall in because of course Shan Masood's on Pakistan duties and he's reassumed the captaincy, or resumed it if you like, having had it before Shan got the job for a shortish spell in 2022.
Code running in, it comes off the inside of the bat there from Rob Yates onto the onside. There's no run.
And then the other two changes, Ben Code had a couple of niggles I think, so sat out the other day, but he's back in today, having an extra couple of days rest to replace Dom Leach. Somebody had to make way for Cody, of course, and then Yash Bagadia replacing James Wharton, who turned his ankle fielding a ball on the boundary rope at Scarborough. Told me just on the pitch earlier that it was fine on the day, but has swollen up since and didn't want to risk it again.
Yates down on one knee, guys out to the offside, doesn't really time it. There's no run. Rob Yates. I have to check that now because the wonderfully old-fashioned scoreboard actually deals with batting order numbers, and I can't remember who faced the first ball.
Yates.
It was Yates. So Yates is on 12, and Barnard is on 10. We have a little small LED electronic scoreboard here. You Could do with a second scoreboard somewhere. Most of the spectators are on the side, obviously we're facing the scoreboard. That's playback, there's no run. The spectator area mainly is opposite us, sort of across a little bit more than half the ground. Natural banks there, a few people graduate. I'm not sure whether technically they're supposed to. In fact, they're sitting on the covers some of the way to our left, so if the rain were to suddenly come, the ground staff might be slightly peeved at having to move you spectators off the covers.
But not only that, but also just the fact that they may have some, who knows, some way of breaking the covers in the sense of sticking a hole in them somewhere.
Yeah.
Water gets underneath them and all that, so you would have thought they'd have been shooed away, wouldn't you, from doing that?
Yeah. So far we've done well. I think they have put some signs up this time and a couple of little barriers, so we haven't had people walk across us so far, which is a blessing. That was a slight irritation, I guess. Sorry.
Here's Ben Cliff bowling to Barnard, who's missing one down the leg side. It's going to be the first wide of the day. Harry Duke gets something on it. Ben Code comes in and picks up, and so they're going to get an extra one in addition to the wide. Barnard looking at the skies as if to say, God, I should have got something on that.
He was so annoyed he forgot to run. He had to be called through by Yates, who was practically meeting him.
Cliff just asking one of his fielders to move slightly and makes his way in now. Turned into the leg side, this straight delivery by Yates, but fielded there by Tattersall. No run. Good morning to you, Rupert, who says, can anything be done, A, to tweak the focus on all the cameras on the feed? They seem to be just out. And B, stop the wobble on the camera in line with the stumps.
I'm afraid that's not down to us at all, so...
No. As I say, match after match after match. Cliff in again. Yates turning into the leg side once more. This time it is Finlay Bean who does the fielding, who would love some runs in this comp. Hasn't worked for him at the top of the order just yet. Well, remains to be seen whether he's going to get another chance today or whether it will be Ash Vigadia. Jonathan says rugby is looking splendid, just wondering if this is the first time Yorkshire have played at the ground.
It will be, yeah. Well, they might play a second 11 game here, but it'll be the first on the first team have played.
Here comes Cliff, flicked into the leg side, not cleanly stopped by Bean, and that allows them to get through for one.
This was actually used as a second 11 ground by Northants for a while. The second 11 might have rocked up here, but no, so this is, well, if you discount Kent, who didn't actually get on the field, there's only been 1, 2, 3, this is the fourth county to come here and play.
Cliff making his way in again, past umpire Lungley. That's run down to third man, where Moriarty will come in and field. A single to Barnard. Jonathan goes on, also wondering if you're aware of any other places that have given their name to a sport. I can also think of Eton Fives and badminton.
Think about that now.
Cliff in again, and this time to Yates, who drops it into the offside, no run. Cricket, well, can't think of a place called Cricket, but I can tell you I got a fairly painful bite from one at Broadway Tower yesterday afternoon. Very picturesque round there. Lovely spot, as this is. Now Cliff turning again. Pretty breezy day down here at Rugby School, and he's in and bowling to Yates. That's another lovely little turn off the legs. Gives Moriarty a chase, but he can't get that. And that's a backward of square leg for 4 runs. Just maybe a little bit too straight. If anything, Ben Cliff, looking at the way a few of the shots have been played in this over, he's disappointed that he's let him get a boundary off the last ball. 30 now the score after 7 overs. Yorkshire lad says delighted to see Tats back as captain, but genuinely think he should be keeping as well, so that one of the other youngsters could take the batting place of Harry Duke. Former Ousburn CC junior Will Bennison could possibly have had a run out. Do I make way for Phil?
I'll try to do this over and then I'll bring... I'm struggling to attract his attention at the moment. Well, but yeah, well, should we bring Phil in here then? Do you want a little break? And come back in half an hour and replace Moore. In comes Code to bowl, and that's driven down the ground to mid-on for no run. And it remains 30 without loss. This is a sedate start to the game. It's a lovely day, bit of a breeze blowing, but lovely and pleasant. Jonathan Doidge will be rejoining us again. People sat all around the ground. It's full, but comfortably full. It's not. There's plenty of room to stretch out, find somewhere to view the game. That's defended, and there's no run. Ben Coe continuing to be miserly. Hello, Phil Britt.
Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. Nice morning again.
Yeah.
Good crowd building up here.
So I was saying earlier that it's a 3,000 capacity and it is a sellout. However, there won't be 3,000 here. I think it was about 2,300 for the first game. What happens is members have to apply for their tickets, which they're entitled to because it's part of their membership. As Coe bowls and it's short and it's pulled by Barnard. Oh, they've gone for a risky run here. They make it as a strangled run out of appeal. I think it had to be a direct hit. And possibly the throw needed to go to the bowler's end, actually. Because I thought Ed Barnard in particular was struggling somewhat there, but they get through for the single. So yeah, and of course it's the nature of things. Members, no doubt in good faith, apply for their tickets, but one reason or another find that they can't make it on the day. I know they did, whisper it quietly, but I think they did allow a few walk-ups, even though it was technically a sellout. They did allow a few people who rocked up against Surrey. They allowed them in, because they knew it wasn't going to... There was going to be room. Code comes into bowl and Yates plays that. On the offside, there's no run. Such was the interest in the game. They did inquire as to whether they could increase the capacity, but the safety officials decided that 3,000 was right.
One of the problems they've got is that half of the ground you really can't put any spectators on because the fencing is quite tight up against the boundary, isn't it?
As I mentioned, Jonathan George doesn't stop some people parking there. It's actually sitting on the covers, which the ground staff aren't thrilled about. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
I got a number of people concerned because we were so cold during the match against Surrey. They said to us today, "Will we going to be in a warmer spot?" And I said, "I don't think so. We won't go on about the cold today, but." Suffice to say, I'll put my top back on again.
It's not too bad, is it?
I did try it in shirt sleeves, but it was just too fresh.
Code into bowl to Yates, who drives that. That's a good shot from the England Lions player, as he is now. He's driven that for 4. I was saying earlier, he will presumably miss the last group game, and also if Warwickshire are in the quarter-final, which is quite possible. By my reckoning, he and Hampshire Sheikh would miss that as well.
Yeah, if he got straight to the semi-final,
I think he might
they're
be right.
okay. Yeah, but they miss the match on if they do go to the quarter-final on Friday. I just wondered at that stage whether, because the 100 will be coming to the end, whether some of those players may be released back if they're not in the playoffs.
Okay.
So that might compensate.
That always leaves the arguments there because it was a final. I remember one year, wasn't it? One of the counties stuck with the team that they had during the competition, and the other brought all their big names back in. It is a sort of debate as to whether you should or shouldn't, because the final, of course, isn't until September. So in theory, you could play anybody in that.
I think you're restricted to only people who played in the competition.
I don't think you are. Unless they've changed the rules.
I think they've changed it. New over, Hills bowled him. First ball, his spell, he bowls Ed Barnard. So Warwickshire lose their opening wicket. First ball, I'd say, of the day. I'd take me off air. Barnard goes, and Warwickshire are just looking to see, I can't see the scoreboard, 35. Barnard goes for 12, 35 for 1 in the 10th over.
A big wicket there. Barnard has had 2 really big innings in this competition, capturing the side in it, so that's a good one for Yorkshire to get. Doing that kept a bit low, difficult to tell from here. At the top of his stumps.
It just looked to be playing it away, trying to play it through mid-wicket, and whether he just misjudged the line. I haven't got the replay on. But, so Warwickshire lose their first wicket, and they're looking to go through and avoid the quarter-final matches on Friday and go through to straight into the semi-final on Sunday.
But if unless the net run rate changes dramatically, they are relying on Glamorgan slipping up. Let's see how Glamorgan are doing today. I know they got an early wicket. They're playing Leicestershire. They got on 45 for 3 at Leicester. So Glamorgan are somewhat unrelenting. We'll never know whether Warwickshire would have got 155. They needed 18 overs to beat them, but it looked a pretty stiff target.
It was going to be a testing one, wasn't it? Conditions were really difficult as well. The light was very poor, and in the end that drizzle, it never really rained. It was like a sort of mizzly drizzle when it kept coming in, and it just ran out of time in the end to be able to get the game in. So Warwickshire lose their first wicket, and new batsman is Will Rhodes. So out he comes, George Hill, 1 ball, 1 wicket. He's on his way again to the new batsman, Yorkshireman. And this one is edged down to third man off the outside edge of the bat. Ben Code down there does the fielding. Rhodes on his way, but not a particularly convincing shot to get moving. Code, who's far and away Yorkshire's main wicket taker this season in the competition, he's taken 12. And Yorkshire just have 2 bowlers who figure in the top 50 in the averages, Code and Dombess, and no batsman, so not had a great season so far, as Hill in bowls and Yates defends, and out into the offside. There's no run. Ben Cliff comes running in and does the fielding. Very close to the action here today. We are 4 or 5 yards from the boundary edge, and
we had 1 ball coming here. It was very late in the game against Surrey. It was a 4 that was hitting some pace, so we had to scatter a little bit as the ball trundled into our gazebo.
Hill in, and Yates is forward to that, and again run out into the offside. And a bit of a scramble this time between Luxton and Cliff as to who wants to pick the ball up. There's a little bit of cloud over to our right, but over to the school side it's beautiful blue sky. As Hill in, and again forward comes Yates in solid style, plays it back out into the offside, and again there's no run. 21 to Yates. He's faced 33 balls for that. So, no rush. We'll need 1 batsman, I think, to make a score. In he comes again and bowls, and this is driven into the offside, but again won't beat the infield, and there's no run.
No.
End of Hill's over, a successful over, his opening over. He got the wicket of the Warwickshire captain, Ed Barnard, for 12, and at the end of that over it's 36 for 1. We've had 10 overs.
So it's something for both teams in the start. Warwickshire going on okay. And of course, the end of the power play. So it's quite a modest power play, but Warwickshire, I think, have lost the power play most matches. The only time well, they've had 5 completed matches, they've only won 1 power play. That was against Gloucestershire. The other matches, they tied against Leicestershire in the power play, actually same score here, 36, and they lost the power play against Essex, Sussex and Surrey, but won all 3 of those games. They actually got 53 for 1 though in the power play here against Surrey, so Yorkshire have done a decent job in containing them. We're going to see Don Bess, former Bear. Briefly.
What did he play? One game?
He did, one game. I was there at Chelmsford. County Championship game.
Suddenly turned up.
He did. I wasn't aware they'd signed him, so I was slightly confused when I saw his name on the team sheet. That's played out to the offside, there's no run.
But still, it's one game, isn't it?
Once a bear, always a bear, as admin would say. Next one plays back to that. Will Rhodes.
And just looking at the permutations here in terms of there's still 3 sides.
This next one is played onto back to the bowler for no run.
There's 4 sides, ignoring Glamorgan and Warwickshire, who you would think will both qualify for the quarterfinals at least. Just wait.
Best quicker ball that one, and it's played to mid-off for no run.
Gloucester, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire could all mathematically still make the quarterfinals. So there's plenty to play for a good number of the matches today.
Best bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
Remember, if you win the group, either division, you go straight to the next Sunday's semi-final.
Yes, clip round to square leg for a single. If I look at it, say, well, am I right in thinking Warwickshire and Glamorgan are both mathematically certain of a top 3 place? Because I think only Leicestershire can catch them, can't they?
Leicestershire could overtake them, so yes, they are. They're definitely into the quarterfinals, both of them. It's just a question which one goes on to the semi, isn't it? But yes, you are right. Because Gloucester have got 8 points, but have played 7, so they could only end up with 10.
Just to explain, in case anyone's familiar with it, it's slightly different from the T20 Blast. You have to finish in the top 3 to progress. The winners of each group automatically go through to a home semi-final. The 2nd and 3rd places play each other for the right to play the group winners in the semi-final.
Hill starts his 2nd over. He's in and bowls, and this is worked down to 3rd man for a single by Rhodes. Fielded down there by Code. Ben Code does the fielding. I still think in the T20 that the winner of the 2 groups automatically qualified, because when you think they play 14 games?
Yeah. Yes, I quite like this format.
This next one is driven. A good, nice crisp drive by Yates, but he's well fielded up there by Yash Vagadia.
I suppose the only thing, I like this format, but the only thing is that it does increase, I guess, the number of dead rubbers that you get teams already knocked out, and the fact that, teams knocked out a lot quicker.
Yep. This one brings Yates forward. Hill following through, threatens to throw down the stumps, but Yates scampers back into his crease. Again, there's no run. A good start here from Hill in his couple of overs so far. He's kept a good tight line. He got that really prized wicket of Ed Barnard. But, just the 1 run so far off him. 2 runs off him, as this one is pulled away down to deep backward square leg for 1. That's all it will be. by Yates. He moves on to 22, and Warwickshire move on to 39 for 1.
Good news for Warwickshire, I suppose, is Leicestershire got a lot to play for against Glamorgan. Yorkshire got something to play for here because they can still make it, but Leicestershire in particular are in a strong position.
Hill in, bowls. This is going to be more runs. Rhodes runs the first quickly. That's all it will be. The ball is fired in over wicket-keeper's head. Harry Duke behind the stumps. He's not able to pick up that throw, but it was tidied up for him. He has a little look back down to run down at fine leg.
The bad news is Leicestershire are 55 for 4 at Leicester against Glamorgan, with 1 ball of their power play to go.
Here's Hill in and bowls. This is run away into the offside. Luxton is quickly onto it. Prevents the single. End of another over ticks by. That's 12 overs gone. And Warwickshire 40 for 1. So Yorkshire keeping good tight rein on them so far.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's because the pitch was used for the Surrey game. Whether it's a little slower now. Warwickshire have made a modest start, keeping wickets in hand. Just lost Ed Barnard so far. They did do this against Surrey, though. They were scored a little quicker in the power play against Surrey, but I think they were about 144 off 30 overs, something like that, because that's when you sort of look to double the score, and in the end they significantly more than doubled the score from there. So maybe that's their plan here. There's an insect of some description disturbing Will Rhodes and forcing Don Best to wait before he bowls the ball. 1 slip in place as it's played back to him by Rhodes. No run. Rhodes in his last season at Warwickshire before joining Durham.
It's definitely is Durham. I haven't seen the...
Well, I've heard people say it wasn't, but
yeah.
I've seen it on their Twitter feed. So whether that was a mistake and put it on there, I don't know, but I have seen it there. Yeah, they seem to treat it a bit like a state secret, which I don't quite understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Best comes into bowl, quicker ball, and that's nicely played by Rhodes. That will be fielded just in front of us. And they throw in from Cliff, 2 runs. Well fielded by Cliff in front of us. I'm very grateful to him, because otherwise that would have hit the rope and bounced up towards our table.
We'd have leapt, but we'd have been alright. We'd have leapt into action, snatched it away.
Jumped out of the way. Bess into bowl, or he's sweeping that one. That'll bring Cliff running in the other direction and fields it in front of the pavilion. He has to make a tumbling stop this time. They still get 2 runs. A couple of decent shots from Will Rhodes for 2.
Good bit of fielding that from Cliff though. Running around, he's had a bit of ground to make.
Best bowls has played up to the offside. There's a tumbling stop there, and there is no run. So he's trying to push the ball around about a bit, and at least get 1s and 2s if he can't find boundaries. He's driven that one. He'll get a 1 there to long off. That ends Don Bess's over. And it is 44 for 1 after 13.
So, these two just beginning to start to push the rate along a little bit, taking a couple of lap shots there off Don Bess. Still not really... It's not getting boundaries, and the odd one has come through, but it's been a steady opening from Warwickshire so far today, as George Hill continues from the school end. He's in and bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. Just run through the other scores. Surrey are 69 for 1 in the 12th over against Sussex. Nottinghamshire are 52 for 1 in the 12th over against Essex. and Leicester have lost a 5th wicket against Glamorgan. They are 59 for 5 in the 11th over. That's going to be put a bit of pressure on Warwickshire there. In comes Hill in bowls. This is turned nicely through mid-wicket by Rhodes. He'll get one. The ball going to be chased down quickly and returned, but not before they get back for the second. So 2 more to the total. Takes Warwickshire on to 47 for 1. Takes Rhodes on to 11. And elsewhere, Middlesex 39 for 4 against Somerset in the other division. This one is driven nicely by Rhodes, but there's no run. Came out nicely out the middle of the bat, but hit straight up to Don Bess, who doesn't feed it cleanly, but prevents the single. Lancashire 50 for 2 in the 13th over against Northants, and Hampshire in trouble against Worcestershire. They are 49 for 4 after 11 overs, and in the final game Durham 57 for 1 in the 14th over away at Kent. That's Hill in bowls, and that's played up to mid-on, and pick up and shy at the stumps, which Yates was running to, but he gets home as the throw is wide of the stumps. So another single to Rhodes. It goes on to 12, 48 for 1.
So Warwickshire aiming for 2 things. Getting to the obviously if they could get past Glamorgan and win the group, that would be splendid. Just go straight into a home semi-final.
This next one is run to point, but straight to Luxton, who is just at backward point and does the fielding.
If they can't do that, then they need to make sure they finish in 2nd place. I don't think they're quite mathematically certain of that yet. 2nd place would give them a home quarter final. Actually, they probably are. Oh no, because Leicestershire could overtake them, couldn't they? So they're not mathematically certain of that, although the way Leicestershire are going, they may be, without trying too hard today.
I'm going to say they're doing their best to avoid qualification so far today, aren't they?
But so 2nd place would give them a home quarter final, but then they would be away to one of the group winners in the semi-final, and presumably it could be either of them.
Well, I don't know. Do they? Well, presumably they play the one from the other group.
Well, no, they can't, can they? Because 2 teams from the same group might both win their quarterfinals.
Yes, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, true enough. Yeah, but it's a draw then. Hill bowls. Yeah. This one is pushed again out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Yes, I suppose that's true. Of course.
Whether if it turns out that both teams are from the opposite groups, whether they then just play the team from the other group, or whether it just goes straight through to a draw, I must confess, I don't know for certain. But there we are. Problems for another day. At the moment, the other group, in terms of winning, it's actually difficult to call at the moment. As Somerset, Worcestershire and Hampshire are all, I'm saying Hampshire are struggling today, but coming into today they were all in decent contention of winning the group, with Durham and Middlesex not completely out of it. The other group looks fairly open, apart from poor old Lancashire and Northants. Northants have won 1 out of 6, Lancashire have won none out of 6. Only 2 no results in the whole competition. 1 match abandoned without a ball being bowled. That was in the other group. Alas, Warwickshire involved in the other no result. Against Glamorgan, as Don Bess comes into bowl, that's whipped away to long off for a single. And if to choose a match to be abandoned without a result, it wouldn't have been that one, which is the top 2 in the group. Ho hum.
Right, I've got. If Glamorgan were to go on and beat Leicester today, Warwickshire would definitely finish in second place. Yeah. With a home tie then.
They'd also be less likely to finish top. That's pushed out to the offside, there's no run.
Yeah.
So of course if Warwickshire were to win this, then irrespective of the other result, that too would clinch the top 2 place. Yeah. Bess into bowl to Yates, gives that plenty of air. Yates with a puff of ground underneath him, plays out into the offside for a single, and that brings the 50 up. 15th over. It's been a bit of work for Warwickshire to get there. They've only lost 1 wicket, so they're keeping wickets in hand. Have the opportunity on what is a smallish ground to be able to knock the ball around late in the innings. That's played too long on for a single by Rhodes. Splendid days of people sitting under trees, and there are chairs all around the ground. You can bring your own as well. Natural vantage points of the banks opposite us. Splendid setting. Rugby School, that's in the air, but it's not going to go far enough to get Yates into trouble. It was a false shot, bit of a leading edge, but he does get a single. And
it's just for a second. There was the sort of look to see is there a fielder going to be under that, but safe enough.
Bess bowls, and it's a sweep shot from Rose. Doesn't totally get hold of it, but he'll get a comfortable single. And Don Bess getting through his overs nice and quickly to keep things moving on. Warwickshire 53 for 1 after 15 overs here at Rugby School. And Don Bess so far has bowled 3 overs for 11 runs.
George Hill going to continue from the school end.
He's 1 for 7 off his 3, so he's going well, George Hill.
Here he comes in. The ball. This is pulled by Rhodes straight to mid-wicket, and Hill picks up his 2nd wicket. Warwickshire lose their 2nd wicket, and that was a slightly short delivery which Rhodes never really got hold of. It was a lowish catch down at sort of knee height, but straight to the fielder, and Rhodes walks off there somewhat disconsolate as he walked away. He knew he probably missed out on there. Eyes lit up when he saw the short delivery, but really picked out the fielder with pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah, I feel that was quite a tame dismissal. He was moving the ball around quite nicely in the latter part of the innings, in a few twos, but he just miscued that one straight to the fielder. So Hamza Sheikh, fresh from having captained the England under the 19s and played for the Counties 11, is now in the England Lions team, being talked up by Michael Vaughan, and it's all moving quite quickly for Hamza Sheikh at the moment, which is good to see. Big prospect. He's made runs in this competition this season without making big scores. He's made telling contributions.
What he has looked though, Clive, is very comfortable and confident at the wicket. Really does look the part, I have to say. Thought he batted really well here against Surrey.
Yeah, I was just looking up his scores. It was here. He got 39 against Surrey, made 37 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. His 34 not out against Leicester. They were chasing a very low target, but they were 7 for 2 when he walked to the crease. So he's just had 2 failures, you're like a duck against Essex and 2 against Sussex, but he's got into the 30s in each of his other 3 innings.
It was Finlay Bean who took the catch at short mid-wicket. So George Hill's figures looking very impressive at the moment, as Hamza Sheikh has a look round, and Hill on his way in this bright sunshine. Hamza Sheikh waits, goes back and then forward and defends into the offside, and Bean does the fielding, and there's no run.
It's quite interesting listening to 2 news bulletins at the same time as we are on our headphones. I'm about to do a report into both at the same time. It's already magic. Thanks to Eddie, our engineer, for managing to concoct the system, which seems to be working rather well.
Hill bowls, and again Sheikh comes forward and pushes it back down the wicket, and again it's a dot ball.
Just a few clouds in the sky, but it's generally almost uninterrupted blue sky. Look at these historic buildings at Rugby School.
There's Hill in, bowls, Shake is defending, it passes Hill but up to mid-off. It's a really good spell from George Hill, 2 for 7, he's in his 4th over. And he's kept a real lock after Ben Cliff was 0 for 19 from his 4. Hill's kept up the good work, but got the wickets. So far, very economic, all the Yorkshire bowlers. This one is driven, and this time up to a deepish mid-on, but on best does the fielding. There's no run. So the crowd so far, they've not been able to see the ball whizzing round the field. Warwickshire really sort of digging in and being watchful.
There's 5 4s, no 6s yet.
This one is again on the mark, and again it was a really good over.
Interrupted. I'll do a run up and then Jonathan Dodge will return. This is Clive. I know I keep forgetting on a Sunday it's 4 minutes past, not 3 minutes past, so that was a false start. So back again.
Why are you later on a Sunday?
Oh, it's just the length of the bulletins. Don't
More happens on a Saturday and a Sunday morning.
Just do it when I'm told. Weekend bulletins we do it at 4 minutes past, for what it's worth. So I'll describe 1 or 2 balls, and then Jonathan Doidge will return. Tom Bess to bowl. He's bowling to Rob Yates. There's a bit of pace there. Down Mosley-esque. That's pushed out to the offside for no run. Next time I'm on with Jonathan Doidge, I must talk Katie Levitt with him, because I heard her produce some heroics for Birmingham Phoenix last night as a sometime commentator on these commentaries. This is Clive Eakin at Rugby School, where Warwickshire made an okay start, having been put in by Yorkshire in their Metrobank One Day Cup. Warwickshire have won all 5 of their completed matches so far. They've been made to work so far here. They're 55 for 2 in the 17th over. They've lost Ed Barnard and Will Rose, both falling to the young seam bowler George Hill. Barnard bowled for 12 and Will Rose hitting one straight to Finley Bean at mid-wicket to go for 15. Rob Yates watchful but solid. He's on 24. He's been joined by Hamza Sheikh. Both these players have been called up into the England Lions squad recently, so they'll be keen to impress. Warwickshire 55 for 2 in the 17th over. This is Clive Eakin at Rugby School. And I'll just tell you that a lovely 4 has just been hit by Rob Yates before I bring Jonathan Doidge back in. So you better finish this over, I think.
Okay, thanks Clive. I'm going to move over to you so Jonathan can have his laptop.
Oh right, okay, that's confusing things, isn't it? Right, okay. Nothing like doing things simply. Bess comes into bowl. I better complete the over now then. And that's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. And hello.
Hello. Thanks, Phil. Very accommodating.
Yeah.
It does help.
Gives that a bit of air, and that's played to long on for a single. And 59 for 2. So Jonathan Doidge will be joined by Phil Britt.
Yeah, and well, promising. There's a bit of promise, I guess, for both sides here. It's not a bad start on the board, 60, but they have lost a couple. And George Hill, obviously going pretty well since he took charge with the ball at the school end of the ground. Just had a nice little stroll around while I was off, talking to Yorkshire President Jane Powell and her twin sister Jill, who's over from Australia. And here's George Hill bowling to the left-handed Rob Yates, who's still there. 31 from 50 deliveries so far for him. Turn that delivery into the leg side, and there was no run. 2 men to have gone so far. And Barnard was bowled by George Hill. The first ball George bowled at the Warwickshire skipper, middle stump, knocked back, and then Will Rhodes, Yorkshire man, Caught Bean bowled Hill for 15 off 23, and Hill in again, punched into the offside and fielded by the diving Ben Cliff at short extra cover. No run. Good day, sir.
Good morning. Are we still morning? No, we're not. Good afternoon now. It's 12:10. Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are you? You enjoying here?
Say again?
Are you enjoying the rugby experience?
Lovely. It's great, yeah. I mean, I think as long as the facilities work in doing this job, then you're always happy with something a bit different. It's when you've got the panic of, oh, they don't have electricity here, or there's no Wi-Fi in it. They're the challenges. But no, lovely day, great setting, and everything, I'm pleased to say, works. Single there, by the way, to Yates. Matthew Revis just to our left on the boundary edge. Looks like he's going to be coming on fairly soon, keeping himself loose with a few rehearsals of his bowling action. Meanwhile, Hill, right arm over, advancing down the pitch. His hands are shaken. That's pushed to Cliff, who's in that same position as he was for the lefty. So straight mid-wicket, 1 run.
Yeah, need to start just pushing along a bit more, I think, now. Warwickshire, we're into the 18th over, and it's been steady scoring as opposed to anybody really getting after the bowling so far.
Hill again. Oh, that's cut firmly and hit the knee, I think the left knee by the looks of it, of Will Luxton, who's going to feel that. If it's that area around about the kneecap, that's going to be painful. And he deflected it almost at right angles to Ben Code coming in from the boundary. The upshot was a run to Yates and a bit of pain for Luxton.
He's jogging off back to backward point and trying to run it off, but anybody who's played cricket will know just how that feels when you go down to field a ball and get hit on the kneecap.
In comes Hill. Sheikh drops that into the offside and takes on the field and gets there for another single, which completes the over at 64, I think it will be when the board updates. Just checking on that. Yeah, 64 for 2 after 18 complete overs. Now, it's the sort of thing that when you're a child, your dad said to you, rub it, just keep flexing it, rub it, grit your teeth.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt really.
That's the downside of being taught to get everything behind the ball. Yes, it stops the ball, but it's half hurt when it when it beats the hands, and that's the only bit of body which can stop it. Don Best's going to continue. We haven't really got this end sorted out. The Collingwood end, we sort of called it, mainly because we parked our cars in the Collingwood car park, but not really sure what the announcer or our scorer Mel Smith has given us another name, but I never quite catch what it is he's calling it. Anyway, it's not the score end. Here's Don Bess, he's in and bowls. Forward comes Sheikh and just plays it back into the onside. There's no run. The crowd today, certainly not the 3,000 which the tickets were sold. There's nowhere near that many here. There's Bess in. This one is cut away through backward point. It's a long chase round for Rivers, who gets there and keeps them down to 2. And just waited and cut it away through backward point. It evaded Ben Code, who's at backward point. And, 2 they got. In comes Bess again. Forward comes Sheikh and drives. And Bess goes diving across, goalkeeper style, to his right and prevents the run. Good fielding in front of Rob Yates at the non-striker's end. And again comes Bess, gets through the overs very quickly as this is driven. Again, Bess fields off his own bowling. Sheikh playing confidently, but striking the ball well, but can't get past the bowler, who's keeping a good line. In he comes to him, bowls, and this one is hit over the top in the air. It's going to drop down in front of the fielder out there. Is that?
That is Finley Bean, by the looks of things. Yep.
Does the fielding. Sheikh gets a single, and yes, 33. I couldn't see the number on his back. But, 1-2 shake. Yates in, drives them straight back to the bowler. So a good tidy over there from Dom Bess. Warwickshire have moved on to 67 after 19 overs. 33 to Yates, 5-2, and there's a shake.
Martin Bentley, good afternoon to you. Says, interesting that Masood isn't here and Bess gets an early bowl and doesn't look half bad. Yeah, he's been challenged in terms of the number of overs he's bowled in the competition so far. Let's have a look. He's bowled 24 overs, Dom Bess, prior to this match.
6
in the
wickets,
entire
I think
competition. Yeah, so not a lot really for Bess. Obviously Moriarty taking up the predominance of the spin related overs, and he's bowled going into this match almost twice as many, 47. Here's Hill meanwhile bowling to Hamza Sheikh, who's dropping into the offside and calling his partner Yates for a single that Yates does not fancy.
I think he made the right decision there as well.
Yeah, good shout. Better safe than sorry at this stage.
Yeah, I was looking at the Yorkshire bowlers in the averages, and there's only in the top 50 Ben Code, who's taken 12 wickets, and Dom Bess in the top 50 in the country.
Yeah, as Hill's latest delivery defended solidly by Sheikh, no run.
And I couldn't see, the other thing was I couldn't see any Yorkshire batsmen in the top 50 either, so kind of indicates sort of it's a middling type of season really so far.
Yeah, it was a tough start.
Yeah. Still mathematically possible to qualify though, isn't it?
Yeah. In comes Hill, and that's 6. He's being pinged away down towards the changing rooms, away to our left, wide of long on, or what would have been long on. There isn't a fielder out that deep in that general direction. Just a little bit too short of length, and he's climbed into that and played it very nicely.
I think they'll need to take a look at that ball as well. It crashed into the pavilion, into the brickwork.
So that you don't get struck by the ball when it comes your way.
Well, I would think Mel, the scorer, who's just told everybody to watch out, he's probably the one who was in the most danger there, Jonathan. I reckon it nearly came his way.
But it is true, isn't it? We see, it's not uncommon to see spectators hit by a ball that you've come to see a match of, and take your eye off it for an instant, and that can happen.
It always worries me a lot with the ball being launched into the crowds with the children are there, because they do not watch the ball, most of them.
Hill in again, and Sheikh this time, having got the 6, just drops that one out square on the offside. No run. Gary Connell observes that Dom Bess has already bowled more today than in 2 full games at Scarborough. Good to see Johnny Tattersall showing confidence in his experienced off-spinner. Good morning and good afternoon to you, Lily. He was pleased to see Johnny Tapp back as captain. Martin Bentley says, interesting that Fisher is reported to be fit but isn't playing. You'd have thought we might give him a couple of games to warm up for the county championship, but he's always taking games to get going, he says, as there's an appeal here for LBW, I should imagine.
Caught behind, I think he might have got a nick through to the keeper.
Very difficult from where we're sitting to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are deep backward square leg to the leg side of the right-hander, and either way he has gone. So a 3rd wicket taken. A 3rd wicket falls to George Hill, who is on fire today from the school end of the ground, having struck with his very first delivery. A little bit more for Warwickshire to think about. Should be Michael Burgess coming in next, and George Hill at the point of taking that wicket. 3 for 17. And caught behind is confirmed as the decision. We saw him dive and take the ball, but it didn't sort of feel it was a definite nick, because it was dying on him, as if it maybe hit the pad on the way through and softened the pace of the ball. But either way, that's the decision.
I don't know what about you, but I'm really, we were saying during the last game, so rarely these days commentate from side onto the wicket, and certainly at ground level. Normally we're sat perched high up looking down over the bowler's arm.
There we go. correction.
He has
Hands
gone
of shape.
leg. Well,
Was
good
leg before
shout
wicket.
then. Well done. Yeah, good. Been corrected. So leg before.
Harry Duke will be remonstrating with the officials now, saying, "No, I want that victim."
Well done.
But again, it just shows you, doesn't it? Bowled one, LBW, bowling straight today, George. Occasionally it cost him that 6 earlier in the over, but yeah, 3 for 17, and he's got 1 ball remaining in his 6th over. Tremendous effort from him, and it's 73 for 3.
And it's put Yorkshire in a very strong position here at the moment, as they look to get this victory to keep their interest in the competition going. Michael Burgess is the new Warwickshire batsman.
Yeah, a few years ago there were sort of rumblings that he might be a player that they were interested in, funnily enough, with white ball cricket in mind, I think. Never went any further. Number 61 on his back, right-handed, facing George Hill, and taking a good stride and more to play that first delivery that he received, the last ball of the 20th. So 73 for 3 after 20 overs.
Yeah, I'd say at this stage advantage Yorkshire, but after that first 20 overs. Just looking at other games, because these other games are key in terms of with Warwickshire. Leicestershire making a little bit of a recovery against Glamorgan. They're 93 for 5 in the 17th. Peter Hanscom is in, he's 25 not out, and Ben Cox is in with him. He's 23 not out, so they've helped him on to 93. Here Don Best continues, and this first one is a little bit short, and back goes Yates and cuts it away out to the cover boundary, but only for a single. So Yates moves on to 34, and total goes on to 74 for 3.
How's the championship season been going so far?
Not as well as we would have hoped. As this Best is in, and this one is played up to the short mid-on. Warwickshire still not had a win in the championship, and they are sitting at the moment precariously close to the bottom 2. This is turned away uppishly by Burgess. He'll get a single to get off the mark as it goes down to the deep mid-wicket. It'll just be the one. It went back and turned the ball through mid-wicket. It was in the air for a while, but nobody in at orthodox mid-wicket. Yates back onto strike. Bess is in and bowls, and this is driven up to Finley Bean, who does the fielding about long off. One more to the total. That's all we're going through at the moment. We had that 6, but we've had very few boundaries over the last few overs, as this one brings forward Burgess, who runs it away to cover point, and they think about the run but then decide they won't, as Ben Code comes quickly onto it and prevents the single. And Bess in again and bowls, and this one is again well fielded by Bess, diving across in front of stumps, and off the final ball of another tidy over from Yorkshire. At the end of 21, it's 76 for 3.
Yeah, just the 3 runs from that. Bess with 6 overs for 24 so far. Ben Code 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. Has been just about as tight as ever. Ben Cliff 4 overs for 19. George Hill 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17 has done the damage. And Bess has been pretty tidy. So Warwickshire, well, Yorkshire will be pleased that they haven't got away yet, at least.
Good spell that from George Hill.
Really
good spell.
So clearly saving an over or 2 for later. Still got 4 to bowl if required. Matthew Revis into the attack for the first time at the school end. Right arm seam. Bowling here to Yates, who's trying to turn that one to leg. There's no bounce on this occasion. That was what beat him. Wrapped the pad. There was an appeal, as you'll have heard. but leg by Given.
Yeah, going in to answer your question, in the Championship, Warwickshire at the moment played 9, won none. The only team in the First Division not to have won a game so far, and have lost 3 and drawn 6, and 96 points, just above Worcestershire, who've got 91, and Kent a little bit detached at 66. So some big games. They've got to play Worcestershire, and they first of all can play Somerset, who are in second place. That's the next game.
In comes Revis, punched off the back foot into the offside by Burgess. He'll pick up 1 out there to the sweeping Vigadia. Yeah, well, of course, we remember painfully, those who follow Yorkshire, 2022, Liam Norwell producing...
never played again since.
His antics on the last day of the season, never played since.
He's been injured ever since, Liam. He's made 1 or 2, they thought he was going to be back, and every time he's picked up another injury.
Revis is in, that's punched into the offside, and there is no run.
Does he still have to travel to north, up to Durham and Northumberland via Lancashire? Is he not allowed into the county? Or he has to travel under disguise at night?
If only it was his fault. It wasn't, was it? It's nothing to do with him, really. He was just playing for his own county on that day.
Yeah, bowled brilliantly that day.
Didn't he?
Gosh, that was a strange afternoon.
Here's Revis. Attempt at turning into the leg side by Yates, but it wraps the pad. Yeah, and of course Yorkshire had finished the day before.
Yep.
And so, all sitting at home watching, I remember messaging into Clive. Who were you playing that day?
We were playing Hampshire.
Hampshire, yep. And messaging into Clive and JMO.
Yeah, Kevin was there. Kevin Howell was there. It was full cast.
Revis is in again. Yates pushes into the offside, fielded by Bess at mid-off, no run. Yeah, and I just remember, I mean, all the way through the season, you know, when you sort of, you think gut feeling, and the gut feeling was that even if they get into difficulty, I didn't think that they would suffer the drop. And it looked like that was going to be the case right up until that spell, really. It was just, that was it, wasn't it? It was all on that one
after lunch on the final day.
Yeah, nothing really up that point suggested that they were going to go down. As Yates drops into the offside, the final ball of that Revis over, which went for 2, 78 for 3 after 22 overs, Warwickshire.
Yeah, and in fairness, Warwickshire, it looked, it was the great escape, really, because they looked nailed on for relegation, the way they played. Just got to be careful we don't have back ourselves into that same situation, that, requiring a miracle on the final day again. But this season, but they do need to start winning some championship games. So 0 out of 9 isn't great. We've still got 5 to go, but got some tough ones in there. Done best to continue to bowl to Michael Burgess. He's in and gives that one plenty of air, and Burgess goes back late and just runs it away down to backward point. Code does the fielding, but can't prevent the single. So another 1 to the total, 79 off 22. So really have kept a check on them. It's best in again and bowls, and this is stroked back nicely by Yates, but up to the bowler. Yates has certainly, he's batting solidly, but not really being able to get that rate up much as he goes back and cuts this one, or tries to, and the ball not quite, I don't think it quite got through to him at the pace he was expecting. So whether this wicket's a little bit slower than we thought. There was 620 runs scored in the Surrey match just over a week ago, and I think they're on the same wicket. As Best comes in again and bowls, gives that air, and that's lofted right over our heads. That's gone somewhere down towards
it's on the road,
Dunchurch.
Yeah, it's on the road.
He's given that a terrific hit, straight out of the ground, and literally out of the ground. It might well have hit somebody's car parked behind us, but
Yeah, there's a garage or shed or something in there behind us, a building, and that's 30 yards behind where we're sitting, and it's cleared that and landed in the road behind us.
Anyway, that was quite a big 6 over mid-wicket. Fortunately, it was immediately over our heads, and I would say 30-40 foot over our heads, probably.
Yeah, a long way over. Don Best did stop just before the delivery to have a word with the umpire, didn't he? I'm not sure he was going to say, you better get a spare ball ready with what I'm going to throw up here, but it was a full toss, and he picked it up very nicely, and just what you need really when, as you say, he's not really been batting with the most fluency so far, but he has at least given himself a good chance here by staying there. Jim Green says, hi Jonathan, interesting that your fellow commentator has noted how rubbish we have been.
No.
At least we have a captain for this game.
No, I don't think those were my words exactly. I just said it was interesting that there were so few in the top 50 in either batting or bowling, which averages.
First time Yorkshire have played Warwickshire anywhere other than Edgbaston since 1954 when they played at Courtaulds. Courtaulds, is it?
Yeah. It used to be the ground in Coventry.
Okay. Yeah. It says Courtaulds. I'm Coventry. I think it probably means Courtaulds in Coventry. 10 wicket win for Yorkshire, and Truman 7 for in the first innings. Magnificent.
That was what they call proper cricket, wasn't it? That would be championship cricket. But, two more there, cut away by Yates as to finish the over off. So a better over there for Warwickshire as 87 for 3, 43 Yates moved on to with that 6 and then that 2 and 3 to Burgess.
Yeah,
that ground doesn't exist anymore, Courtaulds in Coventry. That it figured in, and I can't remember the name of the film, but a film with Jimmy Jewell as a groundsman, where he looked after the wicket, and the ground they used was a Courtaulds at Coventry, and it was all about a cricket groundsman. And somebody, I'm sure, will know the name of the film, but it was a really, really good film. If you like, as a cricket lover.
Yep. Revis continuing at the school end, bowling here to Burgess, who goes back and across and opens the face and runs one out to the sweeping Vigadia. Deep backward point for 1. Good afternoon, Russ Harker, who says, Russ here, normally from Klein-Machnow in Berlin, which Deutsche has now mastered to say, but today writing from the Greek island of Kos, which is infinitely easier. Or is it Kos?
I bet it's warmer there than here.
Great to see today's game played in fabulous conditions on a great ground.
Yeah.
I was wondering what your thoughts are on Matt Fisher going to Surrey. He's been a proverbial sick note for Yorkshire, he says, but when he's fit, he's test standard. Yates pushes into the offside and Cliff feels no run. He says, I see it as good sense for Yorkshire, but high risk for Surrey, although I'm sure the contract will cover all eventualities. Well, you would expect it to, wouldn't you? It's a funny one in some respects, but it's understandable as well. More in a moment, because Matthew Revis is just turning at the end of his run, and that's punched into the offside. Lovely little push by Yates, half stopped by Cliff, full job done by Bess, and they get 1. So yeah, he probably, as you'd expect, wouldn't want to go and play his cricket anywhere else, Matthew Fisher, but Yorkshire, it has been difficult for him to get on the park, as we know. I think we have laboured that numerous times over the last few years. If there's one club that can get him back to where he wants to be, which is playing for England, other than Yorkshire, then you would think it would be that one, as Revis is in, and that's run very fine by Burgess. I think that was a deliberate shot, just opened the face. Moriarty is at third man, but he's got it away through what looks like it was probably about first slip. Very difficult for us to tell from here, but an effective shot for 4. So if Surrey can get the physios and all the rest of it, the strength and conditioning people onto it, and manage Matthew Fisher, then his abilities at 26 suggest he could still get back there. From the county's point of view, they obviously want players who are going to be able to play more often. Revis is in, and tries to flick that on the leg side again. Evidence of no bounce. It's just seen it 2 or 3 times, Phil, from the school end. So that's something that Yorkshire batters might have in their minds.
Surprised that didn't want to get called a wide down the leg side, because he obviously didn't get anything onto it.
No, it depends how far. If he shuffled right across, because they're applying that sort of
could have been
leeway.
We've got no way of knowing from here.
No chance. No chance. We're just guessing. Probably what.
I didn't realise he was leaving, actually, to go to Surrey.
Yeah, it was just announced this week. Yorkshire announced that they're parting company with him. But, you know, from his point of view, you can imagine a deal at somewhere like Surrey for a player who's played for England would be pretty good. And if they're going to manage his injuries, it's maybe that other thing as well, you know, London lifestyle for a year or two. Not quite sure. As in comes Revis again, right arm over, and Burgess once more just using the pace of the ball to drop it out square on the offside and pick up another single. 94 for 3, so 7 off that over. So,
well, it's a good opportunity, isn't it? You know, they're going to obviously be without one of their bowlers at least on international duty.
And the other thing is, you know, no idea what Matthew Fisher's contract is financially with Yorkshire, but if you are, and I certainly don't mean any disrespect when I say this, but if you're going to pay somebody to do a job and they can't get out on the field and do that job, then you know you can see their side of things as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we absolutely wish him all the very best, and you never know what the future holds and whether he might return at some point.
Don Best starts another over, and this is turned to mid-wicket by Burgess, and there's no run. 94 for 3. We've had 24 overs. Only halfway through the innings as Best comes in, gives that plenty of air, and it's stroked away out into the offside for a single. Revis does the fielding out there, just restricts them to 1, so Burgess moves on to 11. Yates is on, to 10 rather. Yates takes this next one, goes back and chops it away out just in front of the square on the offside for a single. That's all it will be out there. So Warwickshire just moving along in singles. Warwickshire have had 1 or 2 players who were very difficult to get them on the field. This one is in the air and could well be taken on the boundary and is caught. It's another one where ball a little bit short, dropped short by Don Best this time, and Burgess looking to pull it away. Again, almost like the eyes light up and they think, right, we'll get this one away, and he never quite got hold of that. In the end, it was a very comfortable catch out at deep mid-wicket. I think that was that Yash Pagalia?
It was, yeah.
He took that catch out.
It was almost like he was waiting forever for the ball to get to him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It felt like Bess had taken a bit of pace off the ball there, because he's usually just firing it through that a little bit quicker. And maybe it slightly died on Burgess, who just a little bit of element of reach about it as he pulled it. He clearly hasn't timed it, so working hard for the wickets, working hard for the runs out there at the moment as well. Yates 45 off 70, but Burgess has gone for 10 off 14.
I think it's a good time. Clive can come back in on that wicket, see if he can bring Warwickshire any more luck than I have.
So 24 overs and 4 balls in, just about at the halfway stage, and that has prompted the halfway drinks. A couple of balls early. Wickets so far have fallen at 35. That was Barnard bowled Hill. First ball George bowled. He made 12 off 24, Ed Barnard. Will Rhodes 15 off 23, went when the score was on 53 in the 16th over. Hamza Sheikh going LBW to George Hill for 11 off 17 when the score was on 73 in the 20th over. And now Michael Burgess caught Vigardia at mid-wicket off Bess for 10 off 14. The score 96 for 4 after 24 overs and 4 balls. That most recent partnership worth 23. So struggling to build partnerships of any major significance just at this moment in time. And it's going to be Chris Benjamin who makes his way out to the middle for Warwickshire, and Clive's back alongside.
He did bat well here against Surrey. Chris Benjamin, but From Warwickshire's point of view, you'll need to. They've got a bit of work to do. This looks to be very different from what how things went against Surrey here. Warwickshire made 3-11 and only just managed to defend it. Not going to get to that sort of score here unless anything very dramatic happens in the
but
stages.
Yorkshire managed to double their score against the odds really the other day at Scarborough on a second use of a pitch from 35 overs to 50. They bang on doubled it. So, and that was having lost a few wickets. So it is still possible if you're back deep in this competition, I think, to pile on some runs late on. But you do want to keep, even if it's 3 or 4 wickets in hand, to give yourself a chance of doing that. So it's going to be Benjamin, then 2 balls left in this Bess over. As it was Phil's, I'll let you complete the job.
Slip in place as he comes into bowl. He almost stands on his stumps there. Benjamin doesn't get hold of it, plays it into the ground for no run.
Been for a wander?
I just got to fetch something from my car actually. He must know. It's next one. I will have a little wander later. That's played to point. There's no run. It's a pleasant ground to walk round. End of the over, and it's 96 for 4. We're at the halfway stage of the innings.
Ravis to continue at the school end. So far 2 overs for 8 against his name. Yorkshire, well, a reflection of the total, nobody's gone for more than 4.75 and over yet, so that's better than what was produced at Scarborough just the other day. Oh, Ravis isn't going to continue. In fact, he's now run beyond that end, and Dan Moriarty for the first time today, he's had to bide his time for a change in this comp, having started the day but having bowled almost twice as many overs as Bess has in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Gets his first taste of action from the school end then. Left arm spin for those who haven't seen him before. Consistent in terms of the areas he drops the ball in. Certainly, generally doesn't go for big runs. Doesn't. Well, I was going to say doesn't take heaps of wickets in this competition. Let's just check back on that before I put my foot in it. No, he's taken 6 so far in 47 overs. 2 for 36 is best. That was his first delivery, and it was punched back to him, as was the second as well. Back foot this time by Yates. I think the probably just about the worst thing at the moment for Warwickshire would be if he lost his wicket, having been grinding away out there and really giving himself every chance to get used to the pace of the pitch. He's playing well without absolutely kind of zinging fluency about what he's done. He's just hit one along the deck up to Don Bess at mid-off and picks up 1.
Yeah, he made 40 in the game against Surrey here. Rob Yates, who says that the England Lions call, hasn't made big runs in this competition so far this season. He's made contributions. This might be his time to build a big score and try and lead Warwickshire to some sort of defendable total.
Yeah, had 100 to his name before today started in total. But it's Benjamin on strike, right-handed, with a lovely straight forward defensive push straight back to Moriarty. So he's had 3 of these deliveries pushed straight back to him, which gives you an indicator, because we can't really genuinely can't tell from where we're sitting, gives you an indicator as to the sort of line he's bowling. Benjamin with his back to us as he shapes up to play this delivery. He goes back foot, opens the face, runs it out to Vagadia coming in from the point boundary, and they pick up another 1. Just get that feeling, even though we're in the shade and it is just a little bit on the chillier side, you can almost, it's almost like opening the oven, isn't it, when you get that that feeling of heat coming out. You can sort of feel it blowing across, if you like. Hot out there, cooler in here.
Oh, hello.
We welcome that, and that's yours, Clive. Lovely shot. Oh, poor Poor piece of fielding there, Clive.
Yes, sorry about that.
Tries to get out of the way of that.
Well, that's
me.
That's me all over. Easily 50, by the way, for Rob Yates.
Yeah, 4 back with a point brings up that 50. He's played well, deserved that. George Hill coming over to do a bit of fielding behind us somewhere. 102 for 4 after 26.
We've actually got a double rope in front of us, making it very likely the ball's going to kick up.
Stop making excuses, come on. I think you're in the school 3rd team on the back of that.
Lucky to make that. Anyway. I'm glad George didn't trip over any of the wires here, otherwise that would have been unfortunate. Anyway, Best comes into bowl, and that's driven, and that's straight for a single. And it is 103 for 4, so I'm not sure. They're building, they're not scoring freely so far. Yates plays that one to mid-off, there's no run. Bess in again, gives that one a bit of air, and Yates drives it to a long off for a single. Bess has one more over left after this. For 36 thus far. Which only hit 7 4s, 2 6s as well. Donbass just sorting out his field. He's bringing long off in a bit. And he comes into bowl. So quicker balls turned round to square leg by Chris Benjamin. One more run, 105 for 4. Warwickshire put in by Yorkshire. Yorkshire still with hopes of qualifying in this competition. Warwickshire will definitely be in the knockout stages, but exactly where and when remains to be seen. That one pops up a little bit on Yates and comes off his bat in the air momentarily. There's no run.
Yeah, good luck with that if you don't know where you're going. Yorkshire played on a Wednesday in Cardiff and then had to find their way to Chelmsford for a Friday match 3 years ago.
Yes, that's driven. Was he a bit of yes knowing? Warwickshire will probably get a home quarter final. They either need a win here or hope that Leicestershire slip up to ensure that. So there could be Edgbaston, and then, well, I could end up going to presumably Cardiff, or it could be it could be Taunton, it could be New Road, it could be Southampton, could at a pinch be Chester Street.
I can't remember where.
If they win the quarter final, of course.
Yeah, can't remember where we stayed now for that Chelmsford match, but I do recall that the usual haunts were full already at such short notice, and had to drive a fair way in. So Moriarty to continue in his shades at the school end of the ground, bowling here to Benjamin, who looked as though he was trying to turn it into a yawning gap on the onside, but he's diverted it to long off, where Revis comes into field 1 run. A little skip from Moriarty as he makes his way in again. Dropped out squarish on the offside. No run on this occasion. Ravis.
Sorry, saying for Yorkshire to qualify. They need to win here and then beat Glamorgan, don't they? The last game, you would think. Give them a chance.
Moriarty in. Oh, nicely played. Reverse sweep. First time I can consciously recall one being played in the match so far, and it was well executed and brings Benjamin 4.
Made a very satisfying clank on the tin advertising hoarding. Straight down the ground.
Moriarty again. It was Yates rather than Benjamin, by the way, hit the 4. My apologies. And he's just Banged one straight back along the deck to Moriarty.
Signs that Yates feels he needs to start pushing the pedal a little bit.
Moriarty in again, another reverse sweep attempt, this time off the cue end. There's a yes, no, wait, yes, no, wait again, as Will Luxton has a bit of a giggle having fumbled it. I think it was the spin on the ball he seemed to be indicating, because he is a very tidy fielder indeed. One of those that the lads round the ground, you all hate it when you get it hit to you, but you laugh if anybody else is on the receiving end. Moriarty round the wicket, left arm to the left-handed Yates, who's punched one along the deck up to Revis at long on for a single to complete the over at Nelson. 1-1-1 for the loss of 4 wickets. Martin Bentley has just messaged in to say, interesting comment about Best not knowing why he's not getting bowled much. I remember the same thing last year in the Championship. Surely Masood gives players feedback. Well, you would think so, clearly. The likes of Clive and I are not privy to everything that goes on behind the 4 walls of the dressing room, and those discussions that take place after or before or during matches.
Well, he's going to bowl full complement here, because this is his 10th over. Quicker ball driven to long off for a single. And arguably he might be succeeding in making a point, because it's been a pretty decent 10 overs, as long as this one doesn't go for too many. Comes into to bowl, and that's turned round to square leg for 1 by Benjamin.
Have you been talking about a Jimmy Jewell film earlier when I was off?
Not me.
No?
No. No. Can't say I was. This one, I tell you what I did want to talk to you about. That's a reverse sweep, and it's a good stop. The ball bouncing awkwardly there for Dan Moriarty, and he prevents any runs. When I've done matches with you, particularly championship matches, we've sometimes had Katie Levick, haven't we, summarising? I switched my radio on my way back from the football yesterday. Birmingham Phoenix in the field. Welsh finally did 16 off 10 balls. Katie bowled the next 5. 2 wickets, 2 runs, match virtually won. I think she's obviously absorbed the wisdom she gets from commentating with us. Well done, Katie. Oh, that's a full toss. That's coming in here, blimey. That's hit hard for 4. It matches into a table with a couple of cameras there. I didn't bounce onto any of the cameras.
No.
That was firmly hit by Rob Yates. And he's beginning to tick along now, looking for his, maybe a bit early to say this, but looking for his 4th this day century. He's on to 61. Gets that a bit of air, does Moriarty, and it's just worked into the offside for a single.
Yeah, well, so I don't know quite what where the Jimmy Jewell things come from, but Gavin Gray says there's a film called Arthur's Hallowed Ground. Has it been used as a location maybe, or something like that? I certainly can't remember it being mentioned, unless Phil mentioned it and I was in another world when I was on with him, which is entirely possible.
Here he comes. Best is turned round to square leg for a single, and that is the end of Best. I'm going to anticipate, I reckon it's 1 for 46, but I think we'll probably hear over the tannoy in a moment. From his 10 overs, and not bad.
That concludes Don Best's spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46.
Said that. So it took a little bit of tap of that final over, but still pretty controlled. His work is done as a bowler in this game.
Pleased to get a few overs under his belt, and it's going to be Moriarty to continue. Carolus Kane also follows up by adding Jimmy Jewell film Arthur's Hallowed Ground, currently available on A114, is it, or AII4? I have no idea. Jimmy Jewell of Sheffield, of course, has Chris Benjamin pushes Moriarty's first ball of the over back to him. Jim Green says, "Hi Jonathan, apologies to your fellow commentator Phil, not yourself Clive, just thought I'd liven up the discussion." He observed that my fellow commentator thought Yorkshire were rubbish, or words to that effect, in terms of their season so far. Not that they're rubbish, you know what I'm saying.
I think his point was
vulgarly paraphrase.
They didn't have many. I was on with them. I think he talked about having a lack of bowlers and batters in the sort of top 50 rankings of the competition. I think that was his point. That's all.
That was a single, by the way, to Benjamin. Brings the left-handed Yates wide stance back on strike. Taps the bat behind the front foot. Oh, should have gone. Should have been stumped by Harry Duke. Missed it. And the ball is about 5 yards from him at the moment. Ben Cody's going to clean up, but that was an opportunity. We can't see the line here, but he undoubtedly looked like he'd come far enough down to have got the keeper's verdict had he taken it cleanly. Moriarty in again, goes back foot this time, and of course, wouldn't you know it, a clean take as he dropped that into the pitch. Jim Green goes on to say, I think it's fair to say that we've been very inconsistent in many aspects of the game.
Well, it's 1-3, lost 3, isn't it, in this competition? Still in with a chance to qualify, as I said. Probably have to win the last 2.
The consistency is in their inconsistency. Moriarty in. Tadasel just moved himself across in front of us more or less, a backward point, and has asked Vigadia to come in off the boundary at mid-wicket slightly. Next ball is another dot. And Moriarty left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who drops one into the offside Luxton Fields, and they pick up a single to complete the over at 1-2-1 for 4, so 2 runs added from that one. In response to my comments about Matthew Fisher's departure, when I was asked, Yorkshire lads followed up saying Sherryfoot Bridge has got more nightlife than London. Everybody knows that, Doidgy, so I'm not sure Matthew Fisher has gone purely for the bright lights. I think if you rewind the commentary, Mark Bailey, you will know that I did not say he's gone for the bright lights, but that may be one of those things about the attraction.
Ben Code then to come back into the bowling. Yorkshire doing pretty well in this game so far. Still a lot of chance for things to change. Warwickshire still have wickets in hand. We're at the 30 over mark, so they all double the score equation would take them just to 242. Although, as I say, they did considerably more than double the score from 30 overs out. They were about 144, I think, from memory, after 30 overs against Surrey. Got to 311. So they're a little bit short of that. But Ben Coe's bowled well. First 5 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs from it. Yates plays that to point. It'll be a dot ball. Yates on 63. He has faced 92 balls now for his 63. So at the moment a fairly modest strike rate. He's been trying to push it along, but he's also kept the innings together with no one else getting into the 20s so far. Mill Road's 15 being the second highest score thus far in the innings. Code in, he comes down the pitch again. Yates can't get it away, can only get it to mid-off. Good accurate bowling from Ben Code. And there is no run. There's one of the more experienced players in this Yorkshire team. He runs away into bowl to Yates, who does go for a push and run single. There's a shy at the stumps, but I think it's difficult to tell for certain from this angle. I think Barnard, not Barnard, what am I talking about? I think Benjamin would have been okay. The throw came from Ben Cliff. It was well backed up by Yash Vigadia. Am I saying that right, by the way?
Yes, I think so. As far as I'm aware, yeah.
He backed up well, so there was no danger of overthrows. 1 run, and Rob Yates has a little word with Chris Benjamin about saying what Ben Code is doing. Tattersall is trying to help an aeroplane land by the looks of things. He just needs a couple of paddles in his arms, the way he's waving his arms. comes Kirk, quite a tall figure, leans forward at the start of his run up, then leans back, and that's bat onto toe from Benjamin. Again, can't get it away. It's just one run off the first 4 balls of this over. Code is frustrating Warwickshire.
Still got that footage running on, I don't know why, but it keeps returning to the 4 on my X account, the Leeds-Liverpool 74 Charity Shield.
Okay. This next one from Code, and that's an edge, which is going down to 3rd. Will it be cut off? No, it's tipped round the post, so somewhat fortuitous for unlucky there, Ben Code. Very good over. With I think 1 ball to go, but that was a genuine edge, no slip in place. It's down for 4 runs. That one should do rather need 126 for 4.
Yep, a bit like Billy Bremner and Kevin Keegan in this footage. He just keeps on nagging, doesn't he, Ben Code?
Remember that game? Went to penalties, didn't it? Didn't David Harvey take a penalty and miss? From memory, the keeper. Anyway, that's driven. They're looking for a single. There isn't going to be one there. It's cut off. So just the 2 scoring shots off the over. One of those was an edge for 4. So good bowling again from Ben Code, who's potentially got 4 more overs to bowl. 126 for 4.
Yeah, Yorkshire's finest Kevin Keegan just whipping off his shirt as he leaves the field of play. Yeah, I think you're right, David Harvey.
Yeah.
Very bad-tempered match. It was, of course, Cloughie's first game in charge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, Moriarty to continue after a tidy but slightly unfortunate over, as Clive suggested there by Ben Code with that boundary. Just away to the left, George Hill having a chat with Dom Leach, who's got the tabard on, both on the wrong side of the rope at this stage. On our side of it, as Moriarty is in over the wicket. It's swept quite fine. Ben Code has managed to get round. He'll be taking a few deep breaths after he's over, but he's got round and fielded that, and they managed to make a single to Yates. His first game. So Moriarty just making sure everybody's in the right spot for the right-hander, and that is Chris Benjamin. Yates, Moriarty round the wicket even. That's launched downfield, and Vagadia is not within 10 yards of it as it crosses the boundary, just about straight. Lovely shot. Waited for it.
Yeah, very nicely struck that. Benjamin. Also involved in the big partnership here in the last game.
Waits again this time. Ball just dragged back lengthwise slightly. Not quite half volley, and he has to defend that. Everyone's a winner in the background. A bit of hot chocolate. Not on a day like this, as he steps back here and pulls this one through cow corner, but it wasn't a cow shot. Along the carpet all the way. It was really all about placement. Will Luxton's parading around in there, but he got it wide of him for 4.
Good shot from Benjamin. Had a difficult start to the season. Didn't get himself into the 100 this time round, but he's having a reasonable competition in this.
And stretching forward to punch this one up to Vagadia at long on for 1.
He made 75 in the game against Surrey, which was Warwickshire's top score, and then followed it with a 45 not out against Gloucestershire at Bristol.
Yeah, it's on strike. Moriarty in. It's turned away towards mid-wicket. Best round to field. They pick up another single to complete the over at 137 for the loss of 4. So 11 runs coming from that one. 66 of them now to Yates and 20 to Benjamin. They've been together since the score was on 96. So starting to put something together here, and this is the the biggest partnership in the match so far.
Yeah, so Warwickshire need it. Still have a chance of changing things. Ben Code bowling. I'm about to do my final update of the day in about 2.5 minutes. As Code comes into bowl to Yates. Yorkshire would love a wicket now. Yates plays that into the offside. Again, there's no run. He's on 66-20 to Chris Benjamin, who's going at better than a runner ball at the moment. Exciting for Rob Yates to find himself in the England Lions team. Made a couple of big scores in the Championship this season. In comes Code. Stands up to that, does Yates, plays it into the ground and sprints through for a single called by Benjamin. 138 for 4. And Code collects all the wind picking up. We are in a little bit of a wind tunnel, so I think possibly it's a little deceptive for us. It does feel very windy where we are. The Warwickshire flag is bowling fairly keenly on the pavilion. That's played into the offside. There's no run. The players have a small-ish pavilion, although they tell me the change rooms are a decent size. It's on 2 floors. Change rooms on the bottom floor, and then the top floor is where they're fed, and they talk very eloquently about the food here, the players. Yeah, we've been
sounds good.
Fill in if you can
go give him a nod.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thanks. So the next one is pushed out to mid-on for no run. A sunny day here at Rugby School. Yorkshire at the moment competing pretty well on the field, but 2 Warwickshire batters trying to push their team along. It's looking, it's difficult to say when only one team's batted, but it's looking fairly even at the moment. Code comes into bowl to Benjamin. It turns that around for a single. This is Clive Eakin at Rugby School, where Warwickshire are progressing. They're 139 for 4 in the 33rd over. They haven't found it easy against Yorkshire, but there's a bit of a partnership developing now between Rob Yates, has been there from the start. He's been a circumstance, but he's held the innings together. He's on 67. He's seen 4 batters all go for 15 or less, but Chris Benjamin is now offering him some support. He's on 20 at better than a runner ball. Warwickshire made 311 and just about won against Surrey in their last game here. Looks unlikely they're going to get to quite that sort of score here. They are 140 for 4 now after 33 overs. This is Clive Eakin at Rugby School. So another tidy over from Ben Code, who now has bowled 7 overs for 24 runs. Batters seem to be taking an impromptu drinks break here. So they have used 6 bowlers. There are options. Don Bess has bowled out, but plenty of overs in hand for the rest. Matthew Evans has just bowled a couple of overs for 8 runs, so we might see him again. Moriarty's been, in terms of runs per over, been the most expensive. He's bowled 4 for 25. George Hill 3 for 17. He's still got 4 overs left. Yeah. He's been the most economic.
Moriarty in, and this is first ball. His 5th over is turned away through mid-wicket by Yates for a single. Yates progressed on to 69, 141 for 4. So I think Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with the way they've been able to keep the break on Warwickshire. They've shown the odd sign of breaking out of the shackles, but most of the time Yorkshire have really been able to keep them pinned down. Been 2 or 3 sixes, enormous one hit by Rob Yates. And as I speak, this is another one hit straight over, long on by Chris Benjamin.
That is the third 6 of the innings.
So almost as if to
That 6 brings
on
up
tune.
the 50 partnership.
So that's 50 partnership coming in 8 or 9 overs. 34th over, the 25th over when the last wicket fell. We're now in the 34th. Benjamin goes back and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Benjamin has now joined Ed Barnard as top 6 hitter for Warwickshire in this competition so far this season. They've now hit 24, and he's got 6 as has Ed Barnard.
Moriarty in. Barnard has got trying to cut that one away square. Gets that top edge which flies down to short third man. One bounce right on the edge of the fielding circle and prevents the single. So the dot ball. Moriarty bowls and forward comes Barnard, runs into the offside. It's picked up shy at the stumps there from Duke, the wicket keeper, who goes running out, misses the stumps, and Yates gets home. Another single onto the board. Just looking around club, I'm not sure it's quite as big a crowd today as it was for the match, the first match against Surrey.
Well, it is a sellout again.
Yeah. This next one is turned by Yates. He's looking to play in on the offside, but gets a bit of an inside edge and runs square on the onside, and they amble through for the single. So at the end of that 34th over, Warwickshire have moved to 149 for 4. These two have now added 53, 70 to Yates, 28 to Benjamin. And they've really got the plan now to launch for the last 20 over, or 16 over acceleration.
Looks like Ben Cody is going to continue. This will be his 8th over. And he'll be bowling to Rob Yates. Short love to bat through the innings now from this position. He leans into that one, plays it to the offside, gets Chris Benjamin on strike. Yates on to 71. And 150 up for Warwickshire. 150 for 4. It's come on the 35th over. So what, 10 and over from here would get them to 300. That's asking a lot, 15 overs out, but it's possible. Maybe I'm writing off their chances of matching 311 a little quickly, but a couple of wickets would certainly slow them down. That's what Yorkshire would love. They won't get one there, but it's a good tidy delivery again from Code, and it's just driven to Matt Revis, who's about 3/4 of the way in at mid-off, but the ball travelled quickly to him, so there was no chance of getting the run. There was a big shout of no. And again, Code proving difficult to get away. That's hit into the ground by Benjamin, but straight to a fielder at point. More frustration for the batters. Just one run from the first 3 balls of the over. Robbie, it's coming down the pitch, maybe telling Chris Benjamin, don't worry, don't do anything silly now.
Yeah, just got to make sure they stay there, because the Warwickshire don't want to lose these two now. They've got this real partnership going. They don't want to get frustrated and throw their wickets away.
Code. Well, that's driven. We'll get 1. It's well cut off. There at mid-off by Finley Bean. So just the 1 run. So that's the 2nd run off the over. 151 for 4. As Rob Yates back on strike. They feel be 1 or 2 bowlers that could try and get after later in the innings. Warwickshire showing Ben Code due respect. And he's in again, and Yates defends that back to the bowler. No run again.
Elsewhere in the other game, which obviously has a major impact on who's going to qualify, Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Leicestershire got recovered a little bit, 151 for 6 in the after 30 overs. So Peter Hanscom's still there for them.
This next one, Yates skips into and plays it out into the deep and the offside for a single. So just the 3 singles off the over. Ben Code continues to be miserly. 27 now off his 8 overs, and Warwickshire 152 for 4. They've got 15 overs to go from here. So I say 10 and over from here. Look at that, maybe with 10 overs to go has been a realistic-ish target, but if they could get 10 and over from here, that would get them to 300. This is the third 50 over match played on this ground by the county, certainly
Returning to bowl from the school end
in modern times. 311 Warwickshire score against Surrey, the highest score.
Change of bowling at the school end. Matthew Rebis coming on. He's bowled a couple of overs so far for just 8 runs. Here is replacing Dan Moriarty, who's 5 overs. Went quite expensive, went for 34. I'd say quite expensive by comparison to anybody else in this game, where generally been running around about 3.5 and over. So here's Rebis from the school end into the left-handed Yates. He bowls, and this one is run to point, but there is no run. Beautiful day here again. It's sun shining on the crowd over on the far side. Shall go and have a walk in the sunshine at the interval and try and get warm. Under the trees, as Rebis in bowls, and Yates tries a ramp shot and misses it. The ball just goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Long leg is quite wide, so if he manages to connect, he's got a chance of a 4 there. Quite work. Catering vans are doing fairly decent business at the moment.
There's Rebis in and bowls, and this is lifted hard and high, and it's going to be caught on the boundary brilliantly. Really good catch, and Yates has gone, and it's a very good catch by Yash Bragadia down there. I think, no, it wasn't. Was it? It was down there earlier on. It wasn't Yash Bragadia. Don Best was that down there?
That could well be.
Just running around.
I think it is.
Yeah, I must have switched him because he was down there earlier on. But anyway, it got under it. Yeah, it didn't quite get enough on it. It was taken right on the boundary edge, and just kept his feet inside. So we'll just wait for Cobb.
Yates was caught by Yash Bagalia.
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
No, he's made the same mistake as me.
Kai Smith.
I think you're right. Second time, I think it was Don Best.
Don Best, yeah. I think he was working on the basis that Yash was down there, and he took the earlier catch.
He's just demonstrating what he did there to his teammates. Look, happy foot there. The rope was there. Look, I leant back, caught it, and leant back in again. It was Don Best.
Yeah. So, bit of correction on that one. But that's an important wicket, 152 for 5, and just from Warwickshire's point of view, just again got to get the initiative going again. Kai Smith, young batsman who likes to get on with it, so he's done well so far in this competition. But you would think they'd be looking for certainly somewhere ahead of 230 as the target.
Yeah, batting to come, and there's Jake Lintop, Michael Booth, both capable. It's perhaps bat as deep as Warwickshire sometimes do. Ollie Allen Dorby Taz Ali. So that is a blow. Lose,
yep. So his 72 came off 107 balls. So here's Revis in to bowl to Smith, and Smith goes back up on his toes and just opens the face, runs it down to third man for a single. So he's on his way, and that puts the emphasis back on Chris Benjamin for Warwickshire to try and maintain his scoring rate and lift it a bit.
Scoring to run a ball slightly better, but if he were to be got out now, then that really would restrict Warwickshire potentially.
His Revis comes in and bowls, and Benjamin drives that one away through extra cover. There's a chase on for Best going round the boundary and gets there and saves a couple of runs. So 2 more to Benjamin.
A very athletic piece of fielding from Don Best. It was a good shot from Benjamin, relatively risk-free. Must have thought that he had a chance of getting a 4, but Don Best cut it off.
Here's Revis again in bowls, and this is glanced away fine down to Ben Code, who comes in from deep backward square leg and does the fielding. So successful over for Matthew Revis, gets his first wicket, and Warwickshire at the end of 36 overs are 156 for 5, 32 to Benjamin and just the 1 to Connie Smith.
I mean, a run a ball here gets them round about the 240 mark, which, yeah, they'd be disappointed with that. What Yorkshire can keep them down to that, then they'll be happy. Can they potentially bowl them out and not let them face the full 50 overs? Ben Code in, and that's played straight down the ground, but in lively fielding prevents any runs. Finley been onto that once again. Ben Code's penultimate over, so it looks like he's going to bowl him out. I'm sure we'll see George Hill at some point. Code in, and that's turned round to back of square leg. They've sprinted the first, thinking there might be a second, and they have, and there is a second actually. It was quite comfortable in the end. 2 runs to Chris Benjamin. On to 34, 158 for 5. Another opportunity for Chris Benjamin. He's had a difficult season, but speaking to him after the game here against Surrey, he was pleased to get a decent amount of time. But quite often, particularly the T20s, come in with the innings fairly close to an end. But he had plenty of time to build a good score against Surrey, and Judy did it. He has another opportunity here. He's played that one to mid-off, and that's a well-judged single.
And he's actually just run into a little bit of form over these last 2 or 3 weeks, hasn't he?
He is, which is good to see from a Warwickshire point of view. Because Warwickshire will be without 2 of their batters in their next game against Notts.
Yep.
Yates and Hamza Sheikh. So there's going to be some young players will get an opportunity. I don't know whether the guy they signed, I have to remember his name now, whether they might consider playing him. That's played to the offside, there's no run.
Malik,
that's something like that. I'll get it exactly right in a minute. His contract is for next season, but they did say he'd be around the first team this season, so in theory, presumably, they could potentially consider playing him, as Ben Code is in, and that's clipped to mid-on. There's no run. And, Zen Malik, Zen Malik, the batter. He's not that young, he's a late developer, he's been playing with the South Asian Cricket Academy. He played for Staffordshire and played in the second 11. 26 years of age, so I just wonder whether they might give him an opportunity. I presume he'd be registered okay. That's played onto the onside for a single. While I was looking at the news, of course, must say all the best to Liam Norwell, who sadly has left the county after a couple of years of wretched injury problems.
Where's he gone to?
He hasn't gone anywhere. He's just left for the time being. He's going to try and get himself fit and then take it from there. But he's left by mutual consent.
Yeah.
After horrendous injury problems. But he will always have the fact that he won a county championship with Warwickshire, and also that incredible performance against Hampshire, which kept Warwickshire against all the odds. Of course, it was Yorkshire that got relegated, wasn't it?
Yes,
so,
it was.
painful memory for Yorkshire fans, but Liam Norwell taking those 9 Hampshire wickets for next to nothing.
Yeah, Jonathan and I were talking about that earlier on that day. New over, full toss is hammered away by Kai Smith. He says thank you very much. Revis there just giving that one on the full, and Smith taking full advantage, hammers it through the extra cover gap down to a tent down there, which no marquees here as such. It's gazebos, which have been put some around the ground. This one is edged very fine and through slips for another boundary. So consecutive boundaries for Smith. He just not quite so sure that was as deliberate.
I was going to give him. I mean, it's difficult to tell from here, but I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. I thought possibly he did maybe he was slightly finer than he intended, but I just got the impression he was playing that shot.
Effective anyway. It brought the 4 runs.
Was a big sponsors marquee when they were here in the 2010s, with sponsors sort of quaffing drinks and making lots of noise.
This next one beats Smith. That's a good response from Revis there, all rushing through to behind the stumps. Yes, there was a much bigger thing.
It's rather pleasant. With greatest respect to anyone who's in that. It's rather pleasant without them, if I'm being honest. It's a nice. And that gazebo you mentioned there is a public gazebo base. It's got tables and anyone can go there, eat their food there, whether they bought it here or not.
Revis comes in again, bowls, and Smith drives down the ground. That's another lovely looking shot from Smith. That will be 4 more to him, so it's his 3rd boundary of the over, and that one is hit away through long off. Beat the infield, and there's nobody out on that fence, and just pushed the rate along a little here. Now Smith, he's already moved up to 14, and Warwickshire move on to 172 for 5.
Well, I'm slightly concerned about Fields. I can't see the fish and chip man here. Is he not here today?
Was he not the other side of the burger bar?
No, it was, but I can't see him here today.
Oh dear.
I know.
I was
looking forward to that today.
This next one is turned away through square, coming down towards us here on the commentary board. George Hill does the fielding. And
he might be there, but I can't see him.
He was tucked in. I think he is, behind this Burgers bar, and I reckon that's the chip thing behind the ice cream van.
Okay.
Let's hope so.
There's a coffee.
Oh.
That's a coffee establishment, the one you're talking about, I think.
Oh, is it? A major crisis here at Rugby School. Revis in, and this one is run to backward point by Benjamin. They won't get a run for it. End of the over, 173 for 5. We've had 38 of the 50 overs, and these two, particularly with Smith, have picked it up quite nicely. They've added 21 already for this wicket after the fall of Rob Yates.
Yeah, so I say they could reasonably hope to get, say, 8 and over from here. That would get them up to 270 or so. Which was a lower score they got against Surrey, but give them certainly something to bowl at. Ben Code, his last over. Comes in to bowl, and he opens the face of the bat and runs that down to 3rd as Kai Smith. That was a deliberate shot, but didn't get it far enough to beat the Guardia down there. It's right in front of the scorers, isn't he? So you might mention to him, well, it wasn't me that caught that, mate. Thanks for giving me the credit, but it wasn't me.
Well, the scorecards got him down as that it was, I think,
Don
right.
Best.
Don Best, yeah. Sorry, yeah, Don Best.
Code, fairly long run up. Comes in, passes a few trees, the distance bowls, and that's hit into the ground. Chance of it is a quickly run single, but it was well judged. It was a shy at the stumps, which was not going to trouble Benjamin, I don't think. I think he'd have been there even if it had hit. But he didn't. So 175 for 5. Might settle for only a few singles off Ben Code's last over. Here he comes. And that's pushed to mid-on. There's no run. There's one frustration for Ben Code. He hasn't got a wicket, but he has been pretty tidy. Just felt the his left ankle there. He's walking a little gingerly. I wonder if he's just jarred it slightly, perhaps on landing. Turns. Comes in. That's a nice shot. That's a very nice shot. That's gone for 2 fielders there. One inside the circle, one outside, and it went right through the middle of both of them. Neither had a chance of getting to it. That really was a splendid shot from Kai Smith. Just look at talent. Warwickshire generally had about 3 of their young players in the team in this competition. Good Theo Wiley will get a chance, I would think, the next game with
yes.
Hamza Sheikh being one of those young players, of course, who won't be available for that one. That one is turned round to square leg. They run one hard, but this time there is no opportunity for a second.
Good use of the feet with that boundary from Kai Smith when he came down and just drove it away through extra cover. Lovely shot.
Mark Robinson was making the point. I talked to him. We talk about young players, but actually in this competition they've got quite a bit under their belts now. I mean, this is Kai Smith's 20th List A match. Hasn't played any other form of cricket yet, in either first class or first team T20. That's played to mid-off. There's no run. End of the over. 180 for 5 off 40.
10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38.
Couldn't put it better myself. None for 38, 2 maidens, and his 10 overs there, Ben Code.
He's a wicket keeper as well, isn't he, Guys?
Does keep wicket from time to time.
One of the several Warwickshire have got.
Yes, I think Chris Benjamin is down to keep wicket again in this game on certainly the team they announced. Oh, Brian Hulf has gone for the ice cream van.
Returning to bowl from the school end.
What if he uses food voucher for that? George Hill, as expected. He's also played. I say he hasn't, but he has played T20. It's not listed as his list of matches, and yet so it's probably not officially counts for some reason. But he's played for the Bengal Tigers in that's a T10, the Abu Dhabi T10. There you go. Yeah.
George Hill in, and Smith turns this one behind square on the onside. Code comes in and does the fielding, just to get a single.
T10, obviously. So he's playing a bit of that, but yeah, 44 and 26. He's only batted twice in the competition so far this season and done reasonably well in both. 44 against Oven. I remember looking particularly good at rugby, even though he was out for 26. Got on with it, didn't he?
Yes, he does. He's already got up to 22, and Chris Benjamin now waits and plays that one away nicely through mid-wicket. So he's going to get back for 2. Well run. Yeah. 2 more to the total. 181 for 5. Benjamin moves on to 36.
He's actually playing for the Chennai Braves, my correction, and he did keep wicket for them. The Abu Dhabi T10.
Hill in bowled. Nope, Benjamin's bowled. Going for a big drive and 4th wicket for George Hill, who comes back into the attack and strikes.
Has actually snapped a stump. Oh, they've got some spares.
So just caught the top, didn't it? And yeah, they're just taking the stump out of the ground. And
He wants that, the bowlers. I'm having that. That's mine.
we could do that for the museum. Put it down. Need some new stuff. I've just seen the price of the picture I wanted to buy.
Oh, really?
We'll have the stump instead.
Okay. He'll negotiate, I think.
Yes, yeah. I think it's probably going to take my budget for about 3 or 4 years. And
Benjamin was bowled by George
Perhaps he'd
Hill,
lend it to you to display and then sell.
I tried that.
Yeah. I'd sell it for him. Sort of
Fell on stony ground, that one.
Okay.
I'll have to do one myself, Clive. Take a photograph and do one. Put it on the wall somewhere. So the 6th Warwickshire wicket falls. 183 for 6 rather. Benjamin goes. 22 to Kai Smith. And just a couple of times now they've just started to move on and then lost that wicket, and it's just checking their progress.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tougher innings for them than against Surrey here.
And by pure coincidence, sorry to interrupt you, pure coincidence, just at this point in time, Leicestershire are 183 for 6 in their match against Glamorgan. Interestingly.
So
here's Hill in and bowls, and this one is going to be runs down to 3rd man for this single. It's Jake Lintot's come in, isn't it? Jake Lintot? Yeah.
Yeah.
So one more to the total, 184 for 6. And George Hill's figures at the moment 4 for 21. 6.5 overs as he's in and bowls, and this one is pushed back by Smith into the offside. There's no run.
I've been oh no, I'm getting it wrong. Here we go. There have been 4, 6, 8, 9 fifers or better so far in the competition this season. Jack Leach has the best innings figures.
This one brings Smith forward, driving into the offside, but can't beat the infield. End of another really good over from Hill. Been very impressed with his bowling. 4 for 21 from 7.
He's got plenty more time to add, but Jack Leach is 6 for 26 for Somerset against Durham at Chester Street, the best figures in the competition so far this season. There have been 3 6-fers, Casey Aldridge, also Somerset, and Ben Hutton of Nottinghamshire. Oh, sorry, 4 6s, Jack Home of Worcestershire as well, have all taken 6-fers this season.
The Hutton one was against Yorkshire, wasn't it?
It was at Suco, which I'm told by Chris, the Yorkshire writer, it was particularly pleasant venue. I've not been there myself. So we're going to see Dan Moriarty, a change of ends for Dan Moriarty. He has been the most expensive bowler, but even though there are other options, captain is sticking with him. To Jake Lintott, I'll watch with interest what the ball does. Moriarty bowls this. Lintott plays that to long on for a single. Happy to get Kai Smith on strike. He's gone for 35 now, 5.1 overs. Moriarty still got some. Benjamin Clifton option. He's only bowled 4 overs, been reasonably tidy. That's that one skipped up a little bit at Kai Smith. He plays it to mid wicket. There's no run. Matt Revis has been a little bit more expensive than the others. So. With Ben Code and Don Best both bowled out, thinking for the captain to do. That's hit hard, but there is a sweeper there, so it'll just be a single. It is cleanly fielded by George Hill. One more run to the total, 186 for 6 in the 41st over. That's swept. Nice shot. That could well go. That will go all the way for 4. It's a lovely shot from Jake Lintop. Stretching forward, sweeps it to back of square leg for a 4, which is 19th 4. They've hit 3 6s.
Yes, it's a big gap there. Once you've beaten the infield, there's nobody around there to be able to stop it. It's defended by Lintop. There's no run. Still no Warwickshire players made a century on this ground in a county game. The only century we've had so far was Dom Sibley's. And what a good one it was, wasn't it?
It was very good. I'm lucky enough to take them all the way.
Yeah.
I've noticed they started winning games after this one because they'd lost every game coming to this one, but they've started winning 1 or 2 since then. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run. End of the over. So another over, ball got through quickly. That one swept 4, slightly damaging, but not too bad. 190 for 6. So, I mean, even 10 and over from here gets them to 280. And they've only got 4 wickets left, so they'll do well to do that.
Yes.
Perhaps more realistically, you're looking at 260 maybe. Can change dramatically, of course. One big over can change things notably.
Hill is going to continue looking for his 5th wicket. He's still got 3 overs to bowl as he comes in from that school end to bowl to Kai Smith. He's in and bowls, and Smith will get runs here, just clipping it away just in front of square. And get just the 1. Fielded down in front of us.
Matt Revis fielding. The thud of his boots on the outfield.
One more to the total brings Jake Lintott on as Hill into him, and Lintott drives, but straight out to Bean at short extra cover, who parries the ball and then tidies up, and there's no run.
Got that pleasant sight of fallen leaves on the outfield again. Not as many actually as we had against Surrey, where it was very leafy. There's a few on there.
Really came down during that game, didn't they? Hill in, bowls, down the wicket comes Lintott, peels for LBW, he was well down, pick up and shy at the stumps as Smith was backing up looking for the single. End of it is LBW appeal turned down, shy at the stumps, missed, and Smith got back and normal service has been resumed. So Jake Lintott looks back as Hill comes charging into him. He's in and bowls, and Lintott pushes into the offside. They can get in and take the single, and an underarm shy at the stumps misses as Smith makes it anyway. So the 1 to the total, 192 for 6. Well, Smith goes to 24, Lintott is on 7. Brings Kai Smith back onto strike as Hill into him, and this one is hammered away into the offside, but straight out to deep cover point, and there is just a single.
He got away with a full toss, that one from Hill, hit well enough but straight to a fielder.
Lintott back on, 193 for 6. Hill comes in again. Lintott is hitting that back in the air. I thought it was going back to the bowl to start with, but goes down to long on for 1. Kai Smith ends up on his back at the striker's end. final ball of that over from Hill. Again, economic over. Just a couple of 25 he's had off his 8 overs, but he's got 4 big wickets for Yorkshire. As Warwickshire moved to 194 for 6 with just 8 overs remaining.
Only 2 double-figure overs in the innings, 13 being the most expensive over. That was the 38th over of the innings. And they've been counteracted by 3 maidens, so it's not been easy for Warwickshire. Still got 8 overs to try and push this score on. Moriarty to continue, and that's driven for a single. It's got a fairly what's the word I'm looking for? A notable sort of run up, trademark sort of run up for him. Stands fairway back, stands up straight, tossing the ball from one hand to the other, and then he walks in 4 or 5 paces, then a little skip, and then he goes back to walking, then another little skip, and then he jogs slightly, and that's cut by Lintott. It will be fielded by Hill, so it's just the 1 run. It's Smith, I should say.
Colours of these two teams almost identical.
I mentioned that earlier, yeah, it's daft, isn't it?
Might as well play in white.
The only difference is that swept by, this wasn't Lintott, I beg your pardon. Lintott sweeps that for 4, that's a good shot, same shot he played earlier. Another boundary for him. The only real difference is the numbers. Warwickshires are in yellow and Yorkshires are in white, but other than that, I mean, they could end up wearing each other's shirts by accident, they're like similar. 200 up for Warwickshire, so at least they got to that. Lintott now on to 13, doing a decent job, Jake Lintott. Plays back to that, and that's bounces away for a single. Should mention, by the way, I mentioned the 100 earlier, I mentioned the Women's Birmingham Phoenix game, and a couple of notes from the recent 100 games. The good news for Warwickshire is that Richard Gleeson is back up and playing in the 100, so hopefully he'll be available for Warwickshire's quarter-final against Gloucestershire. That's carved away for a single. The less good news was that Sam Hain missed a game with a hamstring strain. How significant an injury that was, I don't know, but that's probably a little bit more of a worry. Yes, very good to see Richard Gleeson back. This next one always pops up in the air and just bounces short of the fielder. It was a swept 4 from Lintott, but not exactly a huge over for Warwickshire. 202 for 6. They got 7 overs to go.
So 245, 250 sort of target. You think they'd?
I'd think that they'd be wanting 260. I mean, wanting and getting are 2 different things, of course. But I'd have thought 260 maybe.
So we've got 7 overs remaining. Hill has got 2 of those. Code's bowled out. Cliff has got 6. Revis has got 6. Moriarty has got 3. This first ball is turned down to Code down at fine leg for a single.
We'll see actually whether Richard Gleeson plays today, because London Spirit are due to play today or in about 45 minutes.
At least you'll have some cricket going into that, because otherwise he'd gone in with not having played very much. It's Hill to bowl to Lintott, and Lintott comes down the wicket and he's got his 5th wicket, so congratulations George Hill. Lintott coming down the wicket, missed the ball, takes the stumps, and Hill has picked up his 5th wicket of this innings and getting congratulated by his colleagues, and quite right too.
Yeah, a trimmer as they call them, just trimmed the bails off. No, I wasn't got behind. I'm sorry to keep contradicting the tannoy here, because the bails are not in place. So yeah, it reminds me actually of hearing what's the Australian bowler's name, played for Worcestershire, Claire McGrath was on Test Match Special, and they were talking about when the ball sometimes hits the stumps and doesn't dislodge
Oh
the
yes,
bails.
yeah.
He said it happened to him as a bowler 3 times, and twice the batter was given caught behind. But that was definitely bold.
Well, I suppose it's easy enough.
Yeah,
Mistake when they cover it.
You hear the sound
before the days of replays. What was? Do you say Jack Leach had taken 6?
Yes, I'll come back to that in a second. I'm just saying that is his first 5-fer in List A cricket. In fact, his previous best was a 3-fer. So big for George Hill. It's 29th game as well, so that's quite a big landmark for him. 6 for 26 is what Jack Leach took against Durham.
No, he's got
Chester Street,
which is
27 then, is he?
Yeah, he's 5 for 26 at the moment, so he's probably not going to get the best in the,
unless he gets 2 more.
Two more wickets with no more runs, and then he says to the skipper, "I don't want to bowl anymore. That'll do me, thank you."
If he gets 2 more wickets, he'll be all right anyway.
Yeah,
he
can bowl on them. Yeah, you're right.
Well, Warwickshire got to be careful here. They'll find themselves suddenly all out for 220.
Michael Booth, the new batsman, he's in as Hill comes in and bowls. And Booth goes back and pushes this one back into the offside, and there's no run. Just economy rate 3.12 for Hill to go with his 5 wickets, so he's really done a job for his team. And you would think at the moment this total is short of where it needs to be, quite well short. Booth pushes into the offside, and again no run. A little bit of cloud just comes over at the moment, just takes that glare off. Turns from the school end in, bowls. Booth is looking to force this one away through the onside, but straight to mid wicket, short mid wicket, and another dot ball.
It's been a good effort in the field for from Yorkshire. They probably need to win the last 2 games against the top 2 teams in the group to give themselves a chance of qualifying.
Hill bowls. This is going to be a single, but that's all it will be off the final ball of Hill's 9th over. So 5 for 27 at the moment. Another really good over from the young man. And Warwickshire at the end of 44 overs, so 204 for 7. And Kai Smith, I suppose it's a lot to say. It's on his shoulder, really. But
so 240, 250 actually might be easily well to get that. Now Matthew Revis, who has been a little on the expensive side, is coming back into the attack, and should be keen now to finish Warwickshire off and not let them build runs in the closing stages. 1 for 25 in his 4 overs so far, ever. So Moriarty's now bowled 7 overs of 48. Doesn't have to bowl again if skipper doesn't want him to. He comes in the bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. There's always a direct hit. I'm not even sure the umpire was looking. I think he was following the ball. I think the batter had, to be fair, dived in safely. But if he hadn't, I'm not sure the umpire would have had any idea.
It was a good pick up and strike of the stumps, but I think Smith was sort of horizontal with back grounded in the crease. But I think you're right. I don't think for 1 minute that he was actually looking at the stumps.
There was balls, and that's got an edge down to 3rd. It is stopped, well stopped. It was an awkward one, bouncing awkwardly there for Guardia, but he stopped it well. They do manage to sprint through for 2. We'll bring Jonathan Doidge back in So you need to go there again. Well, so if you let him in there, and I'll just finish off the over, and I might be able to beat the queues for the lunch now. This next one is driven to the offside. That'll be stopped, and there's another shy at the stumps. There's no run. Yorkshire looking to restrict Warwickshire maybe to 220 or less even from here. 206 for 7. Still got Kai Smith there. He's on the non-striker's end at the moment, so Michael Bruce has been slightly frustrated in trying to get Smith onto strike. And Leveson to bowl to him. Booth hits that into the ground. He will get a single there. 207 for 7. Smith's on 28. I think if Yorkshire get him out, then they'd be pretty close to wrapping the innings up with a great respect of what's to come. Yorkshireman due in next in Nollyhan and Dalby. Fielder dropping out to the mid-wicket boundary. A couple of catches have been taken. Don Best taking that excellent one that ended Rob Yates' innings. That's a really good shot. He's paddled that to back a square leg. He saw the gap there, turned his back round onto the ball and got it behind him for 4. That's a really good shot from Kai Smith. He's on to 32. This is good stuff from Smith. Will it be enough for Warwickshire? In comes Revis. Oh, that's short. Smith's pull that. There is a fielder out there who will stop it, so he'd only get 1. But does mean he keeps a strike at the end of the over. 211 for 7. So Jonathan Deutsch, and nothing personal. I shall leave you.
Yeah,
and bring in Phil Britt.
I did linger, but I went for lunch, and there was a massive queue in the first place, and then of course it does take a while. It's baking out there, but very nice sort of cheeseburger with blue cheese it was. Some chips, piling on the pounds as ever, and yeah, can of pop. So
the big question is there a fish and chip place?
I'm not sure if there is anything fish and chip wise. Here's George Hill with a 6th wicket. He's bowled him. Kai Smith is the man who has gone 32 from 25 deliveries, and George Hill, well, how good has he been today? Looking down the list, he's clean bowled 4 of his victims. Another one LBW.
Terrific performance.
Finley Bean took a catch off him. Fantastic effort.
That's it. How many wickets had he got in the competition coming into this, Jonathan? Couldn't have been that many.
Good question.
Kai Smith was bowled by George Hill for 33.
He had 9 coming into this. So he's chipped away, certainly. Next best behind Ben Code.
Yeah.
But he's really rammed that home now, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
It's his birthday.
Becomes the second player to get 6 for in the season, in this competition this season. Jack Leach being the other, and he's still got a chance to beat that.
Yeah.
He's bowled a nice length, he's bowled straight, and nobody's really got after him at all through the game.
No, I've talked about the inconsistency that dogs the team. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss in this competition. He has been, with the ball, consistent. He's chipped away with wickets in every match. I think I'm right in saying so far. And then he's having a magic day today, because right at this moment in time, GCH Hill has 6 for 27 in his final over, and that wicket has brought to the crease Tazeem Ali, who's gone back foot first up and runs it to Luxton at gully, and there is no run.
Yeah, Warwickshire will be disappointed with the way that they've batted today. They've got plenty of players, got little bits of starts, but haven't gone on and made, apart from Robbie Yates, who made the 72, which was a patient 72 off 107 balls. There's only Benjamin and Smith really gone on to.
Yeah, Hill again, and Ali plays it once more to Luxton. Yeah, I think you've got to say that Yorkshire will still have to bat very well, Phil, to knock these off, given that they're not exactly brimming with confidence with bat in hand.
No, that's a fair point. I think Warwickshire would have set out here looking for certainly north of 250 though originally, but I full credit for the way Yorkshire have bowled.
Yeah, it's been a good job collectively today. That latest delivery from George has been turned into the leg side where Johnny Tattersall.
And their fielding has been good as well. I think they've backed up their bowlers with some excellent fielding. So I've been impressed with them today. They've done a really good job.
So George Hill turns again, running away from the school to bowl once more. It's pushed into the offside by Ali and fielded there by Finlay Bean in the covers. Just a single, so another tight over. He's gone for a very miserly, at this stage, 2.84 and over, George Hill. His best figures in List A cricket prior to today were 3 for 41. So very much his best performance, as that wraps the pad to complete his set of 10, and he should get a standing ovation for that, because that's a brilliant effort today by George.
6 for 28.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 28. Outstanding figures, and they're all clapping the lads out there, not only the crowd, because they appreciate the hard work he's done. And you know, on a day when Ben Code hasn't taken a wicket, he's still coming at under 4 and over. It just gives your captain control.
Terrific performance. First, and quite right, so the crowd, as he comes down to just to our left, applaud him. And they're within touching distance, very close in, the crowd, to the players today. But no, a terrific job. 2 spells and wickets in both. This next one is Revis back into the attack, and again a fine stop, backward point of opened the bat there from Ali, just running it away. They get a single, 214. Every run now Warwickshire get is going to be precious to them as they look to try and get something which sets Yorkshire a target. They're a long way short of that 250 mark, and they will be a long way short. It's in bowls, and this is chopped down into the ground by Booth. In the end is fielded quickly, running in onto it from behind the stumps comes Yorkshire wicketkeeper Harry Duke, and does the fielding. Bowls. This is driven, but only up to Tattersall at short extra cover, and there's no run. You can't beat this infield. A lot of deliveries have been played. I just wonder whether this wicket is a bit more difficult to get away, you know, Jonathan, than we perhaps giving it credit for.
I think it is.
It's a bit slow,
just a little bit on the slow, low side, yeah, so that's what I say. I think they'll have to work hard if they're going to win, will Yorkshire.
In again, bowls, and this is hit back over his head and up to the ropes by Booth, and that's hit with real venom for 4. So Booth moves on with that shot. He doubles his score, he goes to 8. Warwickshire move on to 218 for 8.
struck it nicely, didn't it? Just up there in the slot, really.
Yeah. And got nobody back on that fence, so it was almost like a free shot once he got bat on ball. It goes back and chops this one away to backward point, but yeah, straight to backward point, and again on the edge of the field, the fielding circle. There's an overrun. Tazim Ali at the other end. Michael Booth looks around the field. Come back, Michael Booth, so it's very useful number 9. This comes from behind a little bush which is by the side of us. In and bowls, that's short, and going to get a single. He was looking to pull a slower delivery, just held it back a little, and bounced away down into the gully. It was nowhere near where he was looking to play the shot, but they scamper through for a leg by, and one more to the total. So we've now had 47 overs, and Warwickshire 219 for 8. There's 3 overs remaining, and Yorkshire would like to get this polished off now, and or at least make sure that Warwickshire don't pick up any late runs and squeeze it up.
Ben Cliff is going back on at the school end of the ground. 4 overs for 19.
Yeah,
not used.
Not used much, was he?
Having said that, Don Bass was obviously pretty tidy with his 1 for 46. George Hill, excellent. Ben Code, you're not going to not give him 10 overs.
No.
Here he comes then. Bit of death bowl in practice for Ben Cliff, and that's turned to Revis at mid-wicket, 1 run.
The only surprise really, I suppose, was that Ben Code didn't get a wicket in his spell.
Yeah. Unusual.
But well, though. Good economy rate, 3.8. In fact, all the economy rates have been quite reasonable. Perhaps a little bit more expensive.
And that's stroked, lovely shot backward of point there, just a bit too much width from Ben Cliff. And a lovely shot from Tazim Ali brings him 4 and takes him on to 6, 224 for the loss of 8 wickets. And just, I mentioned the averages, if you like, for the competition so far. Ben Cole was 11 point something earlier, and precisely half, I think, next best in the team bowling wise. Well, there's been a change on that front, as you might imagine, today. In comes Cliff, flicked off the legs this time in front of square for a single to Ali. So Ben Code now with 12 wickets to his name, averaging 14.5, but George Hill has usurped him as the top of the charts in terms of wicket taking. 15 he's now got for the competition. That best of 6 for 28 today takes his average to 17.06. Still a little bit between the pair of them on economy rates. Ben at 3.05, George at 4.59, as he's got underneath this one here as Michael Booth, but he's got underneath it well enough to bring himself 4 runs. Not easy bowling at the end. These are those moments in matches when young players are really trying to get a grasp, a grip, learn how to do their job for the future. And Ben Cliff's been given some good opportunities in this competition so far, and I think largely you'd say has played, I've said it a few times, with promise. He's averaging 35 and has picked up 5 wickets. His economy rate is less than 1 a ball, so there's clearly room for improvement, but there's definitely been some signs that are the right sort of signs. Here he is again. He's full, it's wrapped Booth on the pad and has run away for a leg bite.
Is this his first season playing in the...
No, he's had some opportunities previously.
Right.
Not many. Definitely had much more chance this year. He's played, I think I'm right in saying, throughout this, or might have missed an odd one. This is his 6th match, so he's missed a couple. And he comes again, just short of length, and run down to 3rd man by Ali, fielded down there by George Hill, and they get 1 run again.
These two are just squirming a few runs here at the end of this innings. They're just working Warwickshire up to 230 for 8, so they've added 18 in just under 3 overs, so useful runs at the end of the innings. I'll just hope. The important thing from Warwickshire's point of view is that they bat out the 50 overs and don't come back in with sort of 2 or 3 balls to spare. They need to use every ball. So last couple of overs with Kasim Ali, who will be facing. He's on 8 and Michael Booth on 13. And just a few changes to the field. George Hill will be moved round to deep cover point. We've seen them bowls, and Ali works this away just out, chops down on it and runs it away to cover point for where they called quickly through by Booth for the single. The field changes for Booth. Man goes back out to what I would say, let's call it what it is, deep cow area, and another man goes back onto the long boundary as Booth waits. This one is bowled in, a good length ball, so Booth goes, he's bowled. Gosh, those stumps have been hit a few times today. He goes the 9th wicket, Warwickshire 232 for 9 as Booth trying to hit that one away through the offside, but didn't succeed. I think he's the 5th man to be bowled today.
Yeah, I think he was aiming for Northampton or something
somewhere like that. Yeah. So the bat was going to Northampton. Unfortunately, the ball was going to Cambridge.
But as you were saying, handy little 21 that the pair of them have put on there in quick time, and that's bang on 3 overs, so every little helps, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So it brings out Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bat against his home county. The Warwickshire batsman is been with us now for a few years, since he moved south from Yorkshire.
Deep south from Yorkshire, isn't it? Birmingham.
Yeah, deep. Yeah.
South of Barnsley, anyway.
Yeah. We wouldn't look on ourselves as being deep south either.
But from where Yorkshire, from where we are, long way that lad. Right.
He's done a good job since he moved down. Started off predominantly playing mostly white ball cricket, then got into the red championship side, and there's been a regular 50 wicket a season over the last, really since COVID. And terrific performance. He's getting a testimonial year for him. Representing to him, and Dolby defends back into the offside, and there's no run.
I think the fact that there have been so many bowls, as you were mentioning in the contest so far, that really does suggest that for the Warwickshire bowlers, if they do, keep things straight, then they're going to get some reward. There must be something in it here.
Yeah, I think you're right. As Revis comes in again, looking to finish this innings off. Hannon-Dolby is wrapped on the pad. He's going to get a leg by, because no interest from the umpire.
Yeah, it was an optimistic feel to the appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah, there wasn't much support around, was
no.
there? So another 1 to the total, 233. We're in the penultimate over here and of the innings. be a break, one a rush for the burger bar and a rush for the what Clive seems to think is the non-existent fish and chip bar.
I hope that Clive's over at the burger bar now, because it looks unpopulated by comparison to when I walked across.
He was looking for fish and chips, I think, but I think he might be unlucky. As Ribs into bowl, and Tasman will get runs and turn down to deep square leg, and it will be a single. He looks quite comfortable with the bat. And Tazim Ali, all these players these days can bat, can't they? The bowlers can bat. You know, don't have these people who come out not quite sure which end to hold. They all seem to be, quite rightly so, fairly proficient with the bat as well as the ball. Hannah Dolby's beaten outside the off stump, but he survives. So, end of Revis's spell for the day. He will. He's finished, and he ends up with 7 overs, 2 wickets for 40 runs. So well done to him. And just 1 over to go in the innings, which I'm assuming will be run bowled up in Cliff.
Yep. So the rest of the figures: 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38 Ben Code. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 28 George Hill. 10 overs, 1 for 46 Don Bess. As Phil says, 2 for 40 off 7 for Matthew Revison. Moriarty will finish 7 overs, no maidens, none for 48.
He's probably the most he is the most expensive of the Yorkshire bowlers today.
Yeah, just under 7 and over. Ben Cliff at bang on 6 from his 5 so far, 30. Just making sure they get the field.
I thought Don Bess had a really good spell from earlier on in the innings. I bowled him out quite early in the innings, but his spell of 1 for 46 from his 10 overs showed good control.
Yeah. Moriarty always makes me laugh out. They move a player and he came in 25 yards off the boundary, and then he's gone straight back to where he was before he was moved. And now George Hill, who's been brought in inside the circle, has been sent out to cow corner, really. Matthew Revis therefore coming round towards us.
That's protecting us, I think.
Yeah, good lad. So Cliff for the final over of the Warwickshire innings. An appeal for LBW stifled, dropped into the offside off the pad of Ali, who will get a leg by, or the team will get a leg by for that. Lily says fantastic 6 for by George Hill. My claim to fame in the Yorkshire team is that my cousins Tinika and Michaela went to Sedbergh School with George Hill. That's a great claim to fame on a day like today, Lily, when he's got a 6 foot.
I haven't heard from Lily. We used to, when we played when we were in the same divisions in the championship. We used to get a lot of emails from Lily.
I've got a feeling that you'll be Lily's favourite commentator.
She used to regularly email us, so nice to hear from her. I hope you're keeping well.
In comes the tall figure of Ben Cliff. An attempt at a scoop played there by Ollie Hannon Dolby. Not sure about the execution thereof.
No, I'm not sure he quite knew what he was actually having moved across and done it. Quite what he was then going to do. Good indication for the bowler, just bowl it straight, because I don't think Ollie was too sure there. Anyway, it goes down as a dot ball.
And he comes again, young man from Halifax. It's full and just wide of off stump. And Dolby can't make contact. It's through to Harry Duke, who would be delighted to make some runs today. He's had a torrid time of things. Harry, beginning in the middle order, has been shoved up to the top of the order more recently, but it's not really helped in terms of the scores. Just 1 score of any note in the 30s. It sounds today as though he is going to open the batting again.
Right.
In comes Cliff. It's pulled this time by Hannon Dolby, who's going to get a single out to Bess. Squarish at mid-wicket, 1 run. So it sounds as though it's going to be Yash Vigadia and Harry Duke. Sounds as though Will Luxton will bat 3 and Finlay Bean at 4. Tattersall is 5th on the list. And maybe that's the way they're going to play things. Revis is down at 6, Bess at 7 and Hill at 8, which is very unusual for George. Of course, has been a top order batter. That's hammered down the ground. Nicely played by Tazim Ali, who's going to pick up 4 runs through long off. But well, the previous pair picked things up and scored pretty quickly for 3 overs. It's not been quite as easy in the last 2 overs, has it?
No.
But they're up to 240. It's something to bowl at, definitely is, and particularly on a pitch which doesn't look the easiest to bat on, and against a team who are, you'd have to say, probably searching for a bit of confidence on the batting front in the Yorkshire Vikings. Here comes Cliff, he's gone full. It's a good delivery to a late order batter. He's got it away, George Hill. Just a little bit of a juggle as he tried to pick that up. Bit of a bobble from the outfield, I think. And they get back for 2 off the final delivery. So 8 off that last Ben Cliff over, and Warwickshire will finish on 242 for 9. Ben Cliff.
There will now be a 30-minute luncheon.
Check on his final stats, and he finishes with 6 overs, no maidens, none for 37. There will now be a 30-minute luncheon interval, Phil Britt.
Yep.
From Warwickshire's point of view, happy, or as happy as you can probably be, given the conditions?
I think given the way that they got themselves into different stands and then lost wickets just as it was starting to bear fruition, the wickets, I think Warwickshire probably is the sort of total which they would, minimum they'd have been looking for. And when I was on with Clive, we were talking then perhaps looking for 270, 280. I don't think that was ever going to happen, to be honest. So I think they'll be quite reasonably satisfied with 240. And just a little word there for young Tazim Ali at the end there, because he scored 16, but looked to bat quite proficiently there. He's, again, he's shown what an exciting prospect he is for Warwickshire. Amongst the loads of other ones they've got. I don't know whether they fit them all in the teams. That's the problem with all the players, the good young players they've got. But 242 is something to bowl to. If they want to win and come top of this table, they've got to win this game, because Glamorgan look to be a good side. They're doing well against Leicestershire, so otherwise it will be a quarter-final place rather than a semi-final place. But we'll be back in half an hour.
Yeah, just to say, for those who like their stats, leg byes 5, 2 wides, 7 extras, which is good discipline as well. Underlines that discipline from the Yorkshire bowlers. So 243 to win.
No, I thought Yorkshire bowlers really good line, and some of the younger ones, and particularly Hill, bowled particularly well. So well done to them.
Oh, it's good that. It's going for a wonder.
Yeah.
Yes, we pull it out a bit more. Right now. Very interesting. They're not commentating, are they? When were they commentating?
It's sort of radio and stuff into it.
Yeah.
Really roasting. I don't know what toss is now. In the toss.
Like, I know it's a bit like on a selfish point, the Sky should be doing it.
Very nice. Anyway, Man's behind her. And they've helped the man last week.
Turn the mics off this time, half the time they don't.
They're having a bit of a break now, aren't they?
Hey, if I run across, walk across the front, you got run across it.
Stands address. Yeah. So if they ever come round stand, he just says, I don't know. Yeah, it's
okay, man. Put that in for it. Put that in for it. I have not bought a full price first team kit for a long time.
Which Richard, the one you want to buy at Brentford's? Or baby pink, Dad wants to buy. Like his t-shirt?
Yeah. So yes, the sports archive is right. Approaching full anyway. We do seem to pick up the odd bits and pieces as we go around.
I don't know if it works or not. I think I'm a bit inclined to dwell on it. I don't know, I think about the moment.
Say hello, Clive. All right. Sorry about Cobb yesterday.
When's the whenever I'm in it. Oh, this one. I think it's that thing there.
Blake just walked past it. Yeah. We're coming.
I did look there. I just kind of looked across it though.
This is where the commentators. Bye.
Like Briar Avenue with that bit of a tree. True. Yeah.
Yes. Many times.
Yeah, we don't normally around.
See if we don't. I bet.
5 minutes out.
He was like, oh, do you need any liveys for Darrington? I said, I don't know, I was at Mallory. He was like, oh, well, you are head of motorsport, so I'll find out. Oh, good, that's a really good. Thank you.
Please welcome back our umpires, Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan.
Welcome back to Rugby School, where Yorkshire are chasing 243 to win, so Warwickshire falling well short of what they got in their last game here when they scored 311 against Surrey, and it turned out to be only just enough.
Please welcome the Warwickshire team, led out by Ed Barnard.
No one really. Rob Yates made 72. The next highest score was 38. There was some good shots played, but the highlight of the innings was George Hill, 6 for 28, the second best figures by any bowler in this year's competition, and by far and away his career best figures. Struggled really to build partnerships. They had 56 for the 6th wicket, 31 for the 6th. But it was tough going. So the question is really have they fallen well short, or is our conditions a little different perhaps from last time? Also Surrey came close largely because of one brilliant outstanding innings by Dom Sibley, so we won't know of course until they get about. Interesting elsewhere, Leicestershire struggled for much of the innings, ended up making 271 for 8 against Glamorgan. Yorkshire could do with Glamorgan winning that. Warwickshire in some ways could do with Leicestershire winning it, although that would create a little danger for Warwickshire. It could potentially mean them dropping into 3rd place in the final table. They will be in the top 3, so they will progress, but if Leicestershire beat Glamorgan and then win their last game, Warwickshire could find themselves 3rd, which means being away for the quarter-finals. Not that home advantage, not as much evidence as it exists in this competition. As Ed Barnard prepares to bowl the first ball, I'll give you the stat on that and then also a theory as to why that would be the case. So Harry Duke takes down, pushes out the offside, there's no run. There have been 24 home wins in this competition. Care to guess how many away wins there have been, Jonathan Dorridge? 24 home wins.
24
away wins. Correct. So they've been exactly the same number of away wins as home wins. But I suppose in a way it's not that surprising because of course a lot of games in this competition are played on out grounds. There's an observation that Mark Robinson made. He was delighted to be here. And Duke, oh, that's a lovely shot. Backward cut there, beats the dive of Kai Smith at backward point for 4 runs. That's a good start from Yorkshire. As Mark Robinson said, effectively they have given up home advantage by playing here because they're no more used to the ground really than Yorkshire are, and that will be the case throughout the country. You know, Yorkshire go to York, don't they? Well, they won't know that ground much better than their opponents do. So maybe that's one of the reasons why home advantage has not really accrued in the competition this year. That's edge and just beats the dive of Chris Benjamin. Confirmation that Chris Benjamin is keeping wicket. It's actually come off the pad, so it wasn't. I thought I heard a click, but it was a click off the pad. It's gone for 4-leg byes. Yeah, Chris Benjamin keeping wicket. Whether Michael Burgess is still nursing an injured hand or whether they just fancy Benjamin keeping wicket, because he has done now for a few games in this competition and in the T20 Blast as well. Barnard in, and that's cut for 4 more. This is a flying start for Yorkshire, chasing a relatively modest looking target. This is exactly what they wanted, and Ed Barnard, the Warwickshire captain, has got a bit of thinking to do here as he sees the ball hit off him for 4 again.
And yeah, and Harry Duke has had a difficult comp so far, so this will be very welcome. Couple of early boundaries.
Slip in place, Barnard comes into bowl, and Duke drops the bat on that, looking for a little tip and run, but it's not to be had. It's a dot ball. So elsewhere, we've got Somerset in control at Lords. They could well win the other group other than this one. Now 21 without loss, chased 136. Robin says that for 135. Northampton will chase 241 to beat Lancashire at Northampton. Worcestershire looking good against Hampshire at New Road. That one Duke pushes out to point. There's no run. The damage done in the over 12 offered. Only 8 go against Ed Barnard's analysis, but that doesn't really matter. Harry Duke's on 8 and Yorkshire on 12 of that loss. I've already got the required runs down to, they're chasing 243 to win, so they need another 231 to win.
Harry Duke did not bat first match of the comp, then 0, 38, 1, 3 and 12 prior to today, so that tells you that it's not been a happy comp for him so far. Prefers to open, but was batted at 5 in the first I think 4 occasions there before being put back up to open the batting. But a young man who's observed that only 1 over's been bowled.
So I decided to congregate in the media tent, it would seem.
Yeah, here is Ollie Hannon Dolby bowling to Yash Vagadia. His first ball in competitive senior cricket is one that he has a little push at and goes wide of him through to Benjamin.
I give up.
No, I know. Yeah.
Big sign saying do not walk across the commentators. Family practically stopped and had a picnic. Anyway. Hopefully the young man's enjoying his day.
Here comes the wiry Hannon Dolby once again, right arm over. Vagadia gets over the top of that, guides it down to gully. Doesn't matter what the comp is and what the significance of the match. You're always going to be nervous, and more so when it's your first go, so Warwickshire will be keen to deny him any early opportunities, any freebies here, keep those nerves building and try and put some pressure on him and maybe get him to ramp up his own pressure on himself. Hannon Dolby in again, similar shot to the ball before, same result. Fielded at gully, no run.
I was just saying Worcestershire, they're 23 without loss, they're only chasing 165 to beat Hampshire at Worcester. Leicestershire 271 for 80 to say that. I mean, Leicestershire holders in this competition. Warwickshire bowled them out for 88 at Leicester, and yet they could still win this group. So they're looking strong in the competition again. Not skittled out for 218 at Trent Bridge by Essex. Sorry, 242 against Sussex at Hove. Same scores here, except they were bowled out.
Hannon Dolby in again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, but it's a squarish drive out into the covers, straight to the man there, who is Hamza Sheikh, no run. See if we can get Yash Vagadia's second team season up in front of us. If the internet will play ball. Hannon Dolby. Reasonably lengthy run. Turns at the end of it. Pulls it now. Wraps into Vagadia's pad, and there you go. Just trying to wind up that pressure on the new young player. Big appeal. Never really completely wholehearted, you say, about 80%.
I thought Hannon Dolby was. He jumped up and down twice and held his hair. Maybe he didn't get the support he needed, but I think he believed in it. But as I said earlier, we're in the happy position of not really needing to express an opinion in LBWs because we haven't got a chance. I'm not watching it directly at any rate.
Hannon Dolby then, in again. Bowls down the leg side this time, and the inevitable horizontal raising of arms signals are wide.
For what it's worth, and it's not worth very much. We'll have a look at the replay just to see about that. LBW shout. It might well be the umpire's obscuring my view anyway from the replay, but we haven't got that far yet.
And in he comes again then. This time draws Vagadia forward. That's pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run to complete the second over with just that one run from it. 13 without loss after 2.
Yeah, so a bit of control exerted by Hannon Dolby. But Harry Duke will be back on strike, having plundered Ed Barnard for 3 boundaries, 1 off his pads. 2 off the bat, 2 very nice square cut shots. Barnard comes in the bowl to him. Oh, he's lofted that in the air. He's going to be okay. Hamza Sheikh comes round and fields it on the second bounce, and they will get 2. That's be quick. It's well run too. Judge that well. And it's 15 without loss. Barnard in to Duke, who just defends that one back to the bowler. There's no run. Sun's still shining. A little wander around the ground early. It's nicely populated It's nice because it's sort of full, but it's not chock or block, so plenty of room for people to stretch their legs. And there's a big field around the back of the ground if you want to go for a wander. Yeah, I can see why Ariane Dolby liked it, but doesn't matter. Umpire said not out. Here's Barnard coming in from the school end. Oh, he's leant back, Duke, and hit that superbly through long off. Bounces over some chairs. That was a really nice looking shot. Just leant back, gave it plenty. And that's his third boundary, and he looks as if he's... did someone upset him at lunch, I wonder?
It may be because he's had these struggles getting it off the square, really, in the last couple, 2-3 matches, whatever. He's decided to go out and be positive, as they say.
Well, it's working so far. He leans back. That was well enough hit, but this time straight to a fielder, so he'll get nothing for it. Just, I mentioned earlier, and it's not such great news for Warwickshire. I mean, it may just be that he's been rested, but I mentioned it was good news that Richard Gleeson had started playing in the 100, and they're hoping to have him back for the quarter-final in the T20 Blast. He's not playing today, so whether there's a reason for that, well, obviously there's a reason for it, but whether it's just a tactical one or an injury one. That's another square cut shot for 4 from Duke. That wasn't it with so much power, but it was very well placed. And this is terrific. The real danger here for Ed Barnard and Warwickshire, if this goes on much longer, the game could be gone for them in a jiffy.
Not so sure about that, Clive, but not if they've been looking down the Yorkshire scorecards of late.
Well, this next one drops a bat on it and pushes it to the offside. There's no run. Just read it. It just said Nathan Ellis comes in for Richard Gleeson. It doesn't say why, so hopefully that's just they wanted Ellis to play and that he's not injured. But what you could do with them bowling a few overs, to be honest. Mark Robinson, head coach, Hull City supporter, walks around the ground in front of us. Looks like he's taking a fielding position. 23 without loss.
Yes, encroaching on fielder play, lad. Come on. Do the decent thing. Alan Dolby, streamlined, with shaven head. Needs it today in this wind as well. Might take a yard off your pace if you've got a bit of mass of hair, as that is run down to third man by Yash Vagadia for his first run in senior cricket. Who knows, maybe first of many. Malcolm says it's blinking hot out there in Spain. Brilliant bowling by young George Hill, just hoping there's something left for his batting if needed. And he thinks Tats will do fine, but Harry Duke, great little keeper.
It's actually quite hot here when you're not in the shade.
Yeah, it is now. It's getting warmer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very hot standing out there. I just had 15-20 minutes out there as Duke turns one around the corner, and they'll get through for 1 to bring Yash Vagadia back on strike. John Stoko says, happy what I like to call hashtag Sir Geoffrey Boycott Day. The master bagged his 100th ton at Headingley on this day in 1977. Hope you're on the mend, Geoffrey. Could have done with you up at Ravenscar CC yesterday. Best England opener ever, fact.
Opinion.
And Dolby in, gone. That's the end of Yash Vagadia. His first go in senior cricket has not lasted long, unfortunately for him. Just getting underneath one slightly, and he's clothed it to mid-wicket, and Yorkshire are 25 for 1.
Yeah, shame. Just hit it straight to Jake Lintop and the covers. It's a tough sport, cricket, particularly for batters. You get one chance, make a mistake. But as you say, hopefully we'll see plenty more of him in the future, and you'll have better days with the bat. Fielded pretty well for what it's worth, which is a bit. But
welcome the incoming batter, Will Luxton.
Will Luxton comes in to replace him. Wicket for Ollie Dolby, who was the top wicket taker in the competition last season.
A couple of pictures of Jeffrey raising his bat. That was the first day of Test cricket I ever saw live, was the Monday. He did that on the Saturday, so the next day of that Test match, after a rest day. I wouldn't have been able to tell you what date it was, but clearly my first day of Test cricket viewing live would have been on Monday the 13th of August 1977. Will Luxton is the new man. He's batted at the top of the order. He's been shuffled down to 5 and he's back up to 3 for this match.
So Ollie Dolby's 11th wicket of the season in this competition.
Here he comes then, and bowls it now. It's full, and Luxton pushes to mid-on, and there's no run. Batted superbly in the first match, Clive, of the comp down at the Oval, got 83. Looked, if ever you thought anybody was nailed on for a ton, he was striking it superbly and looked in absolutely zero danger, and then probably just played a shot too many, but it's been more difficult for him since then. Still to see the best of Will Luxton, but it's got plenty of promise. Lovely straight punch, or just to the onside of straight, from this full-length delivery from Hannon Dolby.
Let's say George Hill's 6-wicketer has put him in joint 3rd place in the country in this competition for number of wickets. He's got 15, one behind Douthwaite, Glamorgan and Steele of Surrey. A tremendous performance from George Hill today,
especially with so many bowls. I think it's unusual to see that many as your percentage, as Luxton gets solidly behind this Hannon Dolby delivery, punches into the field. No run to complete that over. A wicket taking one for Ollie Hannon Dolby. 25 for 1 after 4 overs, Yorkshire.
If you'll have to replace the stump out of his match fee, the one that he broke. George Hill took it, and quite a big chip off it actually. So Ed Barnard, having been unusually expensive with Harry Duke playing a series of fine shots against him, is taking himself out of the attack quite early and bringing in Michael Booth. His first 2 overs went for 18 runs. Yes, he was hit for 4 fours and a 2 by Duke, and actually you can add 4 leg buys to that in terms of the team total. So that's, he feels necessitated a change. And Michael Booth is in. That's going down the leg side. It's not a great start from him. It's a wide. So Warwickshire having problems from the school end. Ollie Dolby is actually bowled very well from the other end, but this end. The batters, of course, the batters haven't changed positions yet. They've changed personnel, but they've not actually changed positions yet. Harry Duke's been at one end throughout so far, and he faces this one. He leaves that. She moves and out. Again, we can't possibly tell how close it was to the stumps, but it's a dot ball. Larson just standing on the balcony in New Zealand, just sort of head of everything here at Warwickshire now. That one's short, it's pulled, it will be fielded by Hampton Shep. Sort of bounced rather awkwardly in front of him, but he did what you're taught to do and made sure he had plenty of body behind the ball, so it didn't matter that he didn't get it cleanly with his hands. It's 1 run. 27 for 1, and for the first time Harry Duke changes ends. Brings Will Luxton on to strike. 243 is the target for Yorkshire. They need it to stay alive in this competition. That is driven to mid-off, and they think about a run, they opt against it. remains 27 for 1.
We're keeping you awake, Sunshine?
No. Just nice and relaxed. Booth in the ball. Oh, that's a swing and a miss outside off stump by Luxton. A bit of zip from Booth. Booth, who plays as an overseas player currently, but will be qualified English. Plan is for next season. He's getting opportunities actually in all forms of cricket because Warwickshire have had problems with overseas players or one thing or another. Born in Harare, he comes into bowl, that's left, and there's no run. So Warwickshire have exerted a spot of control. But Harry Duke doing some early damage and knocking off, chipping off a little bit of this middling target, so that Yorkshire face. Booth to Luxton, it turns that around to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Going to bring Brian Halford in here for a 20-minute stint in a moment. In fact, let's do that right now. Do you want a break or do you want me to?
No, I don't mind.
I'll let Brian in here.
So 27 for 1 after 5. Hannah Dolby to continue from the end with no name. In he comes then, bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side by Harry Duke, who's suddenly taken on a player who's looking much more confident about what he's doing out there in the middle than we've seen in the last few matches. Good to see. Afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. It's an intriguing match we've got here, isn't
it? It is. I don't think it'll be easy scoring these runs. I think they've been given 1 or 2 early on, but once Warwickshire get the radar right, they could certainly cause a confidence-seeking Yorkshire batting lineup a few problems. Duke just fishing for one that was short of length, around about 4th stump and missing out. Strong player, square on both sides of the wicket, Harry. Generally speaking, in his first team career, not been one who you'd say scores his runs with power, more of a touch player, but he certainly showed us he got some power in the warm-up game against Shropshire a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago today. Here's Hannah Dolby, and Duke pushing forward, bit of pad, bit of bat involved, I think, drops it into the leg side and they get a single.
Well, a touch player could be just what's needed today, couldn't it? Because it's not the sort of, it's quite slow, isn't it? It's not the sort of wicket that you're going to just biff bang runs on. So really, Yorkshire, if they're going to get this total, they couldn't work their way towards it rather than bash their way towards it, because it's not the easiest wicket to score runs on.
No, I suspect if you start to force it, you'll be putting yourself at risk. Luxton waits, opens the face, runs one out into the gully region. There is no run. Beautiful day, as Clive mentioned earlier. The kits look pretty much the same from a distance. If you don't linger too long and pick out the detail, the only major difference is that the Bears have got yellow on the backs of their shirts, number wise. Alan Dolby in and bowling now, a lovely straight elbow up drive, orthodox stuff from Luxton, but picked out the man at mid-off, no run. Have you been around following all the rest of the Warwickshire matches in the comp or elsewhere?
I've just been at home and following them at home, and I took in a Worcestershire game last week. Worcestershire doing really well with such a depleted bowling side. Warwickshire, of course, going toe-to-toe with Glamorgan
for a top spot at the moment. And Glamorgan actually, they had Leicestershire in all sorts of trouble earlier on, but Leicestershire hit back really well.
And Dolby in again and solidly defended by Luxton. Final ball of the over. He can, and he's advised to, I guess, have a good look here, having seen his team get off to a fairly brisk start. I think he'd be well served in these conditions. I'm not saying it's a bad pitch, because it isn't clearly, but might just need you to work yourself in and have a good look and just go deep, really. Just play cricket.
Absolutely, and Yorkshire have got time to do that. They did bowl very well, notably, of course, George Hill with 6 for 28, but they are chasing a relatively moderate total as Michael Booth comes in to start his second over, and this is edged wide of the slip fielder down to third man by Luxton for a single. Luxton's first run from his 10th delivery. Yorkshire chasing Warwickshire's total of 242 for 9, and Yorkshire bowled well. I thought they kept taking wickets, didn't they? Only Robbie Yates really built innings of any substance with 72, but the rest of the top 5 all went between 10 and 15, and Yorkshire bowled really well. Here comes Booth again, and this is allowed to pass by Harry Duke through to Michael Burgess. Rugby School looking splendid, blessed by great weather again, and the school has been really fortunate, because they had this sort of weather for their first 50 over game last week, and then in the middle came a grey, claggy, horrible day at Edgbaston and a no result. So the festival here at Rugby really has been blessed, as Booth is in again, and this surprises Duke, who adjusts well. The ball lifted at him, but he does well to keep it down and fend it off up to mid-on.
Yes, taller than the two players, Will Luxton. Got that on his side, was telling me for a newspaper piece I've just written with him that he enjoys the short ball. Likes to use his feet against spin.
Here comes Booth again, and Luxton again drives this under well in control of that shot, and just plays it up to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run, and forgive me, the identification is not too easy for a Warwickshire man. These two guys from this distance look quite similar. We are a curious angle here for a commentary booth, a deep square leg. Luxton in his stance now, and he's going to...
Yours.
Oh, blimey, that's hit me on the ankle. Oh, blimey. That's crisply pulled for 4 runs, and the umpire, bless him, is just giving me the thumbs up to make sure I'm all right, because that struck me on the left ankle.
Well, you're not so far away from the paramedics. They're in the media room at the back.
Had I been younger, I'd have picked it up and thrown it back in. But as 4 runs anyway, the Yorkshire fans have been much more interested to know that it was a lovely shot for 4 by Luxton, and Yorkshire move on to 33 for 1. Forgive me the self-indulgence there, but it's a little bit sore.
I'm going to say, if I were you, I might go get an ice pack on that. Better off doing it now. Ease the pain as well. I'll hold the fort, because he struck it well there. As soon as he hit it, I thought, this is yours. It's not quite going to get to me.
It'd be a bit sad if a radio reporter had to retire hurt, though, wouldn't it? That'd be poor, really. So I shall soldier on.
It'll give you something to write about, I think.
It will.
It definitely give you something to write about. First-hand experience of how well Will Luxton can strike a ball. So Ollie Hannon Dolby at 33 for 1. He's going to bowl over number 8, and Duke has just hit that pretty firmly back to our bowler.
Ollie Hannon Dolby, Jonathan, has been a wonderful cricketer for Warwickshire over the last 10 years. How do Yorkshire fans recall him? Do they regard him as one they let go? I mean, at the time I don't think it was too controversial, because there were so many seamers on the Yorkshire staff, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, I've not had loads of correspondence, but obviously tend to get it at times like this. A few people have bemoaned the fact that he was allowed to go. There's the touch play from Harry Duke, because he does like to play that scoop, and he's premeditated that and got it away over his left shoulder for 6 runs. Cleared, well clear of the crowd on the boundary down at the Rugby School end of the ground. Very well executed, and he's certainly building in confidence here, Harry Duke. Yorkshire Viking supporters will be delighted with that, because, as I say, he has been through the mill in this competition. Got to keep it going though, hasn't he? As long as he can. Hannon Dolby in again. That's dropped into the offside, no run. So yeah, I've heard a few comments over the years, Brian, but particularly, of course, as you'd expect, when it says H. Dolby 5 for something against his name at some other ground, and Yorkshire are struggling to take wickets somewhere.
Yeah. Well, he took some time to get established at Warwickshire. He was in the white ball team first of all, but he was behind a very strong armoury of seamers like Barker and Wright when they won the championship, but he really has been the mainstay.
He's tried again here. I think that's hit him in the box. I think he's not picked the right delivery, or if he has, he's not executed that one quite as well as he did the first in the over.
Yes, a little bit needless that present, because they don't need too many runs, do they? So having got a 6 already this over, probably didn't need to take another risk this over.
39 for 1. He's on 28, Harry Duke. Wide stance. Got the feeling that he means business today, but that might just make him think a little bit. Not to get too carried away. Here he is, pushing one back to the bowler this time, taking a bit of pace off the ball.
Ollie Hannon Dolby already struck in this innings, having Yash Bagdadia caught at short mid-wicket. Oliver Hannon Dolby's 116th List A wicket. He scored 122 List A runs, so I'm just wondering whether he'll reach the end of his career with more List A wickets or runs.
Takes a moment at the end of his run. He's running right to left as we look at the pitch from the commentary position on this pace table. Expecting Brian to get the brushes out and a bit of whatever it is, paste wise. What's your favourite paste of choice at the end of the over? 39 for 1, is it?
I think if
are you a DIY man?
No. If Harry Duke continues to bat like that, I'm going to call for a helmet, I think, after what happened in the last over. So, but we just, please, Michael Booth, keep the ball pitched up in this over, please. I mean, but this is a reasonably solid start for Yorkshire, chasing 242, 39 for 1 off 8 as Booth comes in to start his 3rd over. This is just tucked away to the leg side for a single. Rugby School looking absolute picture. Trees of all sorts of colours rustling very gently in a gorgeous sunshine, and 500-year-old oak tree right behind Harry Duke as we look from deep square leg. Duke settles in again and drives this beautifully up to mid-on for 4. That's a gorgeous shot, and he's looking in good nick.
He is. It was a gorgeous shot, as you say, and more so because he definitely held that back, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he waited, just bided his time for the ball to get to him, played it right under his eye line and just timed it.
Yes, that was good bowling actually, clever bowling, but it was really well read by Harry Duke, who moves to 32 and he's looking in fine form. He waits again, good delivery this from Booth, and Duke just plays it straight back to the bowler, who feels that, I guess the Duke, one of the challenges for Duke is looking in good nick, is not to get a bit giddy. We saw an example actually earlier on in the Warwickshire innings, didn't we, when Hamza Sheikh lifted Hill for a very audacious 6, and then went for the similar shot 2 balls later and was out LBW. So it's great to be in good nick, but you still got to be a little bit careful. Duke waits again as Booth comes in, and good straight delivery, and Duke plays this with a good deal of watchfulness straight back to the bowler.
What a funny game cricket is, honestly. He's not been able to buy a run They almost had him on toast, Leicestershire, the other day, where they were bowling it round about fourth stump, and he just hit him ball after ball straight to point, couldn't get it away from the man. It's like a three-man game. Occasionally dropping one in front, but then saying no to his teammate because there's no chance of getting through.
He waits again, over pitch delivery, which he hammers straight to point. Didn't quite time that, but safely negotiates another delivery. And yes, as you say, he has been out of nick. Well, he looks as though he's certainly making strides in the right direction today. On a pitch which is not perfect for stroke play, as you say. By no means is it a bad pitch, but you've got to work to score runs on it. This is short and cut away, and there'll be 4 more for Harry Duke. Almost stopped by Will Rhodes at point there, but I think he may have even got a finger on it, but it was really well timed by Harry Duke, who helps himself to his 6th 4 and moves to 36. And Yorkshire 48 for 1, moving promisingly along in pursuit of 242.
Yeah, this will be one of the better starts in this, now the 7th match that they've played in this competition. Its opening partnerships have been very hard to come by. This, of course, not an opening partnership. They have lost Yash Vigadia, but early wicket partnerships similarly difficult. Here's Hannon Dolby then, bowling to Luxton, who has that little walk into the shot and then gets solidly behind it. Will Luxton, an England under-19 World Cup finalist, has been around. This is his 4th season of playing some part in the Yorkshire first team, but not a huge part so far. But he's got ability, no doubt about that. There's plenty of those around though, and it's about managing to take opportunities when you get them. Hannon Dolby in, and his soft hands here run that down to 3rd man, and we'll pick up 1.
Yes, he played that well, didn't he? Hannon Dolby, very skillful bowler and a very persistent bowler as well. He will keep on plugging away and hitting it, as they say, in the right areas, and every now and then he'll just get one to do something dangerous, and that's what happened then. But it's really well played by Luxton.
In the right areas. It's one of those expressions, isn't it? I know. We all use it, and it kind of grates with us all, I think, at times as well, for want of a better one, as Hannon Dolby is levered over Rob Yates at extra cover, and 4 more to Harry Duke, who's getting the most applause from his teammates over on in front of the changing rooms, because they're probably also rubbing their eyes.
Pretty audacious stuff, that, isn't it? Down the wicket, thrashing it over cover. Very good shot.
Has had a ton in this competition in the past, 125, and best score of 91 not out in a win against Surrey at York last year. As that is punched just to the off side of straight. Fielded there by Barnard, no run. But yeah, you've got to have a bit of confidence in how you're playing to be able to play the shot he's just played. Element of risk, getting the ball in the air with the man there waiting for a catch. So you've got to trust the pitch well enough to take that on. 53 for 1, that ripple of applause because the boundary brought up the half century for Yorkshire. Hannon Dolby in again, he tries the scoop again. It's 2-1 in the negative, captain, and a 6 off the other one. So I'm not quite sure how well it's working. He's averaged 2 off the shot.
Yeah.
So far, which I suppose maybe is a positive.
He'd settle for that, yes. The second and third attempts could have cost him his wicket, of course, which I guess he was just choosing the right line to try the shot. I don't think that's a percentage shot from now on. An adjustment in the field, perhaps with that shot in mind from Hannon Dolby. Moving, I think he moves 3rd man very slightly finer.
Here he is again. Duke Waits. And looking purposefully at the ball, he just turns it to the onside of straight to complete that over with a single. So 41 now to him, and 54 for 1 after the completion of 10 overs, Yorkshire.
Yorkshire have won one, lost one, won one, lost one, all the way through, haven't they, so far? So they are, if they're going to continue that pattern, they'll win this one.
From the school end.
And then it'll be a wasted trip to Cardiff on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yes, indeed. We have another former Yorkshire player coming into the attack now, soon to be Durham player, Will Rhodes, coming on to replace Michael Booth, who goes off for a grey with 3 overs for 16 behind him. Will Rhodes has been a very influential cricketer for Warwickshire since he joined from Yorkshire, captained them to the championship title, of course, and although principally a batsman, he's bowled some very important, useful middle order or middle innings medium pace spells. Here he is to start his spell, and they're playing for a catch down the leg side, and he has he struck? No, I thought the batsman was taking his gloves off and walking. It was a lavish appeal by Michael Burgess.
Yeah, he's got that. He does that, does Harry, anyway. It's one of those movements he has after a ball's gone.
Well, the bowler and the wicket-keeper, well, perhaps just the wicket-keeper, actually got very excited about that. Evidently it just flicked the pad on the way through. And Harry Duke, apologies to the Yorkshire supporters, I got a bit excited there, but me and Michael Burgess were excited, nobody else were. Here comes Rhodes again, straighter delivery this time, and Duke just plays it into the covers. Will Rhodes signed a 3-year contract with Durham after this season, and will be missed by Warwickshire, I think.
Has he gone on the record about the reasons for why?
I think it's the usual sort of freshening up on my career, new challenge time, but basically he ceased to be captain last season and Alex Davis has taken over the captaincy. Rhodes is in again, and this is handsomely driven, and it beats the fielder at mid-on, and 4 more runs to Harry Duke, who moves to 45, and the expansive drive, and a few warning signs here for Warwickshire. They need to break this partnership. Most of the runs are coming from Harry Duke, but partnership already worth 32 for the second wicket, and Duke is looking very dangerous. He waits again handsomely driven straight, but Rhodes gets a hand on it and there's no run. But Will Rhodes has also been very frustrated by not getting in the 2020 team over the years, and I think when Alex Davis took over the captaincy, probably just convinced Will that it was time for fresh pastures. Here he comes again, and this beats Duke outside the off stump. Michael Burgess tries a cheeky stumping, but the batter had gone nowhere.
Well, Michael Burgess and Harry Duke have something in common then, the cheekiness. Harry certainly has that sort of cheeky, chappy demeanour.
Here comes Rhodes again, and this is tucked into the leg side after a loose leg side delivery first ball. It's a tight over from Rhodes. Who's this umpire here, Jonathan? Can you identify the umpire at this end?
Yeah, Hassan Adnan this end, isn't it?
Is it?
And Tom Lungley at the school end.
I just think it was sweet of him when I was struck on the ankle to just look over and give me, "Are you okay?" and a thumbs up. What a noble individual he is.
Yeah.
So everything I write about him in the future is going to be positive, even if he has a terrible game.
Yeah, wonderful decision to give that out LBW when it was missing 3 sets.
Absolutely.
It looked fairly close from the press box, I can see it now. Here's Alan Dolby bowling to Luxton, who's got a bit of width to work with and cuts that one away out into the deep on the offside, fielded there at point by Hamza Sheikh, and 1 run.
You would think that Alan Dolby's coming to the end of his spell, in which case we will see some spin from Warwickshire. Taz Ali, who's impressed in his first sustained run in the first team in this tournament, young spinner. Jake Lintott, of course, well known around county cricket as a left arm wrist spinner.
And Dolby is in. Oh, lovely shot. That really is a cracking shot by Harry Duke to take him to 49. Again, just using the pace of the ball, a little bit of width to work with. It's more about the placement. There is a man down at third man, and he knows he's just got to get it wide enough of him, and managed to do so, running it down towards his teammates sitting on the bench in the shade in the pavilion. So 63 for 1.
Immaculately timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's as good a shot as we've seen in play. Those sort of shots tend not to get the accolades. Alan Dolby in again, and Duke dropping out to the offside, keen to get that first half century of the campaign.
One thing in Yorkshire's favour, as we saw from that shot there, it is quite a small ground, isn't it? And if you can find the gaps and time the ball, then you're probably going to get good reward for it. Small ground in all directions, actually.
So 49 from 42 now for Harry Duke. Alan Dolby in again, and this time not quite sure it went where he wanted it to. Turned it into the leg side. No run. Not an enormous crowd in, but still great to see the ground lined by chairs and people. Quite a few Yorkshire supporters, given it's a different ground, have wanted to tick the box and have made their way down. Had a chat with a few of them earlier on a wander round. A couple of hours, 2.5 maybe for some, to get down here. Early starts this morning as Duke runs one down just to the left of Gully, and that single will take him to a very well played and very well earned half century. There'll be a lot of people, and particularly in the dressing room, pleased for Harry Duke. He's a popular character, plenty going for him, and he just hasn't had much going for him in the competition so far, but he gets there in 44 deliveries, including 9 fours and a 6, and he's really helped to get his team off to a relatively rare good start in this competition.
Classy innings, and the fact that 42 of the 50 runs have come in 4 and 6s shows how well he's played.
Alan Dolby to Luxton, who walks into the shot. That's a beautiful shot by Will Luxton. Alan Dolby sprawls, diving away to his left to try and take a catch. It was aerial for a moment, but not an a real uppish shot, driven straight for 4. And Luxton joining in, so he's on 11. Productive over for the Vikings, 10 coming from it, 68 for 1 after 12.
Yes, promising start for Yorkshire, and let's hear it for their bowlers as well, for restricting Warwickshire to 242 for 9. George Hill 6 for 28, the 7th best List A bowling analysis for Warwickshire, but collectively a good bowling performance. I thought Ben Code bowled really well up top just to prevent Warwickshire getting off to a flyer. None for 38 off 10. Matthew Reeves 2 for 40. Only Rob Yates batted for any length of time for the Bears, 72. Other than that, it was just lower order cameos. Chris Benjamin 38 and Kai Smith 33. Yorkshire have made a good start to their pursuit of this target as Rhodes begins another over, and that's hammered over long on for 4. First bounce 4 by Harry Duke, whose confidence could not be much higher at the moment.
No, it's, as I say, weird game cricket, isn't it? Talk about topsy-turvy. I can't remember now. We counted the number of balls he'd faced for the number of runs he'd scored in his last 2 innings, and it was a lot of deliveries for very few runs in return. What a turnaround.
Well, that was a pretty good length ball. I don't think there's anything wrong with that ball at all, and it disappeared over mid-on, and mid-on has now become long-on, so Warwickshire are being forced onto the defensive by this onslaught by Harry Duke, who's waiting again for Will Rhodes, and ramps this one for another 4. That was beautifully played, spotted early on that it was the right length, connected beautifully. Successive 4s to start the over for Harry Duke.
Yeah, I would suggest that was good cricket in terms of using the love. The man gets dispatched because he's hit it straight, so you're either pushing into that area for 1 along the deck, or because the man had been brought up inside the circle behind him, if he can just get enough height on it with the ramp, he knows he's in for a bit of joy.
8 from the over already after 2 balls, Jonathan. So what do you do now? Do you think, oh, that'll do, it's a good over, or what if confidence is high, do you keep on going for it?
I think you play the shot if it's there, but you probably wouldn't go searching for it. There's a few ones around.
Rhodes is in again, straight delivery and tucked away to mid-wicket where Taz Ali fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, sensible. Didn't try and play a ball that wasn't there, just played it on merits.
And that's pretty much all Yorkshire need to do now. I think Warwickshire need to take wickets. If Yorkshire don't lose wickets, they'll win this game. I think it's have quite a lot of time on their side. Rhodes is in again. This is worked away to deep mid-wicket for a single by Harry Duke, a rare single.
I think what I'd say is, while these two have got themselves in, Will Luxton's still getting himself in, I suppose. Arguably has faced 20 now, just to cash in really, because they have lost wickets in fairly quick succession. So once one goes, don't be too surprised if there's a turnaround.
Luxton to face Rhodes and pushes this back to the bowler, who fields one-handed, and there's no run there. I think we're about to see Taz Ali, who's if he hasn't got the call to warm up, he's certainly doing his best to attract the captain's eye, because he's stretching and getting himself ready there at mid-wicket, so we'll see some spin quite soon. Rhodes and again, this one defeats an attempted leg side flick by Luxton, but no damage done to the batsman, who just declines an attempted leg by, and the end of Will Rhodes is over. 77 for 1. She's ticking along nicely thanks to a very elegant and cleanly struck half century from Harry Duke. He has 59, and Clive is about to return, and I'm going to get some ice on the ankle.
You do right. Change of bowling at the end that was named there, but couldn't pick up what it was, but it's to our right, the opposite to the school end. And it isn't Tazim Ali who's got himself on at this end. It's going to be Lintop.
Timed my departure well then. Avoided any balls coming in hitting me on the ankles.
Yeah, take cover. Brian, it was a stinger.
But I see him about Harry Duke, he's hoped he's had a nick, isn't he?
Well, yeah. What can Jake Lintop do? I mentioned earlier he's got a pretty good record against the Vikings in white ball cricket per se. 3 wickets in this competition so far at 73, so today will be a good day for him to be back on it from Warwickshire's point of view. Left arm of course on his first delivery. Sees Harry Duke pull out the reverse sweep, but can't get it past the man who's square on the offside.
Spoke to Gavin Larson on travels. Cricket director, I think it's his official title, but anyway, head of everything. He reckons it is a bit slower and stickier than last time, but he reckons they're about 20-30 runs short of where they wanted to be, Warwickshire.
Yeah, you'd have probably agreed with something like that as Duke turns one round the corner here, possibly off thigh pad. We'll see if there is a signal. No, it was off the bat. Takes him to 59, and he's in danger of doubling his runs for the comp in one fell swoop, the way he's going on here.
He's playing very well. He's trying to take the game away from Warwickshire almost single-handedly.
Lintott in again. Luxton watchful, pushing to Yates in the offside, no run. Yeah, it just feels as though he's kind of thought, right, I'm going to go out there today, be positive, not going to get stuck. Just saying to Brian, faced quite a lot of deliveries for very few runs combined in his last 2 knocks, where he just got bogged down and then got out. Luxton pulls one out to mid-wicket there for a single. But, today, yeah, Harry's been on it from ball 1. Oh, now he's got underneath this one and he's out. Trying to sweep that one away, slog sweep sort of feel to the shot, top edge, and an easy catch for Chris Benjamin, who just basically had to train his eyes on whereabouts has that gone over my head, turned round and opened up the gloves and said thank you very much. 79 for 2, but that is a very, very good knock indeed by Harry Duke, and he's got his team off to a handy old start here. But as I was just saying a few minutes ago, don't start counting Yorkshire's chickens by any stretch of the imagination. They've had batting problems throughout this competition, and one of them is a case in point coming in now, Finlay Bean, who has struggled at the top of the order. He's down at number 4 today. We'll see if that changes anything as far as he's concerned. Clearly he's been prolific in championship cricket in just 2 full, or almost 2 full seasons now, and he can play, but for whatever reason it hasn't yet happened for him with the white ball. Could today be the day?
11 fours and a 6 for Harry Duke, and I'll wait exact figures, but it's going to be something like 52 balls for his 60. Very good innings. I did just for one moment wonder whether Chris Benjamin had completely misjudged that, but he had plenty of time. Successful in toss. Well, just certainly needed that.
Yeah, and again Lintott making an almost immediate impact against the Yorkies. So Bean, left-handed, for those who haven't seen him play, because he only got his introduction into the first team just about the time Warwickshire was sinking Yorkshire from the Championship a couple of years ago, as Bean punches into the offside final ball of the over, and that is a dot to complete over number 14 at 79 for 2.
Well, if Warwickshire can keep getting wickets, it could be a very interesting tight game. Yorkshire certainly well ahead of the pace at the moment. Their required rate is only 4.5 and over, so Warwickshire are going to have to keep taking wickets if they have any chance of winning this. Confirmation Harry Duke 6, he actually came off 51 balls. 11 fours and a 6, so he's got them off to a good start. There's Luxton on strike, so Michael Booth comes in again to bowl. He's into the ground, into the covers, so it's fielded. Rob Yates with the stop. Heading towards the conclusion of the group. The quarterfinals and finals will get played very quickly, and then we have to wait until September before the final at Trent Bridge. It's played onto the onside for no run. Luxton, who is on 12, he was happy to play the supporting role to Harry Duke, and because of the rapid start they've got, Yorkshire have time to rebuild here. Don't have to stress too much about runs. I want to try and take the strike and keep it ticking along a little bit, but they don't have to worry too much. That's, mind you, is going to get them runs, and that's into our press tent again. Swept for 4. That's a fine shot from Luxton. 83 for 2. his third 4. It's Will Rhodes, I beg your pardon, say it was Booth, I do beg your pardon, Will Rhodes bowling. He's in now to bowl, right arm over, that's hit in the air, but that's going to be safe, that's going to go all the way for 6 to the area for players, families and friends. That's a very nicely picked up shot, so the wicket gone, but it hasn't stopped the runs at all.
Yeah, lovely pick up, takes him into the 20s, 22.
Warwickshire only managed 3 sixes, which felt a little on this ground. You're looking for a few more than that, I would have thought.
I think the benefit of the short boundary, Clive, is don't go hard at the ball because you think it's an easy 6. Just if you time it, you'll still get full value, won't you? Just wait a bit longer.
Yorkshire's second 6. Let's play back to the bowler. There's no run.
And the first, of course, was a ramp, so using the pace of the ball, or a scoop, I should say.
I was talking to Gavin last when that shot was played. He was very impressed with it. Might be signing him up for next season.
He plays that shot well. He does actually regularly play it well. As we also saw, he can get in a bit of a pickle with it.
Here's Rhodes in, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. End of the over. Productive over, 6 of 4 in it, 89 for 2. 15 overs bowled. The target 243. So the required rate at the moment is 4.5 and over. Really not a major problem unless Warwickshire can start getting some wickets.
Yeah, not ruling that out. Not at all. As Lintott removes the cap and comes on for his second. First one went for just a couple and took that wicket of Harry Duke. But otherwise, economy rates, well, Ed Barnard 2 overs for 18. Alan Dolby going at just over 4 and over, 1 for 26 off his 6. 3 overs for 16, Michael Booth. Maybe just about okay, but Will Rhodes 3 overs for 23 so far. Here's Lintott, and the left-handed Bean works one through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up just the 1 to get Finlay off the mark for the day. Just to make further comment on his competition so far for somebody who's scored as many runs in red ball cricket and has been opening the batting in this form of the game. 73 to his name in the competition so far from 6 knocks as he walked out to bat, as Luxton has just turned one into the leg side for a single. And you know, we talk, don't we, so much about white ball cricket being in the favour of the batters, the power plays, you know, only 2 men outside the circle, the ball doesn't do as much, all those sorts of things, and yet he seems to have found it more difficult to open the batting with the white ball than he does with the moving red ball. As there he is pushing forward at 1 where there's a stifled appeal just outside off stump. Can he get the runs we know he's capable of in white ball cricket today? Well, we're finding out as he's pushing tentatively forward at this delivery into the offside. No run. Of course, he's coming now at a stage where we have a slow bowler on. He'll be out in red ball cricket for quite a while before he gets to face any of those as an opening batter. He's gone back foot this time and pushed back to the bowler. No run. He did, of course, famously manage that 441 in second team cricket, and I don't think you can bat for that long without being reasonably useful against spin. Can't remember what the opposing attack consisted of, but you think he's alright, and he's turned this one round the corner and will pick up 4 runs. Got just a sniff of an opportunity there from Jake Lintott and was good enough to take it. So 4 back at a square takes him to 5. It's 95 for 2 after 16 overs.
We'll bring Phil in.
Yeah.
Jonathan, get a little break. Not much for Cute the ice cream van, if you fancy. It's Yorkshire at the moment in the ascendancy. One of the joys of the 50 over game, of course, is it can change dramatically, but right now it's certainly Yorkshire who will be featuring quite high on the wind viz if we were subjected to such a thing here, which happily we're not. Now we're going to see young Taz Ali come into bowl, England under 19 spinner. He'll be bowling to Luxton. She contributed a little bit with the bat, scoring 16. What can he do with his leg breaks? 18 years of age. It's only his 7th game. Hasn't bowled in all the games he's played. He's bowled, if a hasty piece of arithmetic tells me he's bowled about 31-32 overs. He comes in there, and that's played out away for a single by Luxton into the deep. Took 2 for 40 against Glamorgan, 3 for 53 against Gloucestershire. Oh, sorry, Phil, that's what you're on.
He bowled well against Surrey.
The situation here where he could do with having some success. Now then, Craig Miles is on the field, so someone's gone off. That is short and it's pulled, and that will be caught. And he gets a wicket with a catch in the deep. Slightly misjudged shot there from Finley Bean, and he goes, holds the blade of his bat in frustration because he knows he's rather given that away. But Taz Ali strikes first over.
Yeah, it was a similar sort of dismissal to the one that was it Robbie Yates got out to, where the ball was a little bit short, pulled it, but never really got hold of it.
I thought it was. I should have called it. I thought it was Jake Limandier. I haven't always been right on time, but it was Jake Lintodd. I think I caught that. Straightforward catch. I mean, the Yates one, it was quite a difficult chance. Very well taken by Don Best. Did very well to stay inside the rope, whereas that one didn't travel quite as far. It was had to move fairly sharply to his right, but took it well.
I'm just having a look whether it was. I said it was against Surrey. I think it might have actually been. No, it was against Surrey. He got 3 wickets.
Lintott's, yeah, I had that here. Yeah, second catch of the season for Lintott. Yeah. It was against Gloucestershire, took 3 wickets. Taz Ali. It was none for 32 against Surrey. And
so it's after that really electric start, which Yorkshire got off to, then just pulled it back a little bit. Warwickshire. Duke went off like a bottle of fizzy pop, didn't he?
Batted very well. Still in a decent position, but they can't afford to lose too many more wickets quickly. I'm quite sure what the excitement was there. Jonathan Danielsson played that with his bat onto the onside. Obviously, the assumption was it nearly got through.
He pushes it through a bit quicker than they expect, I think. Taz Ali.
Comes into bowl. Does bowl that one fairly quickly. It's played onto the onside. There's no run.
You'd think at the speed he pushes it through, he's not giving it much of an opportunity to turn. If it is, it's going to be an incredibly quick leg break through to onto the batsman.
In he comes again. That one is played to the offside for no run. He's 18 years of age. Quite a slight figure. Taz Ali. Looks like he might still have a bit more growing and building to do. Comes in now, and that's turned round to fine leg while Ollie Ham Dorby will field. It's a single. end of the over. 96 for 3 after 17 overs.
I think they've got one more to go, and I think they've just missed that one. But 97 for 3, I think it is. Yeah. I think they're a little bit ahead of where Warwickshire were at the same stage, run-wise.
Yeah, Warwickshire only got 36 in the power play.
Yeah.
The halfway stage, Warwickshire, not the halfway stage, the 30 over stage, they were around 120. In actual fact, I think they were 121. So the odd equation about doubling the score from 30
exactly
overs
right.
out was exactly right in this case. In the balance at Leicester, Glamorgan 58 for 2, chasing 272 to beat Leicestershire. Yorkshire want Glamorgan to win that. Who Warwickshire want to win might depend on the result of this game.
This one from Lintott is glanced just behind square for a single.
Because if Warwickshire lose this and Leicestershire beat Glamorgan, it throws the top 3 places wide open.
Yes, it does.
It could mean Leicestershire would have a chance of winning the group, and Warwickshire could end up finding themselves in 3rd.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't matter. They'd be away anyway, both, whether it was Friday or Sunday. This next one gets the outside edge and squirts away to backward point.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want to be, I don't know, away to Somerset the one day and then away to Durham in the semi-final, which is possible, or vice versa.
Top in again and bowls. This is peel for stumped. Not sure whether they were peeling for the court behind or the stumped originally, but there's no reaction from either umpire.
Square leg umpire in the end, but
Tatzel was back in his crease. I don't think there was any issue on that. Benjamin wasn't interested in the Celt behind, so net Yorkshire survive. This next one is hit down towards us out on the cover boundary. They're going to come back for 2. They're going to have to move, but they do because the throw from Hans the Sheikh is wide at the stumps, and they get back comfortably for 2. So Tatzel moves on to 4. Total goes past the 101 on the board in the 18th over.
I suppose the worst case scenario would be a trip to Southampton and Chester Street in either order, which is possible.
This one is played into the onside. They think of the single. Luxton's looking for a run, but Tatzel sends him back. It would suit me. I'm up in Newcastle on next Sunday, so a Durham game would be handy. But a lot of changes and permutations to get to that, though, aren't there? This next one is short, and again it's hammered out into the offside. It'll only be a single this time. So Sheikh gets the ball back in. Just a little bit too short there, Jake Lintott, allowing the batsman to go back and square cut it away. A couple of times that over. 18th over gone, 102 for 3. So another 141 runs required, and there's 32 overs in which to get them.
So looking quite good in their game at Canterbury, 307 all out. Kent, that's okay, 95 for 2 in the 18th. There's a race on between Worcestershire and Somerset for the first victory of the day. Taz Ali is about to bowl. Worcestershire chasing 165 to win, or 107 for 1 of the 24th, and Somerset chasing 136 to win, or 82 for 2 after 22. Taz Ali spins the ball in his fingers and comes in the bowl, stretching forward to defend. That is Tattersall. There's no run. Northampton 76 for 2 in the 18th. They're chasing 241 to beat Lancashire, and Glamorgan 61 for 2 after 14, chasing 272 to beat Leicester. Essex 63 for 2 in the 15th, chasing just 219 to beat Notts. That's played into the deep for a single by Tattersall. Sussex chasing 243 to win a well place. They haven't won one yet, Sussex, but they're 96 for 1. So they have a chance of winning that one. Taz has a slip in place. He balls to Luxton, who defends that for no run. Quiet run rate, still only about 4.5 and over. Ali bowls, he's whipped that away. Hamza Sheikh. Oh, good. So he's unlucky. He's unlucky. Dives, tries to stop it, gets both hands on it, and the ball just spills out of his hands and rolls onto the ropes. But I certainly wasn't going to criticise that fielding because it was right in front of us and you'd have heard every word. But genuinely was unlucky there, I think. 107 for 3. Taz in again, and that's playing out to the offside for a single. Ticking along, these two.
Well, Luxton has taken over the role of aggressor after Duke was caught getting a top edge skyer. Luxton's picked up the role and kept Yorkshire ticking over very nicely. He's on 30 now. He's gone with that one.
That's going down the leg side. That'll be wide.
Haven't been too many wides in this game. That's the third in this innings. And,
yeah, Yorkshire bowled 2.
2, thank you.
In fact, that was just one delivery. The one delivery went for 2 wides, so that's pretty tidy. Benjamin Cliff bowled one down the leg side, and that was it. Taz Ali bowls, and that's turned round to fine leg for a single. So it's been a decent performance so far from Yorkshire. Can their batters finish it off? They're still nicely placed, 110 for 3. 19 overs bowled. So they need another 133 in the remaining 31 overs.
I haven't seen Rob Yates bowling much in this competition, have we? He bowls quite a bit in the championship, particularly earlier in the season. He got some success earlier on, but not being used much.
Got a few overs here, was it?
Did he bowl here? Jake Lintott is going to continue. He's on his way in, bowls and Tattersall. He is pushing at that one. It runs away down to the boundary for 4 wides. It will be 5 wides in total. Turned, beat Benjamin standing up, and ran all the way down to the fence. So not a great start to the 20th over for Warwickshire. 5 wides. So where we said there haven't been many wides in this game, immediately Jake Lintott does something about it. In he comes again and bowls, and this is shorter outside the off stump and cut to Hannon Dolby at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, just bowled the 4 overs. Sorry, he's bowled the 14 overs. 14 overs in the competition this season.
Lintott in again, bowls, gives that plenty of air. It's driven up between Burgess. It's going to be cut off at long on, but not before Tattersall is back for 2. So the ball ticking over quite nicely here still for Yorkshire.
Yeah, as I thought I remembered, he did bowl here a little bit. He bowled 5 overs, took 1 for 36 against Surrey.
So it may be an option, because Warwickshire may need to keep changing things around to try and get these wickets they need, as Lintott is in, and that is caught as we speak. It is caught at slip by Will Rhodes, And Tattersall goes, pushing forward, getting the outside edge, flies to slip, and neatly taken by Will Rose. The fourth wicket goes. It's 117 for 4.
Well, it's what's just giving Warwickshire a little bit of hope is the wickets. 4 down now in the 20th over. Yorkshire progressing well in terms of scoring runs, but losing wickets. Straightforward for defensive. You might have turned that a bit, Lintott.
Incoming batter, Matthew Revis.
So Matthew Revis is next in.
Just getting the outside edge, flew through to Will Rhodes. It was a nice catch in the end by Rhodes. Just took it at waist height. So another little partnership comes to an end. Those two added 21 in 4 overs. Shadows from the trees begin to creep across the ground as just from where we started now. Most of the half of the pitch between us and the wicket is now moving into shade, but the actual wicket is still beautiful out there. It is a magnificent afternoon, and those people on the other side of the ground must be really getting their suntans topped up, because it's very, very warm there, over there. It was noticeable when we went to look for the missing fish bar, that how warm it was across there.
Yeah, maybe they take Sundays off. Don't blame them, but that might be the reason.
So here's Lintott again, having got his second wicket. He's in. This is new batsman Matt. He plays it up too long on.
I'm tempted to say I hope they're in on Wednesday, but I don't really care that much, because I'm
You're not here on Wednesday.
But for Mike Taylor's sake.
Mike Taylor, yeah. He doesn't. He normally brings sandwiches Mrs. Taylor's made for him, so he'd be okay. That's Lintott. One step in and back goes. That's played out to the offside for a single. So that's not Tattersall at all. That's
Revis.
That was, goodness me, Luxton who played that one. No, you're right, Clive, it was Revison. This is Luxton. This one is played up to mid-wicket rather, and good stop by Yates after the final ball of a successful over from Jake Lintott.
Yes, auspicious start with the 5 wides, but got the wicket, and that's what Warwickshire need to do. They need to keep taking wickets, so they can bowl a few tight overs to exert a little bit of pressure. That would help, but really it's all about taking wickets. You feel they will have to bowl Yorkshire out, or at least get very close to it, if they're to win this game. And not getting good applause down from the, and of course they're nice and close to him. From where we're sitting, when they go over there, you almost think they're on one of the seats, and they're just enjoying the crowd. The field is out there in the deep. Taz Ali to bowl. Luxton plays it to the onside, no run. It's one more match here, that's on Wednesday, and they're not committed, as far as I know, to coming here next year, but the talk has been hoping that they might be able to do so. Taz Ali comes into bowl, and it's played to the offside, there's no run.
It's been successful, I think.
I think it has, yeah.
We've been blessed with the weather, of course.
And that's what they haven't had in previous years, really.
Yeah.
A decent crowd.
Always makes it different, better than that.
This next one, that's launched high, and that's going to go in front of the players' pavilion. I might have bounced in through the door for 6. That's a terrific shot from Will Luxton, and he's keeping Yorkshire moving at a decent pace. Splendid stroke, woke up some of the players there on the players' balcony on the ground floor. Can you have a balcony or ground floor, I suppose so. Anyway, that's played to the offside, there's no run.
Depends how big the step down is, I suppose.
Yeah, nice looking pavilion in the corner there. In comes Taz Ali and looks and plays that down to fine leg with Hannah Dolby bowls. One run. The sort of issue about here, when I've discussed whether playing in the past, is the window of opportunity isn't huge in terms of the dates available. So it has to be during school holidays.
Well, in theory, this competition always takes place.
Well, it does now, that's right. That's one of the reasons why I think they didn't
Yeah.
play it for a while, was when the competition was played at the start of the season.
If it correlates with the timing of the 100, then it should be August, shouldn't it?
Taz Ali bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. End of the over, 126 for 4. It'd be good if they could come back again next year. Have to count to 10, Phil. People tripping over equipment when they're not supposed to be walking through this way in the first place. But there we are. It's 126 for 4.
I think those notices which have been put up, you may as well make them 20 times as big and they still won't be noticed.
It's not been too bad walking in front of us for the most part, but just one or two people just seem to be completely oblivious.
It is a little bit tricky behind us because of all the wires we've got, but anyway.
But it shouldn't be, because they shouldn't be going that way anyway.
No, true. Here's Jake Lintott starts a new over and dropped. Did he get an edge to that?
No, not
Just
sure.
wonder, but it was put down behind the stumps by Benjamin. Didn't take it cleanly. Whether he got an edge to that Luxton, I don't know, but he would be a wicket and Warwickshire would be anxious to get rid of. This one is driven up to mid-on and there's no run. Just looking at the reaction we had from the bowler, it looked like there might have been a thin edge, but anyway, we won't know. He comes again and bowls, and this is played away into the offside, not with any great certainty this time.
Jake Lintott tells Chris Benjamin to give the gloves to Michael Burgess. You know it was a chance. He's kept wicket well for the most part, Chris Benjamin, in his times that he's kept. He's had to keep him wicket for a couple of games in the... It was 2 games, wasn't it? The T20. Alex Davis missed one and then didn't keep wicket for maybe 1 or 2 more actually, with the injured hand.
This one is cut away to deep backward point when Craig Miles does the fielding.
And then the same happened to Michael Burgess in this competition. So he's been playing but not wicket keeping. So Benjamin's got that opportunity again. And it seems to... We were talking earlier, he's finding a bit of form. The two may not be coincidental.
Back goes. This time Reps plays it out into the offside and fielded by Yates.
Just gave him a sense of purpose, that he wasn't just turning up to matches and batting for a few deliveries. He was actually more involved.
He had a poor run though, didn't he? This one is shorter and he's cut away. Miles has got a big chase on.
Oh, well done.
Does a terrific piece of fielding there. Saves a couple of runs in front of the pavilion. It evaded Hannon Dolby at backward point, but Miles there, absolutely like a harrier around there. It was, would get him in the Olympic team.
I'm not sure who he's on for.
Maybe Kai Smith.
Okay.
Unless there's that Kai down there, I can't tell.
Anyway, it's going to be Taz Ali to continue. Yorkshire still nicely placed, just got to be careful about the wickets. 129 for 4. 22. Taz Ali into Luxton, who stretches for that one, doesn't really get hold of it, and it's stopped by Michael Burgess, who throws in a tumble just to make it look even better. There's no run. And Taz Ali in again, and that's just pushed out to the offside for a single. 129, 130 for 4, 40 now to Will Luxton, doing a good job. Alley to Matthew Revis, pushes that to long on, you'll get a run. It's a strange climate today. When we're in the when we're in the shade here in this wind tunnel, it's actually quite cool. You walk out in the sunshine, it's baking.
Yeah.
So he bowls, plays back to that one, Luxton back to the bowler. Gets no reward for that. Yorkshire's target 243 to stay alive in this competition. They could do with Glamorgan beating Leicestershire as well. Luxton plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, if Leicestershire win, then Yorkshire's chances don't look great, because they'd still be able to get level on points with Leicestershire, but with at the moment an inferior net run rate. That's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. So really they need Glamorgan to beat Leicester to keep their hopes alive. Notts are probably, I don't know, yeah, probably going to lose, so that would allow Yorkshire to move above them. They can't catch Glamorgan or Warwickshire, they've got to catch Gloucestershire, and they'll be level on points with Gloucestershire. They're behind them on net run rate with one game to go. And they could be the same with Leicestershire. Actually, I know I'm misreading that. They have got a better net run rate than Leicester. So actually, even if Leicester win, they'd still have some chance, but obviously need Leicester to lose their final game, which I hope for their sake is not against, for Yorkshire's sake, is not against Gloucestershire, but let me check.
Back goes Revis and plays it up to long off.
It is against Gloucestershire, so that changes things. Let me get my abacus out again here. So again, that underlines they really do need Leicestershire to lose to Glamorgan.
Lintott gives that plenty of air, and again it's played up to long on for a single. So one more to the total. It's 2 of the first 2 balls from Lintott.
Because if Yorkshire win this, takes them to 8 points. If they beat Glamorgan, takes them to 10. Gloucestershire will be on 8, and Leicestershire, if they win, will be on 10.
Lintott in bowls, and Lintott defends and picks up.
So their only hope would be that Gloucestershire beat Leicestershire and that Yorkshire somehow managed to overturn the net run rate deficit. That's if Leicestershire win.
This next one goes back to and cuts to backward point. Hannon Dolby does the fielding.
If Leicestershire lose and Yorkshire win, then it's definitely open for Yorkshire going into the final game.
There's Lintott in, bowls forward. Comes Revis, plays it back down the wicket to Lintott, who fields off his own bowling.
But Glamorgan have lost a 3rd wicket. They're 84 for 3 in the 20th, chasing 272 to win.
So it could be quite boxed up at the top by tonight. This one is cut away down towards us for 4. They're not going to get to that one. That one goes crashing down into the table next to us. So Lintott dropped that one a bit short off the final ball of the over, and it was hammered away. So 137, and Yorkshire just require a further 106.
Somerset are going to handsomely win the race for the first win today now. They need 2 more to beat Middlesex. 234 for 2. Worcestershire have slowed down a bit against Hampshire. Still well on the way to winning, but they've slowed down a bit. Taz Ali is to continue this game, which I'm sure will still have Yorkshire well ahead of the win viz. I don't know if there's a Duckworth Lewis, or there is a Duckworth Lewis gap there, but it's not filled in on the scoreboard. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. They weren't required, obviously, but sometimes it's quite nice to have it just to get an idea of who's winning. I think Yorkshire are reasonably well ahead at the moment. Taz Ali's 5th over, 1 for 20 so far. Tidy enough, comes into ball. The Revison leans back, he's hit that in the air, he's going to be safe. That is, did that go all the way? No, one bounce 4. It's a good shot, well placed, because the fielder on the boundary here, but couldn't reach it. Yorkshire do look as if we need to catch the last train out of Rugby Station, and it's leaving early.
Yeah. So exactly 101 required now. Not hanging about.
Revis pushes that back to the bowler. There's no run.
I did feel in the Warwickshire innings though that took them a long time to get going. That first 100 took a long time to get, whereas Yorkshire came out the traps blasting.
Revis, always a misfield. But Michael Burgess dives all over that, and it costs a run, which ones you can't really afford to give away. So exactly 100 required now. And they're not halfway through the innings yet. They will be at the end of this over, but not yet. So it's all in Yorkshire's hands currently. Taz Ali bowls, looks and plays out to mid-wicket. This time Burgess makes the stop successfully.
So what does Ed Barnard do now? He's got, these two seem to have got to grips with Lintop and Taz Ali. Does he make a couple of changes and just try something different?
That one is turned away for a single. Well, he needs wickets, so whoever he thinks is most likely to get wickets. Michael Booth is twirling his arms.
Of course, he only bowled a couple of overs himself. He was given a little bit of tap at the beginning, but it might be that he thinks it's worth himself coming back on. He's had a terrific season. Yeah. Going to be a drinks break for the players. Don't get too many of those in our climate, but drinks coming out for the players.
So, the story of Yorkshire's innings so far, chasing 243 to win. They're just 100 away now. Got off to a flying start, given by Harry Duke. They did lose a wicket in the 4th over. Yash Vagadia on his debut could only manage 1 run before he was holding out the deep to Will Rhodes off Olihan Dalby for 1, but Harry Duke played splendidly, and 54 out of for the 2nd wicket before he eventually just top edge one, and it just popped up into the air and gave Chris Benjamin an easy catch behind the stumps. Duke gone for 60 off 51 balls, 11 fours, 1 6. That was 79 for 2. Finley Bean then miscued a shot in Taz Ali's first over to be caught by Jake Lintop for 5. 96 for 3 in the 17th, and then the 20th over, Jonathan Tattersall just edging one to slip, where Will Rhodes took the catch off Jake Lintop for 9. But Will Luxon came in at number 3, is still there, 42 not out of 54 balls, 4 fours and 2 6s, and Matthew Revis supported him well. Now a run of ball 14 for him, 2 fours, 12 extras, 8 wides. That did include one that went for 5. 4 leg buys. Ed Barnard number 18, as Phil was saying, off 2. Olihan Dalby 1 for 26 off 6. Michael Booth 3 overs for 16. Will Rose 3 overs for 23. Jake Lintop 6 overs 2 for 31, and Taz Ali 5 overs 1 for 26.
So little drinks break still going on with 100, well no, less than 100 now, 99 required by Yorkshire.
Confirmation Somerset have beaten Middlesex by 8 wickets. Somerset are top of Group A. I think that's actually their last game. So with their net run rate, there's a decent chance they'll finish top. I think they've pretty much ended Middlesex's chances of qualifying with that win. Chances are Warwickshire get an away semi-final. It could be at Taunton. So we're ready to resume.
Lintott is going to continue, so he'll be bowling to Will Luxton, who has been aggressive, and he's on 42 at the moment. 43 rather. He's really played some good shots. As he comes in and turns this first ball after the break just to mid-wicket. They scamper through for a single. And Warwickshire need wickets. They're not going to be able to restrict Yorkshire, so they're going to have to bowl them out, you think?
Yeah, some have completed their group fixtures. 12 points in their 8 games.
This next one sees the ball driven by Revis up to long on rather. And, another single.
Of course, it's the same story in the T20 Blast. It's the problem with they like to have everyone playing at the same time in the final round of matches, but you can't do that when you've got 9 teams in a group.
That's right. This one given air and driven, but up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Gloucestershire qualified for the quarter-final against the Bears in their absence. They were sitting at home or wherever they were, watching results go their way.
This one is just glanced behind square on the onside for a single. So one more to the total. 147. So 45 to Luxton. Revis has moved to 15. And the runs still coming as Revis waits and looks round. And it's just pushing his field out. He's got a couple of wickets so far. He's in his 7th over. He's in and bowls, and that's a bit short and cracked away through the offside down below us, and good stop down there by.
Well, I'm grateful.
Yeah,
because the ball's heading straight for us at quite a pace.
Well, while you and I were off air, Brian and
yes,
Jonathan, did you got a real
I put Brian in for 20 minutes and he got a knock on the ankle.
So it could have been us, Clive. Smart moving. That saved 2 runs there from Shake, and this one Lintott feels off his own bowling off the last ball, 26th over, where it takes the Yorkshire total onto 149. They require another 94 for victory, and Warwickshire require 6 wickets.
I'll bring Jonathan Doidge in.
Move over again. So
yes, we're going to do that business again. So Michael Booth it is, who's going to have a wee bowl, and Jonathan Doidge stepping in. At the moment, Yorkshire are making pretty short work of this. I'll hand over to, just as Phil's made himself comfortable, I'll hand over to him.
Yeah, so short work of it in terms of the progress at which they're scoring, but as I said when I was last on, the fall of wickets will continue to be a problem. Brings into view the tail, a couple more, and that makes it all the more difficult, doesn't it? Booth's first delivery, cut by Luxton, who was having to dive his way back in to get home for a second. He was very keen to come back for it, and then there must have been a moment a few strides out where he thought, well, this could be close, and flung himself in, but he gets back for 2, takes his score to 17, 150 up for Yorkshire, so 92 I make it to win in 26 overs, which in terms of runs per over required is not a great deal, but you wouldn't want to lose a couple more wickets now.
We were just saying with Clive that the only way you can really see Warwickshire now winning their game is to take these 6 wickets. They're not going to stop. They're not going to be able to hold Yorkshire, I don't think.
Now Boothing again, Luxton back foot, just flicks that leg side for 1, takes his score to 48.
He's batted really well, I think, Will Luxton. He's took over the role after that terrific start which Yorkshire got with Harry Duke, who made 60. Then Luxton took up the role and kept it going, and with Revis now just beginning to give him some assistance, they've made good progress. Well ahead on where Warwickshire at this stage were with the runs.
Revis waits, in comes Booth, ball that doesn't really bounce a huge amount, watched it well, pushed into the offside, no run. Next in, according to the scorecard, if that's to be believed, is Don Bess, and it would be more or less unprecedented in their Yorkshire careers for Bess to precede George Hill in the batting order. There may have been an odd occasion for some reason or other, but I can't recall it off the top of my head if there has been. If that's the way it works out, Revis, it's a full length delivery and drives to the onside of straight. There's a bit of a fumble there by Ali, but he gets away with it. The wind is getting seemingly ever stronger here. So batten down the cap with the pencil case. Make sure that doesn't go astray.
You go the other side of the ground, there's no wind or anything over there. It's absolutely roasting and still.
Revis waits again. Booth, good delivery, straight, pushed back to the same fielder, and again no run. Yeah, I did a lap, went and spoke to a couple of the Yorkshire contingent over there, and it is very hot, I've got to say, today. I reckon it's probably the hottest day that I've been present on in the cricket season.
Yep.
When you're out in the sunshine, very few clouds to shade you. Boothing again, lovely shot down the ground by Revis once more, but this time it's to the offside of straight, and straight to mid off. 152 for 4 after 27 represents a return of 3 off the Booth over by Yorkshire. Still 23 overs in which to get 91. But bearing in mind how these things go with competitions like this, Phil, they'd need a pretty comfortable win, you would think, to just improve their net run rate. So if they can do it, it'd be in their interest to win this with time to spare. But first and foremost, rather than get carried away with all of that, they have to just try and make sure they win to keep themselves in the hunt.
Just looking at this table, that would, a win today for Yorkshire would take them up to 8 points with 1 match to go, so they'd have to win the last game. The win for Leicestershire, which begin to look perhaps that they might do that against Glamorgan, that would take them up to 10 points with 1 game to go. So it could all be very open at the very much to play for on the final match of the season for everybody. But we're seeing a bowling change, and Rob Yates has replaced Jake Lintott at the Collingwood end, and opens up with a very bouncy wide down the leg side. Signalled so, and he comes again and bowls and gives that there, and that rap on the pad, which Luxton sort of looks to push, bends his knee and pushes that. Rob Yates does push the ball through. Let's see if he gets a bit more out of it than Jake Lintott, who picked up a couple of wickets, but will begin to play him. This one he leans into Luxton and just turns it to mid-wicket for a single. That's all it will be.
Yeah, Glamorgan 93 for 3 after almost 23 overs, responding to 271 for 8 by Leicestershire. So it's still a fairly sizable ask with 7 wickets left, 179 from 27 overs.
Yeah. Leicestershire got out of jail big time there, didn't they? They were 6 down for about 90 at one stage, but 100 from the Australian Hanscom. There's some good support from the lower order. But here, Yorkshire going along very nicely. 154 for 4 as Yates into Revis. He bowls, Revis is forward defensively and solidly plays that one back to the bowler. So the wind picks up again and comes blowing straight at us as Yates in the big shout for LBW from both behind the wicket and from the bowler as Revis went for a reverse sweep there and it hit him on the pad, but no doing for the umpire. He's now having a chat with Will Rhodes. Sure he was not asking why. I'm sure he was probably just inquiring after his afternoon health in the sun. In comes Yates and bowls, and Revis goes back and pushes this one up to mid-on where Rhodes does the fielding. There's no run. 154 for 4 as Yates in and bowls, and this reverse sweep goes, this time he connects off the bat but just paddles it round the corner, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby does the fielding. End of the over. A good tidy over there from Yates. 28 gone, 154, so 46, 89 required for victory.
Not much when you say it quick.
Sorry?
Not much when you say it quick.
No, it's not, especially with 22 overs, 4 and over. There used to be a time where you looked at 4 and over, that could be tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, but W.J. Gresh retired since then, so that's turned into the
you say that, you look,
no run. No,
you look at the scores they used to get in the 65 over game.
Yeah.
230, 240 was a really high score.
It was a grind, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A real grind, just
grind doing 65 overs a side, wasn't it? As well, gosh.
Yeah. Crowd still found it entertaining though back in the day.
Yeah.
Luxton gets a full length delivery and pushes, drops down on it really up to mid on, and there is no run. Played well here, played patiently. Hit co-commentator Ryan Halford as well.
It did hit him, did it?
Yeah.
Oh God, where did it catch him?
Wrapped him on the ankle.
His age, he doesn't want that sort of thing.
Now, as Luxton pushes into the offside and takes on Yates for the single, successful so. And he gets to a half century as a result.
Yeah, batted very well indeed.
4 4s and 2 60s. 2 6s, not 60s, in 65 balls.
Yeah, took over. Once that wicket had taken, kept up the momentum and has put Yorkshire in a really solid position.
Second half century of the competition, following the 83 he got at the Oval in match number 1. Revis pushes out into the covers this next delivery from Booth. Now there is no run. It's hard to keep up with the score in it when you're not sat in the commentary position. I'm just filling in a few gaps as well here in between deliveries. Like to have the sheet completely up to date, but once you set foot away from the commentary, somebody else talks to you.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Completely goes out the window. Revis goes well forward and then presses back and then plays from the crease, probably eventually into the onside. Again, there is no run. Morgan just shading Warwickshire on the net run rate, wasn't it, coming into this? As my BBC Radio lead Sponge blows away somewhere behind Clive. I'd probably need that for the interviews today, given the breeze, as Revis kicks a short ball and cuts it out into the offside, and will pick up 1 to complete that over, the 29th of the innings, at 156 for 4. Ravis on 18 and Luxton on 50.
So you've got to go to South Wales for Wednesday.
Yeah, back up the road.
Back up the road tonight, and then
back down the road Tuesday.
Yeah. A few miles you must cover during the course of a summer.
Yeah, a great deal, because aside from following Yorkshire around, there are other days doing other freelance work in between.
Yeah. Yates to continue. He's in bowls. This one is punched by Revis up to a wideish long on, but restricted to a single. So Yates is in and bowls, and this one is driven, and it's past the diving bowler Yates, but up to long off for a single. $159 for 4. I'm so used to the Edgbaston board, which ticks over like lightning. This one is, with no disrespect to the people operating, they're doing a good job, but it's just a little bit behind, so sort of anticipate that they've done it. Here's Yates in, that's short. Down the leg side and a wide signalled.
The most frustrating ones, Phil, are the ones where you turn up on day one for a 4-day game and they're behind, so you get used to waiting before you give the score, and then on day 2, different operator, and it's bang, bang, bang,
yeah.
And you're looking up going, I think it could be 161. No, they've obviously put it on already.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Here's Yates in, bowls, and this is turned behind square. Back, he just goes back and just works it away behind square for a single. So they're just milking this at the moment, just not trying to be too aggressive. They don't need to be. They don't need to take any risks. Just keeping the board ticking over nicely and just working their way to raising this deficit. The Yates in. This again is struck up to Rhodes, who's at mid-on. He does the fielding. And Yates has a word with the umpire, takes his cap and end of another over. So we've had 30 overs gone. We're at the point now where you normally say take this score and double it, which would take Yorkshire comfortably home. If they doubled it, they would be they should be finishing after about 40 overs. They require another 82.
Yep, just got to keep chipping away. Nothing stupid. Sometimes it's one of those where one wicket and all of a sudden it can look like a completely different pitch with pressure on, and a new batter maybe feeling their way in. But at this stage, Luxton pushing the first delivery of this latest over by Michael Booth into the offside, no run. I think maybe, and you'll tell me, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but 7 bowlers used already in 30 overs is maybe a bit of an indicator that Ed Barnard is just searching for the right formula out there. He's not quite getting any enough from any of his bowlers really. And Booth in again, a bit of an inside contact on it, this one from Luxton, 1 run.
I was going to say that when we were watching the Yorkshire team bowling, we said, I wonder whether this wicket is a bit slow. I think perhaps what we didn't give full credit to is how well Yorkshire bowled. Because it doesn't look the same type of wicket with Warwickshire bowling on it.
It's looking like, it's feeling like they're making it look easier to bat on than it was first time. But they have still lost 4 wickets, and they've only just nicely gone through halfway as Ravis gets a bit of an edgy sort of feel to his shot down to third man, 1 run.
Full credit to the way they bowled. George Hill, magnificent piece of bowling today, really was. It was, he kept the line, he kept the length, he hit the stumps 4 times, he got an LBW, that shows that he kept that, and he just came in and he tied that one end up, and Warwickshire had no answer to him at all.
Booth to Luxton, who walks into this and then turns it out to the mid-wicket sweeper and picks up 1. Must admit he did come and field the ball a few overs ago, just down to our right. We can still see the turf.
Yeah.
It was one of those I'd certainly have been calling for the third umpire had he had the opportunity, because the rope was disturbed. But clearly we all trust in the fielder, and he didn't signal a 4, as if he'd flicked it back in and made contact with the rope afterwards. Ravis pushes into the offside, and there is no run.
Just to go on with the point about how well they bowled, the fact their line was so good, they allowed then the infield to really make it difficult for Warwickshire to get the ball ticking over, because the fielding, they were having to try and work good balls to create singles, which they weren't able to do. So the pressure was building up, and Warwickshire never really got going and got that board ticking over.
Now Booth to Ravis, punches out wide of mid-off. There's a diving stop, but they're going to take on the arm for a second. There's an appeal for a run out at the bowler's end. Will Luxton would have been the man, but not out, says Tom Longley. At the end of the over, we'll do the requisite pausing. 2 more runs to Ravis takes him to 23, 166 for 4 after 31, so 5 runs coming from it. And George Hill obviously will grab all the headlines, and rightly so, for his 6 for, I should say, today. Useful, very, very useful all-round cricketer. I think we've seen in the last few seasons. We know he's began his career really just because they needed a batter at the time by being thrust in as a batter. He's got some first-class tons to his name. He's got a List A ton this competition last year. He's been fighting his way into the T20 side this year. And it just felt at the start that he was being used as a batter who bowled a bit, but he's continued with just about every opportunity with the ball ready to show his hand as a talented bowler, which is what he was in the first place as a younger player.
This one from Yates, his first ball, is just played back by Luxton.
This is the difficulty with all-round players, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's trying to keep the form, juggle both those plates. It's not an easy thing to do. The batting's suffered a bit this year, the bowling's been good.
Well, certainly today, this next one again is played into the offside this time. Burgess does the fielding. It's great to have a player like that in your side, though, that you can throw the ball to when you need just something a bit different. And if he bowls like that regularly, he's a massive asset. This one turned to mid-wicket. He's a member of the championship side, though, isn't he?
Of course,
all the time, yeah.
Yeah, and has become more of a, he's been used increasingly with the ball in addition to that batting, which is what I was sort of trying to say, really.
Well, Yates in goes back again. It allows the batsman to go back and just get inside it and turn it round the corner. Comfortable single to deep back at square leg, where Lintott does the fielding.
The thing with him is, Phil, he's the next best in terms of giving his captain control behind Ben Coad, but Matthew Fisher obviously aside, but he's not played that much.
This one's driven into the offside, where Burgess again does the stopping. I won't say it's the fielding so much as stop the ball, and picks it up at the second attempt. But, Yates keeping the ball up to the bat so far. He's in ball. Yeah, this is punched away by Rivers down to the mid-wicket area for a single. End of another tightish over from Rob Yates, and not giving anything away, but still Yorkshire able to pick up enough singles to keep that board ticking over. 168 for 4, 32 overs gone. So 32 and 43 is 75 for victory.
Returning to bowl from the school end, Tazim Ali.
There you go. As it happens, the change of bowling.
I think Mel must have that bit of feedback on that announcement there.
That sounded sort of village fete, didn't it?
Yes, it did, yes. But,
tea and cakes will be served in the marquee on. So, Tazim Ali. To the sound of passing motorbikes. He's going to bowl here to Matthew Revis in glorious conditions. A lovely day here. It's been lovely to travel around some of the outgrounds over the last few weeks, and very pleased to say that this one was greeted us with sunshine, some decent facilities that have, I think, held up pretty well.
So which grounds have you been round? You were at York?
Yep, 2 matches at York.
That's a nice ground.
2 at Scarborough. Here today, Cardiff, Wednesday. The first 2 matches were, you're asking me now, it's a while back, in Combs Alley, and that's just pushed sensibly into the onside, and there is one run to Revis. Surrey, of course, for the first match at the Oval. Clearly not quite an outground. Oh yes, and then Welbeck for the second match. Welbeck Colliery to play Nottinghamshire.
Oh, Welbeck, yes, yeah.
That didn't end well for Yorkshire. Started reasonably well, but didn't end well. Ali in over the wicket. Luxton's gone big here, down the ground, and that's going to be 6. Yep, always felt that way from the bat, and then when you saw the fielder just checking where the boundary was behind him, carried the boundary. Didn't totally get hold of it really for all of that, Will Luxton. It didn't feel like it was absolutely ping out of the middle, but probably not too far off it. 61 now to him, which makes him Yorkshire's highest scorer in the contest, as he pushes forward and gets an edgy sort of feel to this one.
Welbeck Colliery must have been almost like a home game for you, wasn't it? It's not
not that far over the border, yeah. As Luxton goes back foot, drops this down by his feet, no run, although they put us up in a hotel for that, which was about 20 miles south. So we almost drove to Birmingham to get back to Welbeck. Luxton pushes into the offside, fielded at cover, no run.
We had a couple of games in the past up at York Cricket Club. I really enjoyed that there.
Yeah, he came up. That's the one and only championship game that's been staged there back in 2019, as Luxton turns one into the leg side. No run, so 175 for 4 at the end of that.
That was the season pre-COVID, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that was my first season on the mic.
Yeah, that was when I stopped after COVID. I didn't do the away games, so I just do the home games now.
Andy Lockwood says, how do JD, Clive, Phil, you've missed Andy, and injured man, who I think you mean is Brian, not sure of his name. Sun's out, fishing rods at Prime, blackberries to pick and icing on cake. The top commentary as I type. Great knock for Duke, confidence boost.
Yes, it was a terrific knock by him. Rob Yates continues. He's in and bowls, and this is driven back to him. And it was hit comfortably by Matthew Rivers. It's moved on to 25. There's Waits, and Yates is in, and this is cut behind square of the offside, down through where Gully would be, and down to the fence for 4 more. And Yorkshire going along here really comfortably, and Warwickshire look at this moment like about to suffer their first defeat in this competition this season. They need wickets, but Yorkshire are really making it hard going for them today. In comes Yates again, and this is driven up to long off on for a single. So Revis moves on to 30 with that shot. I think some of the crowd have thinned out on the far side, whether they've come into the shade or what, or decided this may be a lost cause, but it has thinned out quite a bit on the far side. This one down the leg side and will be signalled another wide. So those wides are beginning to mount up now for Warwickshire. We said earlier on when I was on with Clive that they'd been fairly disciplined and then immediately bowled 5 wides. It was almost like the kiss of death. Here's Yates in. This one is pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I think actually, to be fair to the crowd, a lot of them have moved because it is so hot there. There's
they've come over.
It doesn't look like it to our right, but they're quite deep for the crowd over there under the shade of the trees.
Yeah, no, you're right. This one is turned into the onside and there's no run. It's been a beautiful day. There's plenty of trees around this ground, so if you want to actually sit in the shade, and a lot of people I see are sitting under the trees well away from the edge of the pitch, so on the banking, so they can see. This next one is again pushed back down the wicket. End of another over from Yates. We've had 34 overs, 181, 61 to Luxton and 30 to Revis, and these two have added 64 so far for this wicket.
Yeah, just chipping away. 6 off that over. There was
they've had the odd 6,
7
but
off them.
generally they've just kept the board ticking over. Really well played.
Ali going to continue at the school end. Charlotte Evers, good afternoon to you, says, I can never understand why people say they're confused when teams wear similar kits as Yorkshire and Warwickshire are today. They don't have a problem when players are playing in white, do they? Well, no, they don't. But yeah, I do. I think it's just a bit strange. You know, you expect red ball cricket to be played in whites, and that's a cricketing norm. As Revis plays one down to long on, first ball of the over, and we'll pick up 1. But there's sort of a feel of, if you're going to bother to have coloured clothing, I know you've got a white ball, so you've got something that white ball will show up against, but sort of you'd think you'd want to make it distinct.
But it does seem that I think the point we were trying to make really wasn't that it was confusing as such, because they have got numbers on their back.
Yeah, well, Luxton plays one into the leg side, no run.
It was just when of all the colours which are available, why 2 teams end up virtually in identical kit. It shouldn't be beyond the realms to have something which says, look, they are individually distinctive.
Yeah, Ali in again. Luxton pushing square on the offside will pick up a single. Chris Addy says, good to see Harry Duke out of the toils. Could be wrong, but compared with Scarborough, it looks like he's much more relaxed at the crease, allowing the ball to come to him. Come on, Yorkshire, although that will continue the sequence. WL, 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 maybe W here. Revis waiting nicely, pushing up to long on. Another easy single, and that's all they need to do here. And the more they carry on doing that, the more it disappoints the field inside. They're not finding a way through. The less Yorkshire are playing risky shots, the more it disappoints the field inside. How do we get them to do that? There's no pressure from the run rate. It's just a matter of being sensible here, and they can get home. Luxton pushes out square on the offside, another one, and they're just accumulating. And
Yep. And I think they'd be bitterly disappointed from this position if there wasn't a W against their name.
I'd agree, but they've been there before in this competition and not got home, so not counting chickens still as Revis turns one round the corner down to long leg. And just in the blink of an eye, sensible 5 singles from 6 balls in the over takes them to 186 for the loss of 4 wickets with 15 overs remaining.
So Ed Barnard is turning back to Jake Lintott. I'm a bit surprised Barnard hasn't had a bit more himself. He bowled 2 overs at the beginning which were quite expensive, but he was bowling against a bit of an onslaught at the top of the innings there from Duke, but he hasn't come. Don't think he's come back in again since. So here's Jake Lintott, who got that important wicket of Duke earlier on in the afternoon, but Ed Barnard really needs more from him. Yeah, Barnard's just bowled the 2 overs so far. And Lintott 7 overs, 2 for 36. So he's got the wickets, but he's been a little bit expensive. Let's see what he can do now. So got a slip in place, and he's in and bowls. This one he's played. Rivers just played a little awkwardly back to the bowler. Gets an ooh and an ah. I'm not quite sure. The ball came out the middle of the bat, but comes again. This is short and hit away, thumped away out to the cover point boundary. It's fielded and they just walk through for a single. Again, too short from Lintott. Allowed the right-hander to be able to cut that away comfortably. This is Luxton waiting, and he plays this nicely, reaching forward to that, and plays it up to Burgess at mid-on, and there's no run. Lintott turns, comes in, gives that plenty of air, it's turned away down to deep mid-wicket for another single, and the singles coming really comfortably here. They're just picking them along, they're not doing anything extravagant, and just ticking these runs off as they go towards their goal. 243 is the target. We're on 188 here, so 55 more required. This one is pushed into the offside. Yates comes round and does the fielding, and there's no run. Lintott is on his way again, in, drops that one nicely and flicked away down to square leg. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It goes over the top of the stumps. It probably was wide as well, backed up by Ed Barnard. Prevents the single, prevents the overthrows, but they get through for the single. So 189. We've had 36 overs, and again, no real major scares in that over for the visitors.
No, just a sensible 3 off the over. No need to force anything. 2 overs remaining for Jake Lintott, and he's gone up under 5 and over. Hannon, Dolby and Booth the same, 4.33 apiece. Yates as well with those 4 overs for 15, but really he's just looking for somebody at the moment to break this partnership. Can it? But Tazim Ali, he's got 3 overs left, 1 for 38 from his 7.
They'll bring Clive back in with you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Phil. Here's Ali, and Revis goes back foot and pings this one away wide of mid-on, who's up inside the circle, and once he got it wide of him with that power, then always going to be 4 on the total. Revis on to 39, 193 on aboard Yorkshire, 64 of them to Luxton at the non-striking end. The pair came together when the score was on 117. Revis punches one out square on the offside for a single. So Warwickshire searching, trying to find a way through. At the moment, it's
pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Looking that way, but as I keep saying, a wicket 2 on the total here will give it a completely different feel, you would think, as Luxton turns one back at a square, picks up 1. So it's incumbent upon the pair of Yorkshire batters to just continue as they're doing, nothing different really. Put the bad ball away, work the singles, and try and deal with anything good with a bit of respect. Revis just, the ball feels like it stops on him a little bit. Played it with soft hands to Will Rhodes at mid-wicket, no run.
Dolby with jet with a spectator he knows behind us.
And he comes again, he's got hold of this one as well, and that's going to be 6 just.
Knocks all the out of his deck chair.
Yeah, down towards the changing rooms. A flat 6 by Matthew Revis, stood deep in the crease. Watched it well and struck it really nicely. 200 up for Yorkshire. 42 needed to win. 46 now to Revis. And at 65 to Luxton. Revis goes back foot to this next delivery, which is juggled back at the bowler's end by the man who delivered it. No run to complete that over then, with 12 runs having come from it. Not what Ed Barnard wanted from his bowler on that occasion. And Yorkshire, well, they still have 13 overs to score 42, as Clive and Phil have both been suggesting. It should be a formality, but cricket being cricket, and the way that Yorkshire have batted in the competition being another challenging factor, they wouldn't want this partnership broken anytime soon.
Also, the net run rate does come into it. It is the tiebreaker in this group, and we're just going through the various permutations. And certainly, if Leicestershire do beat Glamorgan, then Yorkshire's only chance of qualifying would be for Gloucestershire to beat. If I get this the right way around, I'll come back to that in a minute. Jake Lintott comes in to bowl and fields off his own bowling. Yorkshire can still get to 10 points. Gloucestershire are currently 8. Leicestershire would be on. Laptops are annoying. Will be on 10 if they win. So he tries to play a reverse sweep there. Did he get anything on that? He got into the. Chris Benjamin looks disappointed. It sort of ended up almost in his thighs, and he couldn't hold on to it. Might have been a chance there. So yeah. If Leicestershire win, and at the moment I think they're probably, their game is certainly not done and dusted, but they're probably favourites. Lintott comes into bowl, and that's played out in the offside, there's no run. It would then need, as well as Yorkshire to beat Glamorgan, they would need Gloucestershire to beat Leicestershire, and then 3 teams will be on 10 points. At the moment Yorkshire have a better net run rate than Leicestershire, but an inferior one to Gloucestershire. So if they could improve their net run rate here, being greedy, it could help them. It's played the backward point for no run.
Warwickshire's final match of the comp is against?
Is Nottinghamshire here. And they will still be fighting for even second place. Never mind, and they're going to be in the top 3, but they could still finish 3rd and find themselves not only having to play a quarter final, but having to play it away. It's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. If Leicestershire beat Glamorgan, then it's going to be a right scrum for the, not for who finishes the top 3, but for what order they finish in the final round of matches. Jolly exciting. Yorkshire to maintain an interest do need a win here. If they will win here, they will have some interest. It will still be possible for them to qualify if they win this game. That's worked out to the offside for a single. Glamorgan 152 for 5, need 120 in 18 overs to beat Leicestershire, so goodness, they're going to have to go some there. Although actually no, I'm miscalculating, there's only 6.7 an over, so it is still, that game is still in the balance. Colin Ingram is still in for them.
Coming up to bowl from the school end, Ollie Hannon.
A Glamorgan win and a Warwickshire defeat would pretty much end any hopes that Warwickshire finish top. The consolation is it would still leave them very much on course to finish second.
Ollie Halland Dolby, first time we've seen him in bowling action since over number 12. And he's swapping ends, coming on at the school end this time. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 to date. Thanks, Clive. Clive saved my BBC Radio Leeds sponge, and as I said, normally not a crisis, but on a day like this where it's windy,
yep,
you might not be able to hear anything but wind on my post-match Yorkshire interview. Some people might say that's a benefit. Luxton is in. That's not Luxton. And Dolby's in. Luxton was walking into the shot and pushed it to mid-off, and there was no run. For the first time, I think, since the match started, the pitch is entirely in shadow. Sun right behind us now. Feeling it on your back for the first time today when it was out a few minutes ago. Alan Dolby, to the backdrop of this fabulous school, is in and bowling. Luxton flicking off his legs through mid-wicket. It'll be fielded there, and unable to cut off two Hamza Sheikh, who had to run quite a long way to his left. 204 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, official attendance, by the way, just shy of 2,000, 1,900 and something. I'll explain more of that in a moment.
In comes Hannon Dolby again. Luxton walks into this and drives beautifully down the ground. That's a super shot by Will Luxton, down towards the right hand of the two black sight screens. It's almost like he telegraphs that when walking down, but he does it for virtually every delivery. So Hannon Dolby is aware before he let go of the ball of what might happen if he strayed a little bit too far down the pitch.
So yes, attendance is just shy of 2,000. It is officially a 3,000 sellout, but that includes members applying for the tickets they're entitled to. Obviously, when you get that, you get some that don't use them on the day, which is a shame, but it happens. A few hundred more than that in the first match, but these are still pretty healthy attendances.
Hannon Dolby to Luxton once again, shorter of length, and he chopped it into the pitch and into his own body. No run. Yeah, Yorkshire at York. I think I'm right in saying it was 3,400 or so on the first of those two matches. I would have said it was very similar, if not better, on the Friday game. And then at Scarborough last week, I think around about 3 as well on the first one. Probably looked a little less match number 2 when everyone knew it was going to rain towards the back end of the game, and maybe didn't stopped a few from setting off. Luxton drops a single into the offside there. Takes his score to 73. He's got a highest of 84 in List A cricket. Managed an 83 this year. Got his 84 a couple of years ago against Northants. So he's got his eye on a PB here. And Rebis with his eye on another half century. Back to us, right-handed, 77 scrawled across it, and punches quite firmly. Hannon Dolby gets a bit of a hand to that on its way back through. No run, end of the over, so 209 for 4, and productive one. 7 runs coming from it, having seen just the one off the previous Lintott over. He's just got 1 over remaining, and I think, I keep harping on about it, but he has taken wickets and done some damage against Yorkshire in T20 cricket in particular in the past, and I should imagine they'll be just happy to see his 10 bowled out.
Well, he's going to bowl his 10th now. Hands his cap to the umpire. Really need him to take maybe 2 wickets in this final over. I guess at the moment Yorkshire's pair doing a thoroughly good job. Looking for their 4th win in the competition. It'll be Warwickshire's first. It's actually only their 2nd group defeat as Lintott comes into bowl. Plays it back to him. It'll be their 2nd group defeat in the last 14 group matches over the past 2 years. They only lost 1 last year. That was against Durham at Edgbaston. They've got a very good recent record on the group stages, but there's going to be a blip here by the looks of things. That's pulled out towards square leg. It will be cut off, so it'll just be a single for Luxton.
Seemed to die on him a bit, didn't he? He reached for that. Had to get down low to play it.
We'll keep going to the very end. We'll hope that maybe something might happen, but there's not much sign of it at the moment. Lintott in. It's driven, and it's a misfield by Rob Yates. Not his best day in the field. He's a very, very good fielder, Rob Yates. Particularly good with catches. Just made a couple of little errors today. That would only cost one. Hamster Shake was backing up. 212 for 4. Lintott goes in to bowl, and that's a low full toss, which is driven down the ground, and that's well stopped by Ed Barnard. Captain setting a good example, and he's now 212 for 4. So 31 required. 6 wickets left is the relevant stat, really. Lintott bowls a little bit of an edge along the ground. Fielded at backward point. Yeah, Ollie Dolby. Yeah, so Nottinghamshire here on Wednesday for Warwickshire, and they will certainly be playing Friday or Sunday. Looks increasingly likely it'll be Friday now in the quarter-final, and they'll hope to be playing on Sunday in a semi-final. Lintott balls that sit into the ground, and it's fielded by Yates, who shies at the stumps. That might have been close if that had hit. It's an effort there by Yates, but it misses, and it's a run.
Yeah, Revis taking him on. So 213 from that final Jake Lintott over. Waiting for the usual stuff to catch up, but I think that means he'll finish with 2 for 44 from his 10 overs.
Yeah, good effort from Jake Lintott. But Warwickshire felt at the time didn't quite have enough runs. They felt they were 20-30 short. Certainly if you added 30 to the target now, it'd be interesting.
It would, especially with scoreboard pressure. With almost an extra wicket in your wickets column for you. As Hannon Dolby comes in with Benjamin standing up to him, and Revis punching that one to mid-off, no run. Revis has been out there for well over an hour now. Luxton for well over 2 hours for his 75.
If you want to come along on Wednesday, well, that's a herb, which was a while ago admittedly, but there were a few tickets left for Wednesday, so if you fancy coming along. Should be a good game.
And a Dolby in again. Revis over the top of this, runs it down to third man. Another single to his name. And Dolby into his 8th over. He's gone for 30 odd, 34 so far. Picked up the wicket of Yash Vegadia, youngster making his debut today. Unfortunately for him, made just the one.
At least he got one though.
Luxton back on strike, Hannon Dolby in, and Will just pushing that one into the offside, and there is no run. And we got the latest in the other match. Let's have a look. 160 for 5 now, Glamorgan. 112 needed off 95. Colin Ingram is 51 not out.
Sounds like he's going to be a key factor in that game.
Hannon Dolby again. Bowls it now. Luxton just drops it out to Gully. No run. Andy says, so the curious case of Matthew Revis. His bowling is faltering, but his batting is coming on a treat. How he's saying he's a batting all-rounder because last season he was more of a bowling all-rounder. Well, he started his career, lest we forget Andy, as a batter, right up the top of the order when he was very young and thrown in. Didn't work at that stage, but he's a nice orthodox player when we see him in the sort of form he's been in today. Luxton drops one into the leg side, no run. The bowling thing, of course, was a bit of a left field connection that somebody made in the nets one day when they realised they could bowl it pretty quickly about 4 winters ago. and so they've tried to make him into a bowler. I don't believe he had loads of experience as a younger cricketer doing that. Sounds like it was all about the batting. And Sylvia says Yorkshire looking comfortable, but cricket's a funny old game and can't count the chickens. Luxton punching down the ground. There's a good bodily stop in there. It was Michael Booth who made it. They got through for one. We might have a bruise tomorrow morning, just a bit like Brian, maybe, from his exploits earlier on today, if that's what you can call them. 215 for 4 come the end of the over. Revis 49, Luxton 76.
So they're working their way there. 28 more required.
Returning to bowl from
Rob
the Barbie
Yates.
end, Rob Yates.
Back to bowl. Can he make a breakthrough? Just knock Yorkshire off their stride a bit, because at the moment it's all going swimmingly for Yorkshire. Enjoyed their first visit to Rugby School. Yates bowls, cricket ball. Oh, that's, what are they appealing for here? They must be appealing for LBW. Again, Chris Benjamin wasn't able to hold on to it behind the stumps. He's just feeling his chest now. So whether they would have appealed for a catch had he held on to it, I don't know. They appealed for an LBW. All in vain. Starts again to come into bowl to Luxton, pushes it onto the onside for a single. Here's Yates, striding in, and that's played to mid-off. Well judged single. Luxton through for one more, takes him to 77. And now Matthew Revis one away from a half century. This partnership leading Yorkshire towards victory. There's his 50 with a shot out to the sweeper on the offside. An excellent effort from Matthew Revis.
His 50 came from 60 balls and included 4 fours.
Well, without the echo, we can tell you it was 60 balls, 4 fours and 1 6 for Matthew Revis.
Sounded like amphibious landing craft.
Yeah. Yates comes into bowl, and that's launched in the air. That's going to be safe. That might be, no, it's not caught by a spectator. It's bounced straight through and headed towards the brick building. That was a terrific shot, that from Luxton, who's now full of confidence. He might be trying to do his calculations here as well, because that takes him to 223 for 4. He's on 83, so they need another 20 to win, and he needs to get most of them if he's to get a century. And he plays that one to long off for no run, which means he loses the strike. I think his intention was to keep it, but he didn't quite manage it. End of the over, 223 for 4. Just 20 runs required now by Yorkshire to secure a victory.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that Warwickshire have given this up, but that sort of feel of body language when you get past a certain point in games, you sort of feel that they're marking time towards the end of it. But if they did manage to pick up a couple of wickets, you know what would be going on out there. There'd be, the voices would be ringing out. There'd be some pressure trying to be applied. So it's up to these two. They've done all the hard work here for Yorkshire, and they've put on 106 now for this 5th wicket unbroken, and they've just got to see it through. Hannon Dolby to Revis. Slower ball, but he watched it well, has punched it to mid-off who fields.
The ball can have lost another wicket, but it is not Colin Ingram. So they're 167 for 6, need 7 and over now. With 15 overs to go, that's going to be quite an exciting finish.
And Alan Dolby, he'll be feeling it out there, very warm to be bowling at this sort of pace. Again, he's held that one back, hasn't he? And Revis had to wait an age, it seemed, before he turned it into the onside for Hamza Sheikh to field 1 run. So Luxton has the strike back. 83, his joint highest score of the competition, equaling that one he made at the Oval in the very first match this year. Taps his bat between his feet. Alan Dolby is in, another one that he holds back. Luxton just eases it out to the cover sweeper, 1 run. Untidy as it makes its way back round to the bowler. You don't often see that in professional cricket. You see it plenty of times at club level on a Saturday, Sunday afternoon. 225 for 4. 18 runs required by the Vikings. It's in their interest, of course, apart from to get across the line, but to do that as quickly as they can, net run rate wise. Short ball here by Alan Dolby, and it's a good effort by Benjamin. Standing up, claims it above shoulder height. Revis had a look at the umpire as if to say, anything in that as far as you're concerned? Do I get some sort of extra for it? But denied by Tom Lungley. Like on the changing room, the pavilion balcony away to our left, still blowing out horizontally for the most part. Alan Dolby is in, and Revis pushes into the covers. No run. I was hearing a story about the building across the way to the right, Clive, a rackets court, something like that, that's been untouched for something about 500 years.
No idea, quite possible, but I'm not aware of it.
Which is a great piece of history if you can walk into somewhere that's been virtually untouched for 500 years.
Was it Henry VIII he used to play?
Yeah, I don't know, rackets, maybe. Real tennis, I think, was.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway.
Was that? Anyway, that's pushed up to mid-on by Revis. No run to complete the over at 225 for 4. I might be showing an inadequacy in that sort of type of sport, and maybe rackets and real tennis are the same, one and the same, a different name, I'm not sure.
I know that was Sally Jones, a former TV presenter. Based in Warwickshire these days, because she played, I'm not sure whether she still does, but she played real tennis to a very high standard.
Real tennis is the sort of thing you get people playing at the start of a detective drama, isn't it, where somebody gets knifed through the back in the middle of a shot.
That's a writing one. Rob Yates comes into bowl, that's swept, and that's 4 runs. And that's a good shot from Luxton, who now moves on to 88. Let me see. So 229 for 4. 14 required. He can still do this.
And Luxton's highest score in first team cricket, senior cricket.
Can he make it 3 figures? He'll put the team first, of course, officially. But he comes into bowl and he turns that round as well, looking for a quick single. Oh, he could have got it actually, because there was a slight misfield, but they delayed too long. And Ed Barnard is now preparing. He's going to have a bowl. And captain, but in a fairly hopeless situation, you feel. Yates, oh, it's started ball now then. Ooh, Yates is doing a little bit, because Revis had come a long way down to back up there, and so Rob Yates went through his action but then held onto the ball and told Revis to kindly stay in his crease. Might try and run him out this ball. He comes into bowl. Oh, that's hit high, that's going to go all the way for 6, and that takes him on to 94. And you might just repeat that shot, Jonathan, so over to you.
Maybe. Yeah, a long way away over Cow Corner.
There's a few people looking over there. Someone's not got a hit.
No.
There's a thumbs up's come from a spectator, so I think if someone wants it, they're apparently okay.
Just asking his fielder, is that Jake Lintott over in the distance? And they're still checking and making sure that the fielders are, that the spectator, I should say, is okay. And the fielder is being moved around a bit more in that general direction, and we are going to have a stoppage. Well, would you believe it? Will Luxton on the cusp of a century, and he's managed to hit somebody in the crowd. Hopefully this is not too serious. Can't actually tell from this distance.
There seems to be a huge amount of concern actually in the crowd, as far as I can tell.
Hopefully not a child. There are some children playing over there in the nets, and therefore protected by the nets. Maybe went a little straighter than we'd first thought. But yeah, just a little hold up here. Not sure if we've certainly got medics on the ground, because in the media room behind us they've been occupying some of the indoor seating.
I can't see it.
There's nobody rushing round at this moment.
Is there someone on the ground there?
Looks as though we're set to continue. So Rob Yates then to Will Luxton, who tries again here. Is this going to be it? Whoa, what a magnificent way to go to your first senior century. And Will Luxton, my, has he enjoyed that. Takes his helmet off immediately, punches the air, and almost gets punched back by Matthew Revis, who is delighted for him as well. The Yorkshire Vikings contingent away to our left off the bench. He's done it. And he makes it to bang on 100 in 116 balls. 6 fours and 6 sixes. Fabulous way to get there with 2 successive blows.
2 to win.
And he turns this next one round the corner to backward square leg, and there's no run. Well, he's been threatening to deliver on some promise. He's been, as young players so often are, there's been that little bit of inconsistency. He's been up the order, he's been down the order, he's coming at 3 today, and he sneaks through for a single. He almost gave it away there with 2 to win, but he's got through, and he's on to 101, and Yorkshire, well, they've levelled scores, 242 for 4 at the end of that 44th over.
Well, he worked it out clearly. I'm going to get a century, I'm going to have to hit a couple of 6s. That's exactly what he did. Brilliant stuff from Willie Luxton, and good stuff from Yorkshire. Keeps them very much alive in the competition. Warwickshire, we keep saying, are certain to progress, but exactly how they progress is, I don't know why that tunnel has suddenly gone wrong. It's been perfectly alright for more than a day and a half here. Suddenly anyway, Ed Barnard's put himself on the ball. Good luck, Ed.
Yeah.
You carry on. I'll take it back when the 9 wickets down.
So in he comes. 2 ball to Luxton, who punches one to mid-off. I think the last box to tick here, Will, because he has played superbly, is to make sure you red ink here with 1 run to get your team across the line, and it would be fitting, wouldn't it, if he did become the man to do that. George Hill paving the way with his 6 foot. And then comes Barnard and Luxton with the field, as you'd imagine, for those who can't see it, all at close range in a ring. Just spread out in a ring, lads, and try and save 1. And we'll see if we can defend this over the next 30 odd deliveries.
5 balls, lads, 5 balls, 5 wickets.
Barnard in again, out of the back of the hand this one. Luxton punches it for 4 through extra cover and celebrates the win with a punch of the air. He will finish on 105 not out. Matthew Revis who shared in that stand that took him from 117 when the fourth wicket fell to that 246 for 4. Will be delighted to finish on 51 himself and unbeaten for a second match in succession. And we will try and wrap things up here when our Tannoy announcer has tried to do the same. But I think on balance you'd have to say it's a deserved success this time. They have been very inconsistent, as I've said numerous times throughout this campaign, throughout this broadcast today. But a deserved success against the team who were going into this match joint top of the table.
Yeah, so there we are. Well done to Yorkshire. Move on to 8 points. They join Gloucestershire on that mark. They will almost certainly overtake Nottinghamshire, heading for a heavy defeat against Essex. Where they are in relation to Leicestershire depends on the closing stages at Leicester, which of course you can hear on BBC Sounds. Warwickshire remain on 11 points. They'll remain in second place in the group. The hopes of going straight to the semi-finals aren't dead, especially if Glamorgan lose, but they are damaged by this first defeat. But Luxor getting the applause as he leaves the ground. Only the second county batter to make a century on this ground, following Dom Sibley in a first team competitive game. So well done to him. I'm not here for the third game at Rugby School. Mike Taylor will be here for that, so plenty of coverage of that, of course, here. But I just want to say thank you first to Warwickshire for coming out here. I think that's been really good. Means a lot to Warwickshire, and congratulations to Rugby School for the way they staged the match. And thanks to those who've helped us with the technicals, which have gone remarkably smoothly for an outground, I must say. So thank you to all, and thank you Jonathan and Phil, and join Mike Taylor to say on Wednesday for the next game here. Still plenty of matches in progress. If you want to go and find a match to follow, I probably would recommend the one at Leicester. Looks the one with the most jeopardy at the moment. That's the v Glamorgan on BBC Sounds. But from us all, from Rugby School, with news that Yorkshire have won by 6 wickets in the 45th over, so 4.5 overs to spare, with Will Luxton 105 not outs of 121 balls, 7 fours and 6 sixes, and we should mention Matthew Revis as well, 51 not out. They win by 6 wickets.
And just to remind Yorkshire supporting listeners, I'll be at Cardiff for the final match of these regular rounds on Wednesday from 11 o'clock with Nick and Ed and the regular boys down there.
So that's it from us. Thank you very much indeed for listening. Really do appreciate it. We'll say cheerio.